Sa lahat po siguro ng nakatapat ko na gold lane, si Kelra po talaga yung pinakatumatak sa akin na nahirapan talaga ako. Gusto namin makaharap lahat ng team kasi gusto namin lahat yung bawian kasi asa top 8 kami. Hi, ako si Innocent, ang gold laner ng TNC at i-breakdown ko sa inyo yung nagawa kong play sa second game namin laban sa Nexplay.
At si Poyet DR ang nasa gitna. Si Innocent kailangan talaga mag-step up dito sa depensa na to at yung Lord pupulang nila pa kaliwa. Tapos yung minions kailangan i-clear. Pero yung Nexplay EVOS naghanap ng perfect moment na talagang bibitawan nila lahat. Pero ang bilis ng clear wave ng TNC.
Pero kasi, diba?
Oy, naku! Ay! Si Brusco DR may times journey naman para iligtas sa kanya sarili. Base lock! Nagbe-base lock na sila. So kala siya ay napatumpaan. Dito na nga si Innocent. Hindi na siya Innocent sa pagkakataong ito. Pinipilit ang Nexplay EVOS pero mukhang na-discrash sila doon. Kompleto ang TNC. Dalawa lang ang dedepensa. Ito na ba ang katapusan?
Isang siege minion lamang ang pumipigil. Here comes the feather, their strike.
Depensa doon sa nag-iisang kanon pero si King Kong ata
pumasok si King
napasobra.
Kong.
Dalawa ang dedepensa sa kanya pero ang kunat ni King Kong at binibase lock na lang. Tore-tore lang ginagawa ni Innocent. Wala siyang pakialam. This is a 5v2 situation and TNC walang plano na umuwi ng luhaan. Itutuloy pa rin nila pero ang ganda ng depensa. Men!
Isang minion na lang. May wave!
Ay,
Tutuloy ko
tumawala!
ng TNC at mukhang hindi nga talaga sila magpapatapos and we have a game number 3!
Ay, yung mindset lang po namin nun dahil alam namin yung lakas ng isang Moscow sa pagde-def lalo na sa late game. Confident kami na madedef namin yung Lord na nakuha ng Nexplay kaya yung focus lang namin dun is alalayan lang ako ng mga kampi ko, ipoprotect sa mga pwede mag-engage sa akin tapos ako, ifo-focus ko lang yung Lord para madef namin kaagad. Nung pagpasok na po nung Lord sa base namin, yung command ko lang sa mga kampi ko nun is i-zone out yung mga pwedeng maging threat sa akin habang binaburst out ko yung Lord. Yung pagtapos po namin maburst yung Lord, yung plano namin talaga dun is ipahuli yung Diggy sa Arlot. Patience lang ako hanggang lumitaw yung Melissa. Dahil yung second skill na Melissa, logi talaga Moscow dun dahil dun sa range. Pag nahuli yung Diggy, ma-out of position yung mga backline ng Nexplay. Kaya yun lang po talaga yung hinihintay namin. Kung mahuli man nila yung Diggy dun, yung gagawin ko lang is hintayin pumasok yung Melissa. Pagkapasok ng Melissa, doon lang ako mag-engage. After po namin ma-3 yung kalaban namin nun, yung mindset namin is ayusin yung flow ng wave. Endable na kasi yun. Kasi alam namin yung capability ng isang Moscow. Kaya tapusin yun. Kahit magkaroon lang kami ng isang maliit na opportunity, kahit makapasok lang yung isang minion. Kinaman ko sa kampi ko nun, dahil pakita pati Farsa yung natira, Farsa lang yung magiging threat talaga para maklear yung wave nila. So yung ginawa namin nun, ako yung nagpo-flow ng wave, tapos yung mga kampi ko, nag-advance na sila para hanapin yung Farsa dahil yun lang yung threat para ma-def ng Nexplay yung base nila. Magta-tower lock lang talaga kami once na pumasok yung minion wave namin sa base nila. Yung pinaka-challenge po siguro yung Melissa, Farsa, pati Diggy. Hirap na talaga yung mga kampi ko dahil natutunaw sila sa sobrang sakit. Yung mindset lang talaga namin doon is tiis lang hanggang ma-def namin yung Lord. Tapos pagtapos nun, doon na kami gagawa ng play para magkaroon kami ng opportunity makambak yung laro. Yung mindset po namin bago mag-start yung game, yung mga error na nagawa namin ng game 1 is malesen or alisin na talaga namin. Gusto namin makaharap lahat ng team kasi gusto namin lahat yung bawian kasi asa top 8 kami. Sa lahat po siguro ng nakatapat ko na gold lane, si Kelra po talaga yung pinakatumatak sa akin na nahirapan talaga ako. Sobrang hirap po talaga niya katapat. Yung map awareness niya ganun, sobrang bilis niya talaga mag-farm. Ang masasabi ko lang sa mga teammate ko is, simula nung week 1, sobrang laki ng in-improve natin at kitang-kita naman yung mga improvement natin ngayon at kayang-kaya natin. Tiwala lang sa isa't isa, makakabawi din tayo. Ang masasabi ko lang sa sa ating lahat sa TNC, pagpatuloy lang natin yung pag-grind natin, yung extra effort na ginagawa natin, magbubunga din lahat ng pagod at puyat natin. Kaya tiwala lang sa isa't isa, laban lang, kaya natin to. Sa mga fans na sumusuporta sa TNC, abangan nyo lang yung mga next na match namin this week. Babawi kami at madami kaming baon na ipapakita sa inyo. Abangan nyo.
Mayong adlaw sa inyo tanan. Ako nga pala si Santi at ito ang ating top 5 plays for week number 5. On our 5th spot is Super Marcos Beatrix burst play nung day 3 laban sa Smart Omega. 10 minutes in the game, lamang na lamang ang Smart Omega in terms of economy at minion wave management. May nanakaw na Lord si Cal TZ sa kakatapos ng na Lord fight, kaya balak itong i-capitalize ng kupunan ng BREN. Makukuha ni Miko si Flap TZ with the way of the dragon, pero buburahin siya ni Super Marco mula sa bush gamit ang Renner's apathy. 3 versus 4, sasabunutan ni Ogwen si Ryzen gamit ang grab at tutunawin siya ni Super Marco with a shot of Renner at ang tuloy-tuloy na bala ng Nibiru. Kelra will enter with a blazing duet along with Storm with the arcane shade para tunawin si Rafio at Super Marco. Flickering out, mabubura ni Super Marco si Storm for a triple kill at makakatakas pa siya ng gahibla na lang ang buhay, making way for his team to turn things around.
Kuha ng kill. Anong nangyayari?
On our 4th spot is nothing but Nets nung day 2 laban sa Smart Omega. Almost 15 minutes in the game with a 2k gold gap from Smart Omega, naghahanap ng timing ang buong kupunan ng Onyx para baliktarin ang laro. Mag-i-initiate dito si Kekedut ng hila kay Miko gamit ang Divine Judgment at sasabayan ito ni Nets ng Nibiru's Passion to burst his enemy down. Dashing away with tactical reposition, ilalabas nito ang Bennett at magpapakawala ito ng Bennett's Rage para pigilan ang pursuit ng Smart Omega. Finding a safe place para magpalit ng arsenal, kukunin niya ang Renner at buburahin si Kelra sa mapa gamit ang Renner's apathy at isang basic sniper attack. With their main damage dealer killed, mapapaatras ang barangay. Mamamatay pati si Renjo at makakahinga ng maluwag ang mga hedgehogs. On our 3rd spot ay ang idol ng mga kids, Kapitan Fuse MVP play gamit ang Julian ng day 2 laban sa Echo. 17 minutes in the game, magaganap ang third Lord fight ng laban. With a large economic advantage over Echo, malakas ang loob ng BREN Esports na maganap ng team fight. Magko-conceal play dito si Ogwen to check the bushes. Mukhang magkakaroon ng bangayan sa top bush ng Lord Pit. Makukuha dito ni Yawi yung 3-man knock-up pero papakainin dito ni Fuse si Sanji ng enhanced sight at tatapusin niya ang pangungulit ni Sanford gamit ang enhanced chain. Carl TZ will go down as well for a triple kill mula kay Few at mukhang makukuha na ng BREN Esports ang inaasam nilang ganti laban sa defending world champions.
Ngayon ang M4 Champions!
Tapos sa ata to! Palag-palag na lang yung BREN Esports! Pulado si Yawi dito and wipe out! Ubus! Pati pan! Tubos! At sinong number 1? Sinong number 1 sa simula ng Leg 2? Walang iba!
On our 2nd spot is Edward Balboa with his Paquito flank ng day 2 laban sa TNC. 11 minutes in the game, magaganap ang unang sayawan sa pagitan ng dalawang koponan para sa unang Lord ng match. As soon as ma-pinpoint ng TNC ang pwesto ni Super Red sa mapa, they decided to go for the aggro to peck him off. Pero Oh My Venus will go for the save with a Cult Altar at pagbabangayan ng dalawang koponan with 2 Cult Altars at the same time. With their HPs low, mapipilitang mag-back away ang TNC pero the agents will continue to pursue. Meanwhile, Edward, after clearing out the top and middle lanes, will go for the backup. At isa-isa niyang pinagsasapak ang members ng TNC, leading his team to a swift victory.
Kenty, iikot na rin with the damage. Yung Chakadal medyo masakit at si Jesu ay babagsak na. Kailangan na magtakbuhan ng TNC. Ang biyahing tagumpay ay pauwi na ata. King Kong, the remaining survivor, Edward Balboa.
At doon na ata! Doon na nga ata pwedeng matatapos ba daw? Edward Balboa is back with the flank at yung tinagal-tagal ng Lord natin ngayon pangtapos pala.
Hindi na nila tinuloy. Blacklist takes game number 1.
On our top spot is Ryota's top of the class defense with his Terizla nung day 2 laban sa Smart Omega. Almost 30 minutes in the game, nasa kamay ng Smart Omega ang makunat na Lord. Tatapusin na ata nila ang larong ito after a seesaw match against Onyx Philippines. May hila si Ryota dito ni Miko gamit ang Iron Hook plus Flicker Play, palabas sa base at kaagatin pa ng Bloody Hunt pero hindi magiging enough ang damage la para burahin si Ryota sa mapa. Ryzen will continue to knock him up at may hila na naman siya ni Miko ng Iron Hook at this time, isosustain niya ang full firepower ng members ng Smart Omega. Sobrang kunat, hindi man lang nila mapapop off ang immortality ni Ryota at mag-flicker out lang siya to regain his HP back, even rendering Kelra's follow-up Spear of Destruction useless. Mapapatay ng hedgehogs ang Lord pero gusto nang tapusin ng Smart Omega ang laro. With half an HP, tatalo na ni Ryota si Stom at Miko gamit ang penalty zone, pushing barangay to slightly back away. Mahihila ni Miko si Nets at mawawala ito sa mapa. Tatanggalan ni Kelra ng immortality si Ryota at mabubura din si Sensui sa mapa. 2 versus 4 with critically low HP. Isusustain lang ni Ryota ang damages from Smart Omega with Execution Strike and with a penalty zone, ibabaw niya sa lupa si Kelra at Miko at isusunod na rin nila si Stom. With Omega's death timers counting down from a minute, babalik na rin ng hedgehogs ang laro to get the first game of the series.
Ito na yun! Tumutugtog na yung Omega timers. Pero sabi ng Onyx, hindi pa pwede. Cause it's Onyx
What is this?
At yan ang ating top 5 plays for Week 5. Remind ko lang kayo na we only have a few weeks until playoffs, kaya painit na ng painit ang mga kaganapan now that we're already halfway in the regular season. Let us know kung kamusta kayo sa comment section at magkita-kita ulit tayo sa Friday para sa Week 6 ng ating regular season.
I've come to take my crown. I'm rising up, my heart is pounding, ready or not, the clock is counting. This is my moment. This is my moment. This is my moment.
Hi, ako nga pala si Sanford Binuya na mas kilala sa pangalang Sanford. Ako nga pala ang ex-player ng Echo. Nakapasok ako sa MPL noong Season 8 sa team na Nexplay EVOS bilang 6-man Nexplay. Di naging maganda yung run ko sa org na to at nawala ako sa pro scene noong Season 9. Hanggang sa nabalitaan ko kay Yahweh na aking former teammate na nasa Echo na ngayon na may open tryout sa team nila. At sa kabutihang palad, natanggap ako sa team na Echo. Dumaan yung Season 10, pero hindi namin ako yung kampyonato. Pero isa kami sa naging representative sa M4 World Championship. Hindi namin nasaan na sobrang dominating namin sa M4 hanggang sa upper bracket. Pero talo kami sa upper bracket finals at nakalaban namin sa ibaba yung RQ at nanalo. Nakapasok kami ng grand finals at nakalaban namin yung Blacklist International na defending champion. At ngayon kami na yung world champion. Siguro yung favorite pro player ko is si Carl Tizzi. Kasi isa siya sa mga greatest player of all time. Ang favorite food ko is spaghetti kasi lagi ako present sa mga birthday. Kapag wala akong ginagawa or pag nasa bahay ako, ginagawa ko is maglalaro ng billiards or manood ng anime. Una ko nakita yung Mobile Legends sa social media at tinry ko itong larong to kasi mahilig ako sa online games. Hanggang sa nagustuhan ko tong larong to at naipaglaro ko sa mga kaibigan ko at sa mga pinsan ko. Hanggang sa sumali kami sa isang tour na sa barangay namin. Nanalo kami pero second place lang yung naabot namin. Pero nagpatuloy pa rin ako sa pag-grind hanggang sa marami akong top PH na heroes tulad ng Alice at mga iba pang fighters. Hanggang sa nakakalaro ko lagi si Yahweh at tinanong ako if interesado ako sa team na NXPE 2.0. Tinanggap ko yung offer ni Yahweh dahil gusto ko rin makapasok sa team na to at maging pro player. Bago ako naging pro player, isa sa mga naging struggles ko is internet dahil naka-data lang ako sa panahon na yon. At yung cellphone na ginagamit ko is low FPS at hindi pa sa akin. Kaya wala rin akong oras na makapaglaro masyado nun. At the same time, nag-aaral ako nun. Ngayong pro player na ako, pinakamahirap na nangyari sa career ko. Habang naipag-compete ako, pumanaw yung tito at lolo ko habang naipaglaban. Bago kami pumunta sa Indonesia para may pag-compete sa M4, stop yung papa ko at ginusto ko mang hindi pumunta pero sinabi sa akin ng magulang ko na pumunta ako para sa pangarap ko. Masakit nun para sa akin, ginawa ko na lang siya motivation at doon nakuha namin yung M4. Salamat sa pamilya ko na sinuportahan ako sa career na pinili ko and sa mga fans ko na sumuporta sa akin mula umpisa hanggang ngayon. And gusto ko din magpasalamat sa teammates ko, sa coaches, and sa management sa pagtitiwala sa akin na wala sa edad ang paglalaro ng Mobile Legends.
Lahat ng manlalaro, lahat ng teams ngayon ay gustong isemento ang kanilang mga sarili sa kasaysayan ng Mobile Legends sa Pilipinas at talagang uhaw na uhaw para matawag na pinakamalakas sa buong mundo.
Sa baluarte ng pinakamalalakas, panigurado, walang ibang daan kundi pataas. Sa gitna ng dismaya, pagdududa, pagkatalo at pagkadapa, bumabangon ng tunay na malakas. Itinatakda ang may sikmurang magpatuloy, pero basang-basa ka na nila. Wala ka nang mailalabas na hindi pa alam ng lahat. Wala ka nang maluloko dito dahil lumilipas rin ang mga alamat. Kumakalat ang kawalang katiyakan. Ito na ang katapusan ng mga nagbabalat kayong Diyos. Gumuusbong ang bagong dugo para ibagsak ang nagmamataas. Kaya mo bang sumabay dahil walang naglalakad ng paatras at walang ibang daan kundi pataas?
Papaalala ko ulit sa inyo kung bakit BREN lang malakas. Hindi tatalab sa akin mga bala nyo.
Ang pagbangon namin ay ang simula ng pagbagsak niyo.
Takbo habang may lupa.
Walang dakila-dakila dito sa MPL. Ngayon yung makikita ang tunay na lakas ko.
Hindi nyo alam kung anong klaseng bangungot ang kaharap nyo.
Naglalaban lang kayo para sa second place. Umatras na kayo hanggat may pagkakataon pa. Pinaglumaan na kayo. Oras na namin to.
Pupulbusin namin ang bawat isa sa inyo.
Handa ka na ba?
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM and you're ready to go. Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power of smart.
When you're in moments that matter most,
at last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play.
To laugh.
To love.
Plus, unleash TikTok.
And only texts. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Sa 8 gigabytes, ang dami mong masashare.
Daming kontenta. Ganyan pagsikat.
TNT Double Giga Stories Plus. 8 gig, 50 pesos lang. Load na!
Day in, pay out. Choose the bank that gives you interest every day with Maya.
Sa lahat po siguro ng nakatapat ko na gold lane, si Kelra po talaga yung pinakatumatak sa akin na nahirapan talaga ako. Gusto namin makaharap lahat ng team kasi gusto namin lahat yung bawian kasi asa top 8 kami. Hi, ako si Innocent, ang gold laner ng TNC at i-breakdown ko sa inyo yung nagawa kong play sa second game namin laban sa Nexplay.
At si Boyet DR ang nasa gitna. Si Innocent kailangan talaga mag-step up dito sa depensa na to at yung Lord ipupulang nila pa kaliwa. Tapos yung minions kailangan i-clear pero yung Nexplay EVOS naghanap ng perfect moment na talagang bibitawan nila lahat pero ang bilis ng clear wave ng TNC.
Pero kasi diba?
Oy, naku! Ay! Si Brusco DR may time turnip naman para iligtas sa kanya sarili. Face lock! Nagbe-face lock na sila kaso kala siya ay napatumpaan. Dito na nga si Innocent. Hindi na siya Innocent sa pagkakataong ito. Pinipilit ang Nexplay EVOS pero mukhang na-discrash sila doon. Kompleto ang TNC. Dalawa lang ang dedepensa. Ito na ba ang katapusan?
Isang siege minion lamang ang pumipigil. Here comes a feather dare strike.
Depensa doon sa nag-iisang kanon pero si King Kong ata na sobra. Dalawa ang dedepensa sa kanya pero ang kunat ni King Kong at binibase lock na lang. Tore-tore lang ginagawa ni Innocent. Wala siyang pakialam. This is a 5v2 situation and TNC walang plano na umuwi ng luhaan. Itutuloy pa rin nila pero ang ganda ng depensa. Men!
Isang minion na lang. May wave!
Ay, tutuloy pa ng TNC at mukhang hindi nga talaga sila magpapatapos. And we have a game number 3!
Yung mindset lang po namin nun dahil alam namin yung lakas ng isang Moscow sa pagdedef lalo na sa late game. Confident kami na madedef namin yung Lord na nakuha ng Nexplay kaya yung focus lang namin dun is alalayan lang ako ng mga kampi ko, ipoprotect sa mga pwede mag-engage sa akin tapos ako, ifo-focus ko lang yung Lord para madef namin kaagad. Nung pagpasok na po ng Lord sa base namin, yung command ko lang sa mga kampi ko nun is i-zone out yung mga pwedeng maging threat sa akin habang binaburst out ko yung Lord. Yung pagtapos po namin maburst yung Lord, yung plano namin talaga dun is ipahuli yung Digi sa Arlot. Patience lang ako hanggang lumitaw yung Melissa. Dahil yung second skill na Melissa, logi talaga Moscow dun dahil dun sa range. Pag nahuli yung Digi, ma-out of position yung mga backline ng Nexplay. Kaya yun lang po talaga yung hinihintay namin. Kung mahuli man nila yung Digi dun, yung gagawin ko lang is hintayin pumasok yung Melissa. Pagkapasok ng Melissa, doon lang ako mag-engage. After po namin ma-3 yung kalaban namin nun, yung mindset namin is ayusin yung flow ng wave. Endable na kasi yun. Kasi alam namin yung capability ng isang Moscow. Kaya tapusin yun. Kahit magkaroon lang kami ng isang maliit na opportunity, kahit makapasok lang yung isang minion. Kinaman ko sa kampi ko nun, dahil pakito pati Farsa yung natira, Farsa lang yung magiging threat talaga para maklear yung wave nila. So yung ginawa namin nun, ako yung nagpo-flow ng wave, tapos yung mga kampi ko, nag-advance na sila para hanapin yung Farsa dahil yun lang yung threat para ma-def ng Nexplay yung base nila. Magta-tower lock lang talaga kami once na pumasok yung minion wave namin sa base nila. Yung pinaka-challenge po siguro yung Melissa, Farsa, pati Digi. Hirap na talaga yung mga kampi ko dahil natutunaw sila sa sobrang sakit. Yung mindset lang talaga namin doon is tiis lang hanggang ma-def namin yung Lord. Tapos pagtapos nun, doon na kami gagawa ng play para magkaroon kami ng opportunity makambak yung laro. Yung mindset po namin bago mag-start yung game, yung mga error na nagawa namin ng game 1 is malesen or alisin na talaga namin. Gusto namin makaharap lahat ng team kasi gusto namin lahat yung bawian kasi asa top 8 kami. Sa lahat po siguro ng nakatapat ko na gold lane, si Kelra po talaga yung pinakatumatak sa akin na nahirapan talaga ako. Sobrang hirap po talaga niya katapat. Yung map awareness niya ganun, sobrang bilis niya talaga mag-farm. Ang masasabi ko lang sa mga teammate ko is simula nung week 1, sobrang laki ng in-improve natin at kitang-kita naman yung mga improvement natin ngayon at kayang-kaya natin. Tiwala lang sa isa't isa, makakabawi din tayo. Ang masasabi ko lang sa sa ating lahat sa TNC, pagpatuloy lang natin yung pag-grind natin, yung extra effort na ginagawa natin, magbubunga din lahat ng pagod at puyat natin. Kaya tiwala lang sa isa't isa, laban lang, kaya natin to. Sa mga fans na sumusuporta sa TNC, abangan nyo lang yung mga next na match namin this week. Babawi kami at madami kaming baon na ipapakita sa inyo. Abangan nyo.
Mayong adlaw sa inyo tanan. Ako nga pala si Santi at ito ang ating top 5 plays for week number 5. On our 5th spot is Super Marcos Beatrix burst play nung day 3 laban sa Smart Omega. 10 minutes in the game, lamang na lamang ang Smart Omega in terms of economy at minion wave management. May nanakaw na Lord si Cal TZ sa kakatapos lang na Lord fight, kaya balak itong i-capitalize ng kupunan ng BREN. Makukuha ni Nico si Flap TZ with the way of the dragon, pero buburahin siya ni Super Marco mula sa bush gamit ang Renner's apathy. 3 versus 4, sasabunutan ni Ogwen si Ryzen gamit ang grab at tutunawin siya ni Super Marco with a shot of Renner at ang tuloy-tuloy na bala ng Nibiru. Kelra will enter with a blazing duet along with Storm with the arcane shade para tunawin si Rafio at Super Marco. Flickering out, mabubura ni Super Marco si Storm for a triple kill at makakatakas pa siya ng gahibla na lang ang buhay, making way for his team to turn things around.
Kuha ng kill. Anong nangyayari?
On our 4th spot is nothing but nets nung day 2 laban sa Smart Omega. Almost 15 minutes in the game with a 2k gold gap from Smart Omega, naghahanap ng timing ang buong kupunan ng Onyx para baliktarin ang laro. Mag-i-initiate dito si Kekedut ng hila kay Miko gamit ang Divine Judgment at sasabayan ito ni Nets ng Nibiru's Passion to burst his enemy down. Dashing away with tactical reposition, ilalabas nito ang Bennett at magpapakawala ito ng Bennett's Rage para pigilan ang pursuit ng Smart Omega. Finding a safe place para magpalit ng arsenal, kukunin niya ang Renner at buburahin si Kelra sa mapa gamit ang Renner's apathy at isang basic sniper attack. With their main damage dealer killed, mapapaatras ang barangay. Mamamatay pati si Renjo at makakahinga ng maluwag ang mga hedgehogs. On our 3rd spot ay ang idol ng mga kids, Kapitan Fuse MVP play gamit ang Julian ng day 2 laban sa Echo. 17 minutes in the game, magaganap ang third Lord fight ng laban. With a large economic advantage over Echo, malakas ang loob ng BREN Esports na maganap ng team fight. Magko-conceal play dito si Ogwen to check the bushes. Mukhang magkakaroon ng bangayan sa top bush ng Lord Pit. Makukuha dito ni Yawi yung 3-man knock-up pero papakainin dito ni Fuse si Sanji ng enhanced sight at tatapusin niya ang pangungulit ni Sanford gamit ang enhanced chain. Carl TZ will go down as well for a triple kill mula kay Few at mukhang makukuha na ng BREN Esports ang inaasam nilang ganti laban sa defending world champion.
At tapos sa champions! Tapos sa ata to! Palag-palag na lang yung BREN Esports! Pulado si Yawi dito and wipeout! Ubus! Pati ban! Tubos! At sinong number 1? Sinong number 1 sa simula ng leg 2? Walang iba!
On our 2nd spot is Edward Balboa with his Paquito flank ng day 2 laban sa TNC. 11 minutes in the game, magaganap ang unang sayawan sa pagitan ng dalawang koponan para sa unang Lord ng match. As soon as ma-pinpoint ng TNC ang pwesto ni Super Red sa mapa, they decided to go for the aggro to pick him off. Pero Oh My Venus will go for the save with a cult altar at pagbabangayan ng dalawang koponan with 2 cult altars at the same time. With their HPs low, mapipilitang mag-back away ang TNC pero the agents will continue to pursue. Meanwhile, Edward, after clearing out the top and middle lanes, will go for the backup at isa-isa niyang pinagsasapak ang members ng TNC, leading his team to a swift victory.
Iikot na rin with the damage yung Chakatal, medyo masakit at si Jesu ay babagsak na. Kailangan na magtakbuhan ng TNC. Ang biyahing tagumpay ay pauwi na ata. King Kong, the remaining survivor, Edward Balboa. At doon na nga ata pwedeng matatapos ba do? Edward Balboa is back with the flank at yung tinagal-tagal ng Lord natin ngayon pangtapos pala, hindi na nila tinuloy. Blacklist takes game number 1.
On our top spot is Ryota's top of the class defense with his Terizla nung day 2 laban sa Smart Omega. Almost 30 minutes in the game, nasa kamay ng Smart Omega ang makunat na Lord. Tatapusin na ata nila ang larong ito after a seesaw match against Onyx Philippines. May hila si Ryota dito ni Miko gamit ang Iron Hook plus Flicker Play palabas sa base at kaagatin pa ng Bloody Hunt pero hindi magiging enough ang damage la para burahin si Ryota sa mapa. Ryzen will continue to knock him up at may hila na naman siya ni Miko ng Iron Hook at this time, isosustain niya ang full firepower ng members ng Smart Omega. Sobrang kunat, hindi man lang nila mapapop off ang immortality ni Ryota at mag-flicker out lang siya to regain his HP back, even rendering Kelra's follow-up Spear of Destruction useless. Mapapatay ng hedgehogs ang Lord pero gusto nang tapusin ng Smart Omega ang laro. With half an HP, tatalo na ni Ryota si Storm at Miko gamit ang penalty zone, pushing barangay to slightly back away. Mahihila ni Miko si Nets at mawawala ito sa mapa. Tatanggalan ni Kelra ng immortality si Ryota at mabubura din si Sensui sa mapa. 2 versus 4 with critically low HP. Isusustain lang ni Ryota ang damages from Smart Omega with Execution Strike and with a penalty zone, ibabaw niya sa lupa si Kelra at Miko at isusunod na rin nila si Storm. With Omega's death timers counting down from a minute, babalik na rin ng hedgehogs ang laro to get the first game of the series.
Ito na yun! Tumutugtog na yung Omega timers. Pero sabi ng Onyx, hindi pa pwede. Cause it's Onyx time!
What is this?
At yan ang ating top 5 plays for Week 5. Remind ko lang kayo na we only have a few weeks until playoffs, kaya painit na ng painit ang mga kaganapan now that we're already halfway in the regular season. Let us know kung kamusta kayo sa comment section at magkita-kita ulit tayo sa Friday para sa Week 6 ng ating regular season.
Come to take my crown. I'm rising up, my heart is pounding, ready or not, the clock is counting. This is my moment. This is my moment. This is my moment.
Hi, ako nga pala si Sanford Binuya na mas kilala sa pangalang Sanford. Ako nga pala ang explainer ng Echo. Nakapasok ako sa MPL noong Season 8 sa team na Nexplay EVOS bilang 6-man na explainer. Di naging maganda yung run ko sa org na to at nawala ako sa pro scene noong Season 9. Hanggang sa nabalitaan ko kay Yawi na aking former teammate na nasa Echo na ngayon na may open tryout sa team nila. At sa kabutihang palad, natanggap ako sa team na Echo. Dumaan yung Season 10, pero hindi namin ako yung kampyonato. Pero isa kami sa naging representative sa M4 World Championship. Hindi namin nasaan na sobrang dominating namin sa M4 hanggang sa upper bracket. Pero talo kami sa upper bracket finals at nakalaban namin sa ibaba yung RQ at nanalo. Nakapasok kami ng grand finals at nakalaban namin yung Blacklist International na defending champion. At ngayon kami na yung world champion. Siguro yung favorite pro player ko is si Carl Tini kasi isa siya sa mga greatest player of all time. Ang favorite food ko is spaghetti kasi lagi ako present sa mga birthday. Kapag wala akong ginagawa or pag nasa bahay ako, ginagawa ko is naglalaro ng billiards or manood ng anime. Una ko nakita yung Mobile Legends sa social media at tinry ko itong larong to kasi mahilig ako sa online games. Hanggang sa nagustuhan ko tong larong to at naipaglaro ko sa mga kaibigan ko at sa mga pinsan ko. Hanggang sa sumali kami sa isang tour na sa barangay namin. Nanalo kami pero second place lang yung naabot namin. Pero nagpatuloy pa rin ako sa pag-grind hanggang sa marami akong top PH na heroes tulad ng Alice at mga iba pang fighters. Hanggang sa nakakalaro ko lagi si Yawi at tinanong ako if interesado ako sa team na NXPE 2.0. Tinanggap ko yung offer ni Yawi dahil gusto ko rin makapasok sa team na to at maging pro player. Bago ako naging pro player, isa sa mga naging struggles ko is internet dahil naka-data lang ako sa panahon na yun. At yung cellphone na ginagamit ko is low FPS at hindi pa sa akin.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Good day, Philippines! And welcome to everyone who's tuned in to witness the greatest Mobile Legends Bang Bang players in the world. I'm Mara Aquino and this is MPL Philippines Season 11. Gaya ng ating panahon ngayon, asahan yung painit na painit ang mga natitirang aksyon sa ating mga bakbakan. But I know we're just about to kick things off. But trust me when I say, when this week's matches are done and dusted, magiging mas makulay ang ating playoffs picture. Ngayon, sa ating unang laban, well, it's gonna be the reigning kings of Southeast Asia kontra sa ating old members ng former Kings of Sea. Now, we heard from Max himself that Stone is the upgraded version of him. Sa kabilang panig naman, how much of an upgrade is Exort para sa RSG? Ladies and gentlemen, this is RSG Slate Philippines versus Smart Omega. Let's get it started. Casters, pasok!
They have conquered the waves of Southeast Asia and they have both become a stronger tide for all the teams to overcome. Will the reigning Kings of Sea outshine the shadows of the past kings to take back a win? Let's find out together. My name is OSX. I'm with Leo and Renmar Santa Cruz for the first match of week number 6. RSG Slate Philippines versus Smart Omega once again.
For the better part of the past 2 years, these two teams have won our hearts over. And I can't believe that they've both so much grown and they're very different now.
Yeah, very different indeed. I like what OSX mentioned there in the opening, the shadows of the former kings. Of course, some of the members of that Southeast Asia Championship winning lineup in Omega, they're still there, but definitely RSG is the team right now, a little bit more in a comfortable seat with more of their members having experienced that MSC win still playing.
In this league, change is inevitable. But you, right there on the other hand, who's watching us right now on the screen, we're calling all Smart and TNT users who are watching us right now to continue to enjoy the power of Smart registering your SIM. Visit smart.com.ph/simreg now and get 3 gigabytes of data. Make sure to register your Smart SIM before April 26, 2023. Man, that's close. I believe I have completely registered my SIM card, and I believe I have a few days left.
Good thing you did.
I'm a Smart postpaid subscriber, so that's all good.
Automatically change, right? Yeah, automatically right on the board. And behind our backs is the Kings of Sea in their own right. And we're seeing the shade of where is he in the building?
Is that the Mamba?
Was that a Mamba that just passed behind us?
It is!
He is!
All right,
Chalk Mamba. It's been like a running theme this season. Where is Chalk Mamba? There he was, right behind us.
A lot of posts. Yeah.
He has the Season 11 jersey with his name on it. So there was an alternate timeline. A certain set of decisions may have been made where maybe he was playing, but I don't know. That's just literally what I saw. I overthink sometimes.
Could be he could be an Earth number 2 because preseason, where's Chuck Mamba? Where is he going? But right now he's just past our backs and waiting to support his team in this match. Well, on these week's updates, we have trades happening all over the weeks. It's week number 6. We're almost in the playoffs, and just a bit of a chunk on what happened in MPL news. Onyx Pancake to MDL Philippines. A lot of change and shifts from the pro scene and to our development scene, right?
Yeah, so it's interesting that there was no trade because last week it was Owl for Archer, Archer for Owl. Here it's just Pancake moving over.
Yep.
And hopefully that means he gets some more playing time and experience. And of course, the competition in MDL Philippines is hot, so that's good news for Pancake.
Well, speaking of hot, well, let's turn up the AC a little bit because the action of the day is we have 2 matches. Hot! RSG Slate Philippines versus Smart Omega. And now we have BREN, Esports, and NXPE tonight.
So first up, as we mentioned, the former Kings of C and the reigning Kings of C. Then tonight, it's another one of those who's going to break it type of matchups because BREN Esports sitting high on what, 8 now?
Yeah, hashtag keep the streak is alive for the Bees and the Hive. But yeah, this day could be a revenge day for 2 teams or a continuation of what happened before because the 2 matchups we have today, the first round where it happened, it both ended in a 2-0. In this series, it was actually Omega who got the win over RSG Slate, and then the last one, it was BREN who got the win over NXPE.
The exchange of scores keeps on going, but in this week's Data Dive, let's take a look at the players with the most MVP games so far. Into the regular season, we're about to see one of the things that we've looked at in the past match because the graphic is posted on the official MPL Philippines Facebook page. You can find the Data Dive and other league content on the official MPL Philippines page and all the social handles. And going back right here on the data into the dive, is Smart Omega ready again to face the reigning Kings of C?
Oh, well, I feel like it should be answered with a question. Do they have more help for Kelra? Because once we see that Data Dive sheet go up, Kelra is actually in the 2nd place there for most MVPs earned this season, 6 if I'm not mistaken, for the gold standard. And at the top of that, you have someone who play later tonight, BREN's Ogwen with 9. So Kelra needs that help.
Well, speaking of health, there was a lot of changes in Smart Omega, how they wanted to build and form their roster coming in Season 11. And let's take a look back in the unsung heroes of the league, specifically in these 2 teams. Storm could be or is an upgraded Ed to Max, and also on the side, how about Exort? We're talking about mid laners here for these 2 teams.
I've been very vocal about how Season 11 started, and Exort was I'd say, of the mindset wherein he thinks it's still Aqua's slot, and he's playing to make Aqua proud and to let the Raiders and the rest of the MPL Philippines community know that he deserves this, and it's a long time coming. I think the leaderboards would say that, yes, he does deserve this, and he is an upgraded Aqua in some senses, but it's like apples and oranges to some extent, right? Because Aqua is an amazing player. Exort is in his own right, too.
Yeah, every time Exort was slotted into RSG Philippines in Season 9, Season 10, the few series he played, he always showed up. He was always ready. It's like he was always the dependable substitute for RSG Slate. And now, definitely, as he has that main slot in the starting lineup in the mid lane for RSG Slate, I agree with you there, Leo. Exort has definitely proven he is his own man.
Well, speaking of proven things, it is a player feature with the stats right on the board. Look at the KDA, almost half of Stome from BREN Esports now to Smart Omega, and these 2 teams are both considered as one of their winning prime players every time they have a match.
Here's what's interesting. Looking at the stats, you can see that Exor keeps it clean. Again, that's what explains the high KDA. But also, between KP and average assists, he has relatively lower than so maybe 1% off, but he has more assists. So he's there for more successful kills, and he gets it done. But damage-wise, I still like Stone. Like the mechanics, you can't deny.
Yeah, if you look at these players individually, there are different things to laud about the other. But for me, I want to look at it, how do they pair with the rest of their team, specifically their roamers? Of course, Light and Exort already have a history of playing together, so it's much easier for Exort to pop up this season. But in this season, Stome has actually taken some time, so sort of inconsistent still with showing his chemistry with Miko. But they have shown when their chemistry is good that day, well, Omega gets wins and gets points.
Yeah, it depends on how they wake up. But I both agree with you because in Stome's way of doing his mechanics in the team, he both complements everything on how to win back a losing state of a game. And for the side of RSG Slate Philippines, back in their previous match, Onyx Philippines had a way in taming them down.
So that's an interesting point too. They're coming from different ends from last week, right? What's that gonna do for their mindset? Also knowing that Coach Panda gets a little tight on the boys when they slip up like that.
Well, speaking of being tight now, let's throw it over to our insider of the day. Odin, what do you have to us backstage for our story for this matchup?
Thank you, casters. Magandang hapon, everyone, and happy Friday. Kasama niyo muli ako, your very own Odin, at nandito ngayon tayo sa isa na namang backstage access. Dito naman tayo sa teritoryo ngayon ng RSG Slate Philippines. At tatawagin ko ngayon ang kanilang spokesperson for today at ang kanilang mid laner na walang iba kundi si Exort.
Hello
yes. Po. Naayos mo na yung hair mo.
Naayos na po.
Nag-aayos si Exort kanina ng kanyang hair. So, kumusta naman, Exort, yung pakiramdam nyo from last week's match against Onyx? And paano kayo nag-move on from that?
Syempre po, nakakalungkot kasi, 2-0 na dapat yon, tsaka, ayun, umabot pa na game 3, tapos natalo pa. So, yung ginawa namin, nag-review kami, inisa-isa namin yung mga mali namin, tapos yun, hanggang sa naka-move on na kami.
Naka-move on na kayo. Pero ang tanong nila, nayari daw ba kayo last week?
Saan kay Coach Panda? Ayo. Nabot kami ng ating review namin, mga 3 hours at mga 4 hours, ganun. So yun, galit na galit si Coach. Lagi naman.
Pero at least ngayon, naka-move on na kayo, no?
Okay na po.
Sabi mo kanina, nag-gradean ka ni Coach Boncha ng A. Ano nun feeling mo doon?
Wala po. Syempre, nakatawa pag pag nako-compliment ako ng ibang tao. Masarap din sa feeling yun.
Wow naman. And sabi ni Stone, di ba, parang siya daw yung upgraded version ni Coach Ito Max for Smart Omega. How about you, Exort? Paano mo naman na-upgrade yung team nyo na RSG?
Ginagamit ko yung experience ko as a veteran para i-guide yung team ko sa sa tamang daan yun. So, inalalaan ko sila and yun, hinhelp ko sila sa mga mistakes nila.
Yeah, the veteran ni Exort. And punta naman tayo sa teammates mo na sabi mo, tinutulungan mo sila. Meron tayong isang teammate dito sa RSG na nagte-trending kasi daw multiverse. Yan ay walang iba kundi si Light. Anong reaction ng team niya doon sa mga nakikita niyong Light multiverse?
Wala, syempre natatawa kami kasi ang daming kamukha ni Light. Pero para sa akin, si Light pa rin pinaka-pogi.
Wow naman! The best pa rin si Light.
Si Light pa rin. Light number 1.
Light number 1. Ano naman message mo ngayon sa Raiders?
So ayun, shoutout sa Raiders. So ayun, thank you sa walang sawang suporta and salamat manalo kami o matalo, nandiyan pa rin kayo para suportahan kami. So yun, thank you.
Ready na Exort for next match?
Ready na po.
ready na si Exort. Maraming salamat. Yan at marami pa tayong dapat abangan sa laban ng RSG Slate Philippines versus Smart Omega. Kaya naman magingay na Raiders at mga kabarangay, ipasa na natin sa ating casters.
Thank you so much, Odin. And to translate those answers from Exort's interview, he said, well, you brought it out. They had a time of good way of schooling from Coach Panda on coming from a loss, and that's how they correct their mistakes back in their match. That's how discipline works in RSG Philippines.
And it has a pretty good track record, right?
Yeah.
The achievements speak for themselves, and it's not just when Exort brought it up. Like, almost immediately after that series, we knew something was going to happen. Coach Panda was going to have a good talk into the boys.
Yeah, if you don't show up with your Pandamentals, Panda will go mental. And it reflects in the records because the RSG has yet to lose series back-to-back this season. They've literally went win-loss, then a 3-game win streak, a 3-series win streak, and then their most recent loss here. So if you're a fan of Omega, you're sort of looking at this like, oh no, but they just got a scolding from Coach Panda. This is scary RSG again.
But
Like
you know what else is scarier?
What?
Is we have walked into barangay time. Season after season after season. If the Pandamentals have a track record of what? 3 seasons back, 11, 10, 9, right? People rarely count backwards like that. It's just very weird coming out of my mouth now. But as far back as season 6, season 7, Omega has gotten better in the later half. So week 6, 7, 8, who's to say? Who's to say maybe Omega does that first? Give RSG Slate its first back-to-back loss in season 11. Just maybe.
Those are fair points because in one interview back in Season 9, even their coach didn't know what's happening in Smart Omega. Like, okay, what's your plan now and what really activates the team? And there's no surprise that being in the lower standings right now in the regular season are no surprise that they accept the pressure. They translate into something good.
They love the pressure.
Yeah, and they love being underground, and this is just their way climbing back on top.
Yeah, and they've made a joke about it in MPL Philippines Season 10. Of course, Omega then started off the season really hot, but then as the season went on, they cooled down, and then they made a joke about it after being eliminated in the playoffs. It's like, oh no, we already brought out everything at the start of the season.
It's too real.
Yeah, it's too real. So now this time, they're in their comfort zone of always being like, have their backs against the wall, sort of like giving the Omega fans like, oh no, are they going to make it to the playoffs or not? How far are they going to make it? Those questions for Omega. They love it.
Yeah, they remain the team we call poison, especially in the playoffs. Back in seasons, they keep on proving themselves that, maybe in this kind of situation, they can totally rise up. But on the side of our Slate Philippines, looking back on the point that they haven't missed or they haven't got yet experienced a back-to-back loss. And you say that this is a threat once the RSG resets, right?
Yeah.
But with Smart Omega's way of having a huge hero pool, will that affect something? Will we see something new?
And because of this whole discussion that we've been having the past couple of minutes, it's equally possible that both things happen. Because again, you're going off the fact that, they haven't lost back-to-back. Now we're in Omega territory, later half of the season. That basically means this match could as well be a coin flip. Because again, say what you will about how mid lane for Omega is having some troubles. Again, that whole synergy thing. Just the same, I don't know how to read RSG right now. Like, they're so good when it matters, but they're capable of losing the team struggling in the season, much like Onyx last weekend. So, what's going on?
Yeah, I feel like they mentioned it best in interviews. They really have those moments where they slip up. They forget about their fundamentals. They're too eager to end the game. Maybe
Pandamentals.
The Pandamentals.
Pandamentals, yep.
Thank you for correcting me there. The Pandamentals. And they're a little bit too eager to just get the win, and they get content or they get too comfortable, which RSG shouldn't be. Although they are in a good place in the standings.
They're high up.
Yeah, they're high up. Like, they've already shown if they slip up, just a small slip up in a game, that can end up becoming a loss. So they have to be careful. And another thing we also have to consider is the biggest question in the air right now is where are we in the meta? We just had a patch. Patch 1.7.68 is live, and that's where we're on right now. Of course, with Mincitar still not being available for play, there are some things with the changes here that might actually affect how teams will go into drafting.
My boy Fredrin!
What happened to Fred?
They messed with my boy Fredrin.
No.
They lessen. No, I'm kidding. Fredrin's fine.
He's fine. Yeah, he just deals less damage when he's not in the enhanced version of himself.
Yeah, he was trimmed down from that patch.
Yeah, it's like they just made him leaner. Like if he was like a chunky buff guy, he's more ripped now.
They added weights to his ankles, but that's not gonna stop him.
Yeah. It's not. Like you can still chain crowd control. You just deal less damage. It's okay. As a Fredrin, that was his main thing anyway. The fact that he can deal a lot of damage when enhanced, and then you can chain together control. So he's pretty much the same.
That's like ordering a Diet Coke. Like, it's still sugar.
Yeah.
It's still a soda.
But you still get the best of it. Yeah. So this only means that they will complement into a new hero that can jive with Fredrin.
Yeah. No, honestly, I'm looking at if more teams will pick up Paquito. Because, oh man, and later on we'll get more on about the heroes once we get to the drafting, because there's a lot to talk about. Not just the heroes, but also the items.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of big of a change in terms of the items. But right now, let's turn up the heat. Smart, Omega, and RSG Philippines are ready for their walk-ins upstage. Let's call him right here, right now. Take it away.
After falling short from the recent match, the Kings of C are not wasting any moment to take back a successful raid to win. Welcome on stage, RSG Slate Philippines!
They rise and they fall, but they are ready to face it all. The members of the old Kings of C look to usurp the throne from the reigning Kings of C. Barangay mag-ingay, it's Smart Omega! And their coaches, Coach Etumax and Coach Panda. It's the clash of the old and the new kings. Who will prevail? And going back from the lineup, back for RSG Slate Philippines by just H2O making the entrance, still on prime form.
I loved how they ripped H2 there, just make him walk out alone. But I love the little detail if you can see Exort peeking out of the background. I mean, just goes to show the relationship between those two. And if I wouldn't be surprised if later in the interview, maybe next week, we'll find out that was all Exort's idea. But yeah, their chemistry here is going to show up. Of course, we talked about Exort in the headline, but we have to talk about, of course, H2's involvement here in the jungle. He's been very comfortable with this team. Consistency is up and down, but definitely you can rely on H2 to deliver. But with a different explainer on the side of Omega, RSG Snaps. Let's see how this day is going to go for him, though.
Oh, Luis with Smart Omega. We have the same form for the Barangays. How is this for this lineup against RSG?
I'm actually liking it. Woke up today expecting to see Renzio, but this is a pleasant surprise. Yeah. We've seen very little of Lewis in Season 11, but it's a non-zero amount of games, all right? The fact that we've seen him and he won against TNC in his debut match gives me high hopes that against RSG, who's arguably rocked, all right? Since their last series, they lost to Onyx. This is the best time to deploy Lewis.
Yeah, especially up against a player like Nats, arguably one of the best, if not the best XP laner this season. Although there is a lot of debate on that, but definitely everyone says Nats is up there, top 2 for sure. Sometimes the veterancy of Frenjo is great, but sometimes when you're up against a player like Nats, you just have to bring in some youthful energy in there, someone who sometimes doesn't overthink things. Maybe doesn't even think about it, just goes for it. All instinctual. And maybe all instinct coming in from Lewis might be the clincher here for Omega up against RSG and NAFs.
Looking at the team head-to-head, look at the kill participation of the Raiders turning in so blue. A lot of balance, but speaking of on their own isolation, their own way of upping up the game, I think RSG is having an edge on this one.
Something about RSG's overall kill participation is making sense to me now. If you're going to see it, folks, there was what? A 70-71% almost across the board. Yeah. And that explains why this season, Season 11, they seem to be a little slower. It's because they're waiting for everybody to be ready. That's very odd, right? That across the board, you have 70-71 almost averaged individually. So that means even your mid, your roam, your jungle are waiting for your gold laner.
Yeah, and this is why I think of these two teams as a little bit more similar, so I'm excited to hear the keys to victory.
Right now, let's throw it over to our analyst of the day on how to break down how this match could be one heck of a...
Pinag-usapan natin ang team fight and execution at even yung mga post 4s and post 5s na ating mga teams kaya napaka-importante na ating kiss to victory hatid ng Infinix. Para sa ng RSG, don't give Harith or shut down Kelra. Again, para sa ng Smart Omega, meron silang tendency at kung babalikan natin ang hero pool ni Kelra, gumagamit talaga siya ng mga mage heroes pagdating sa gold lane. Maganda to nga pang match up or kung itong gagawin na Smart Omega, pang match up siya para hindi tumaba si Eman dahil medyo 4 protect 1 ang playstyle ng RSG. Kaya huwag nilang ibibigay Harith para pagdating din doon sa may DPS ay lalamang sila as compared to Smart Omega. Para naman dito sa Smart Omega, draft high sustain carries to outlast team fights. Binanggit natin earlier heavy on team fights ang ating mga teams na tumaabot nga tayo ng ultra at mega late game para dito sa ating dalawang koponan. Kaya naman mas maganda kung meron silang added sustain para meron pang front at mas madali para kay Kelra at para dito kay Eman na magkaroon ng space at proper position pagdating doon sa mga crucial na team fights lalong-lalo na sa mga Lord Lord Dances. And speaking of Lord Dances, sakto naman yung ating keys to victory para sa ating dalawang teams. Get more frontline heroes for carries to output max damage. Actually, related siya doon na sa keys to victory ng Smart Omega dahil na talaga naman kailangan nilang bigyan dito ng space Kelra and Eman. So, it works both ways for both of our teams. Tingnan natin kung sino nga ba ang lalamang dito para sa ating laban niya na ating keys to victory hunted ng Infinix.
Thank you so much, older sister Chantel. And looking back on the keys to victory right there, draft high sustained heroes because back in the stats there, RSG has a high participation in kills.
Which is why I'm so confident that Fredrin is going to be fine. It's going to be a contested pick between H2 and Ryzen, and that's going to allow both side laners, not just Eman and Kelra, to actually do a lot of work.
Yeah, and I'm actually glad don't give Harith or shut down Kelra was a key point here because in the last match that these two had, Kelra, as a Harith, had a total match KDA of 11-1-9 in their last meeting. And this was the one where he just absolutely tore up RSG with a Harith, and we started all seeing Harith as a pick to watch out for this season. If RSG Slate are going to give that pick, though, to Kelra, that means they prepared for it, and they will counter it.
Oh, man.
Well, they're coming from a reset. Could be.
Yeah.
They know. They know.
Yeah, they know.
And wouldn't it be nice if there was a hero that just stopped dashing with their ult?
Oh, yeah.
If only that hero was legal.
Yeah. If only it was like 2 weeks from now. Yeah.
Talking about Mincetar, by the way, who is reworked and is currently not available for picking since his rework in the patch. So, yeah, that's a non-question. So, again,
the
just
Mincetar.
watch out for the Harry. Just don't.
Yeah.
Well, 2 weeks ahead. Fast forward, but going back to the player head-to-head. Eman and Kelra. We have the gold laners on our screens. A big of a difference for Eman against the Filipino Savage today.
Yeah, what I want to mention here actually is their most played heroes. For Kelra, it's Beatrix, Harith, and Moskov. Meanwhile, for Eman, it's Melissa, Beatrix, and Claude. So, of course, these two are going to be contesting for the Beatrix.
They share that B.
They share the B. But, of course, even though it's not in the top 3, they'll also be contesting for the Claude. However, you can see there the difference in their playstyle and what kind of heroes they're more comfortable playing as. I want to see if Omega are going to do anything to try and stop Eman's Melissa. A Melissa that he's had some MVP performances this season with. 2 out of his 3 MVP performances this season has been with a Melissa.
Well, in that way, we can either gauge on the history of these two teams. On week 2, day number 1, Omega 2-0'd RSG. With this lineup, with the new patch on board, will this make a difference?
Well, in their last meeting, Kelra got the Harith, right? That was game 1 and 2. Sure, not just guessing, not just positive, I'm sure Coach Panda has a solution this time around.
Yeah, and the story for their matchup in the first round was actually, it was RSG who controlled the earlier portions or most of the games in game 1 and game 2. But then, however, Omega just turned it around. In game 1, that's when Kelra went God mode. He stole a Lord, and then that made the game even for Omega. Then in game number 2, RSG won all the turtles, but Omega won the crucial Lord fights, of course, with Ryzen playing that tanks a lot this time around. So, we have the history set. We have their pick set. Let's enter the draft. And right away, you see there a Fanny being respect banned here by RSG. That is a Ryzen signature. And of course, you're not going to give RSG the joy because not only can it go to the hands of Nats, it can also go into the hands of X-Sword in the mid lane.
Both have great picks, and speaking of signature picks, these are the ones that they respect. Now with the change of patch, will Fredrin show up? Because in this way of...
Sorry, I'm just going to go.
Well, it's good that you've given me some point, but it will be a good sign if RSG still does that. They're more prepared, so to speak.
Yeah. And... well, they're going to be banning out the Kadita there. So we still don't want to give that to either Stome or Miko. And Omega banning out the Joy, yes, it turns off the idea that RSG can flex it. But at the same time, it looks more as like, of course, we know Stome to play more of those artillery-type backline mages. He isn't really the assassin-type dive-in, and of course, other than the Kadita. So, of course, he'll take away the Joy. And then, yes, even though with the adjustments to 1-1, still a very worthy ban. Marksman you really do not want to give at the pro level, so of course she's still going to be banned here. And with RSG taking out the glue, that is just a reflection of them always wanting to protect Eman and make sure Eman's fine. Here's an interesting first phase ban, though.
Yeah.
They don't want to give the R-Lot to Nas.
I was about to say, so it still can be a big of a trouble for Omega because they're the one who used it themselves with good record.
Yeah.
Now they want to even out the odds.
Yeah, which is surprising because honestly, what were they expecting a first pick R-Lot? Because if not, if they were expecting that, that means Omega were thinking, oh, we can't get it in the first 2 picks on the red side, even though that is now one of the favorite pick slots for R-Lot.
And this opens up a lot of first picks. I think that's the gambit that Omega are playing on.
Yeah.
By banning out the R-Lot early, they're opening up a lot more for themselves and giving RSG the onus of taking care of that swing back. This is, I'd say, the best you can do on the red side. Because again, blue is still winning. And what did we say about Fredrin?
Yeah.
What did we say about my boy Fred?
No, he's not going down. He's not going out of this matchup.
Okay.
And right away, Swift with the answer.
Lancelot.
Storm gets a favor there in the Farsa, and then, of course, with RSG taking out the Karita, they don't have to worry about it. Does this mean Nas will pick up the Yuzhang at this point, or will he pick up something like the Benedetta? If we're going to look at the hero pool, actually, of Nas for RSG Slate Philippines. It's taking a while to load up here. Okay, there it is. It's either the Arlot or the Benedetta, and we all know Benedetta is great for that backline access. So if it's not going to be the Benedetta, Lapo or Yuzhang might be up there.
Yep. Okay, so with this being in hand with the new patches, just a bit of a heads up, you guys watching us at home. Fleeting time is banned until further notice. The item can't be used for this game, and both teams agreed with this new arrangement. Okay.
Oh, interesting.
Speaking of gunpowder, it's Franco.
Yeah.
That's an early Franco.
Oh, yeah, I was about to say that, but how is this for RSG Slate?
You're taking away a hero from the hands of Miko, so for RSG Slate, they might actually focus on banning out the roamers in the second phase, and at the same time, you already have a direct answer to the Lancelot. So, in a way, you actually sort of have like 3 answers to the Lancelot, although the Valentina means she'll have to land that Terrify. As a Lancelot now, you're looking at this and thinking, oh wow, I have so much to go up against. It might be difficult for me here.
So with this of a difficulty being hand, we go back to the keys to victory. They need a strong front line with this if they have a Lancelot, right? Now in the second ban, who's going to take it out here from RSG, the side of Omega? Will they trim down the choice of the tanks this time around?
They're attacking Eman here. I'm guessing it might be another gold lane ban here for Omega, but for RSG Slate, what else are they missing? There's still no roamers, and I wonder if they're going to pressure Lewis, because Lewis' pick here is going to matter a lot.
Yeah. We've only seen Lewis play 2 games this season.
As a Lapo and a glue.
As a Lapo and a glue, but I'm sure he also has the same hero pool there. I was going to mention that, of course, he'll take away the Cho. You don't want to give that to Miko. I didn't mean for that to rhyme. RSG Slate, they don't necessarily need to take away another roamer unless they're... Oh, no, yeah, but they have the Valentina with them, so... Omega might have been pinched into a corner here. Their jungler and their roamer might just end... well, it is a tank slot. I'm thinking Miko might end up with something like a Ruby eventually.
A Ruby?
Yeah, because it's going to be hard for him to pick up something like an Atlas knowing how he's against Valentina.
Oh,
The thing
yeah.
with the Ruby is it's harder for you to get into position, especially with a Franco around. So he might actually end up with something like maybe a Kufra instead. Because at least you can just jump into shrubs, and that'll be your tool to sort of like take the Franco surprise.
Yeah, true. Speaking of Chak Mom, with the use of his signature hero, Kufra, that's one way of dealing how light it revolves around the map, because how he could be so aggressive in terms of getting information. So that's one thing that Miko can do.
Yep. Poking a Kufra is counterproductive.
Yeah.
Like you put him exactly where you want him to be.
Yes.
I mean, it kind of stops the whole surprise factor of that jump, but still, if you're bouncing ball in front of a Valentina, in front of a Fredrin, oh god, I hate playing Fredrin against a Kufra. Then, that's a valid ban here.
They banned the Lapu Lapu, so we are going to be seeing a new pick here for Lewis. I wonder if this will mean Omega will consider taking away the Benedetta. It's going to be a indirect approach to team fighting if they pick up a Benedetta, because they'll have like a good amount of dive, but then not enough peel for their backline and a lot of pressure onto Lewis.
Yep.
Let's see. Oh, okay. Flying
Okay.
under the radar, there's Edith. That will most likely be going to the XP lane.
Okay, so we have 2 knockups to defend the front line. So EXP lane just to compliment how they can protect the Beatrix and the Farsa. So this gives RSG the go signal to take their marksman now.
Oh, okay.
And there's a lot left out, by the way.
Yeah, there's still a good amount here.
Carry. We still have Melissa, by the way.
Yeah. Carry, Mel, Brody.
Yeah. All of them will be good, honestly.
Yeah, our buddies from the Gold Laney.
Yeah. I mean, the backline's well protected. Melissa will make a lot of sense. But then if you want to go carry also, yeah, there you see it hovered.
Oh, okay.
Is that really going to be an
Man.
SB?
Oh!
Oh, she back. She is back.
Okay.
She got buffed.
Recently buffed up. More damage. The cooldown is still... I missed the quicker cooldown she had, but she hurts.
You'll trim it down.
And she's back.
Dude, coming from where it was once, I actually really like the Esme buff now. It makes a difference. It feels like a difference. But here we are. Oh, God. I was actually wondering if that Edith could go into the roam, but no.
No.
We're talking about the Kufra, and here he is. That's Esmeralda's just arch nemesis, lore-wise.
Yeah, lore-wise. They are.
Well, looking back on the RS or the smart power predictions, it's only Chantel for RSG right now. And looking at the board here, two teams are ready to give a great way of taking a hit on this match. But okay. And now, and as we break things down a bit, Esmeralda and all of the heroes we are watching out today. And speaking of our power prediction, at some point in the game, a Paul will show up, and you only have until the timer runs out to comment your prediction with the hashtag Power of Smart. So one lucky person who guesses it correctly will win a redeemable in-game code. Remember, keep an eye on the Paul, folks.
This is interesting. Smart Omega drafted their peel and their front line in the later half.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if that's going to be enough, and if RSG picked the carry as a response to that.
Yeah, I mean, the carry for me is always a very dependable pick, especially paired up with someone like a Fredrin who can deal out a good amount of burst damage. So RSG were able to craft their lineup well enough for their carry. I feel like this is going to be a game where we're going to see just how important the timing and the shrub checking of Nico and or Light will be. Because it's just going to be a game of chicken of like who'll get into position first, who's going to hook or Tyrant's Revenge first.
Yep.
But yeah, historically, I believe that was a game with TNC where we saw a Franco go up against a Kufra, and every time the Franco hooked the Kufra, as you mentioned, Leo, it is counterproductive.
Yeah.
Because you're putting the rest of your team who's usually around that Franco in danger, because if that Kufra has a flicker, a Kufra will not hesitate to use that Tyrant's Rage flicker to get everyone into that. Oh,
Counter combo set right there.
yeah, the counter combo.
CC.
CC, yeah.
The CC for the CC.
CC for the CC,
And
yeah.
that's why I foresee a lot of the conflict and a lot of the clashes and skirmishes in this matchup to be non-fights. Like, it's either somebody gets picked off and then whoever lost that fight will just back off and wait for the next one, or just total 3 for nones, 2 for ones, and then like, yep, never mind. We'll just go look for something elsewhere.
Yeah, that makes sense, because if you have a Kufra, you have a Franco, just expect everybody to get a good gank or a good pickoff. But on the other side, I'm happy to see Esmeralda back again. We've waited 6 weeks to get her back, and it's the hands of Naths.
I feel like much longer than that.
That's an MVP winning Esmeralda.
Yeah.
True.
Like, almost single-handedly won an MPL championship back then, Season 9.
Yeah, back when the only XP laners we knew were Esmeralda, Uranus, and Yuzhong, and or Paquito.
I didn't even count Yuzhong and Paquito. If it could be Uranus Esme, these teams would just go Uranus Esme.
It's always just Uranus Esme. But yeah, for Esmeralda, the changes to her, for her second skill, reduced early game cooldown. The cooldown for skill 2 was reduced, but you still definitely feel the longer cooldown on the first skill that was applied in earlier patches. But of course, you definitely feel her increased damage. It's good to have it back. Like, it feels like the older Esmeralda with more damage, but you have to be smart with the usage of your first skill.
Well, speaking of usage, up against an Edith, maybe that's one way to pull up a new hero back in the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, I think that's also going to be one of the biggest factors here. That's a matchup I don't see.
Well, you see Light.
Are we going to see another episode of Light Multiverse?
Man, he broke. He broke. I hate it. Exort, what did you do? I'm sure you could have held it, but he heard Exort snickering in the back and is like, never mind.
Yeah, Exort's always the instigator of laughter.
Exort is chaos.
Yeah, he is chaos.
Even from the entrance, as he left H2O. I should have said,
Yeah.
welcome H2O Slate Philippines for some reason. Just by himself. If I knew.
Slate Philippines.
Yeah, it's just by himself.
Oh,
So
man. Honestly, for content creators out there, you can go back to that clip in their team intro and just find a perfect shot of Exort peeking in the background while H2 is alone looking confused.
I think of like a dozen meme ideas for
Yeah,
that.
that's a template right there already.
Yeah, alone. Thanks, Exort. We're assuming it's Exort.
Yeah.
yeah,
It makes sense if it's Exort's idea.
they both get well along, and,
Yeah.
and they're one of closest from rocking his former team from Nexplay. So only means that there's a lot of ways that they have bonded so good that their friendship turned into, well, like family. Well, speaking of family, I've seen Miko back there as he entered the stage, how happy and surprised he was to see Chuck Mamba right in the audience. Just imagine you're the former tank player back in Smart Omega.
Yeah, one of the most decorated in the league. Your idol, your former teammate.
A literal legend.
Yeah. Crowned back in Season 10. So it means a lot. Oh, are we seeing another multiverse
What's
here?
Light doing in the audience? Get back on stage, Light.
I don't know. I know we're troubleshooting,
I
but
see
no,
him a
how?
lot. How does that guy afford tickets week in, week out? I see him a lot.
Oh, maybe because he's a multiverse Light.
Well,
this was Light back in MPL Philippines Season 9.
Wow, look at the growth, man. He grown his hair. He smiles a lot. Well, that's Mr. Dylan for Season 11.
We should find out if that young man is also a tank player, if he's also a roamer.
Oh yeah, true. Mr. Reggie back there. Well,
You know,
if he
his name
is
Reggie?
yeah.
Oh, yeah. We should talk to him. Anyways, into the game.
Finally, it's game number 1, the first match of the week, and let's see how the adjustment goes on who's going to take back a win in this match. RSG Slate Philippines versus Smart Omega.
Well, we're going to have to watch out here for the hooks and the Tyrant's Revenges. And, of course, this is a signature start already.
Whoa,
early hook.
Whoa! Close call there with the hook, but counter's fine. Look, any other gold laner would have just left.
Yeah. And the good thing is also they didn't get to force out the flicker on counter. And I believe that was the play for RSG, not necessarily to get the kill, but to force out the flicker.
But the gold standard didn't.
Yeah, the gold standard didn't. And at the same time, you also force a rotation by Miko to actually go to the top side now. So it's going to be a double gold lane start.
Well,
triple.
Yeah.
Oh, here comes Ryzen. I think they just want to set up a party here in the gold lane early
Go
on.
up top, gold lane, we have action. But from that moment, this is just Omega in its prime form by not blinking.
Yeah, and I also want to mention here a good adjustment here by Miko. Instead of picking up the concussive blast, as a lot of Kufra players pick up, they actually pick up the tenacity. By the way, here comes the smart power prediction, the poll that OSX mentioned. Countdown's going down. Don't forget to answer that with the hashtags. Yeah, picking up the tenacity means that RSG has to reconsider trying to use a lot of their abilities just to take down their Kufra, the Kufra of Omega, because if they're not careful, Miko will be able to survive through it, and then they would have wasted their abilities, and Omega will come in for the counter punch.
Speaking of counter punch, RSG also has their way of giving back a possible fail-safe button. 2 of them have purifies right now for the possible CC that we were talking about.
Yeah, and again, it's just much respect to Miko. There's a jump in, bouncing ball, light in trouble, Phantom Execution, Thorn Rose, Ryzen draws first blood.
That's what we're talking about, jump versus hook, but now the turtle, here comes Omega.
There's a jump in, Falling Star Moon, but it's still Ryzen who takes it, and there's another knockup. Primal form for Lewis, and they're still going. Storm traded out though, Nats gets his quarry. It's a 1-for-1. Turtle goes over to Omega, though.
They've taken the first objective of the game, and they've taken down H2.
They're still going. Nats dancing around Lewis. Took that crab coin. Still not done. Giving Lewis a piece of his mind. There's the Earth Shatter missing. And they back off.
I just got to say the position of Ryzen that he knew H2 was just in a bit of a corner there really paved on how he wanted to steal that objective away.
Yeah, and Miko really setting up the tempo here. 2 Tyrant's Revenges early on, and immediately converting. First a kill onto Light, and then another one with more kills, and even an objective for Omega there by that turtle. Lewis there, though, a little bit of a glimpse of his slight eagerness, but H2!
Oh, there's a hook! Thorn Rose, Phantom Execution out, but he gets a bite down. H2 confirms the kill. Now Storm looking to clap back. Retribution taking that little Wanderer. No further engagement.
Yeah, they're still waiting for the trade here. Did they lost something? No, they want to take it but for one isolation kill from Smart Omega.
Oh man, the roamers really setting the tempo here, but of course the rest of the team responding well. Light!
An inch from Kelra.
Man, that must have chopped up a bit of Beatrix's hair. That's how close that was.
She already has short hair.
Yeah, even shorter now.
The anticipation of Light.
Oh,
Lewis
turnaround.
gets a few more hits, misses.
Wow, okay, so we can either see a bit of a good damage up against an Esmeralda with this Edith.
Yeah, and both of them are going to go home at the same time, so that is a stalemate. It's going to be a question of which XP laner is going to be more active once after the second turtle, or maybe if any of them are going to go into the second turtle. Try to fast clear. You see already Lewis showing up himself in the mid lane. There will be a minion wave in the bottom, but they're willing to sacrifice the gold that Nats could get for more control around this turtle. But no, it's the signature Omega lane swap. Kelra's going to go bottom lane, while here's Lewis with the rest of Omega and the turtle.
And there's a hook, missing Lewis, barely, Ryzen with the pull. H2 struggling to get a hold of this major objective. Exort has the feathered airstrike, but look at Storm. Miko with the jump in, bouncing ball, Tyrant's revenge. Ryzen secures it. Exort misses. The feathered airstrike, nobody home. Lewis pulling Nats away, and they disengage. Omega gets a second turtle.
The calculation and the veterancy of smart Omega right now. On the part that Stone, I was expecting for him to engage, he just went out. He just walked away.
Yeah, and my notes from the previous round of this matchup, I put there, Ryzen, hella dependable on the tanks a lot. Now, weeks later, here in week 6, Ryzen, still hella dependable on this tanks a lot. Already 2 turtles secured for Omega, and that's good for them. That's the lead that they want to build off of. Now, let's see, though, if they'll have the right answers for the Esmeralda later on. Still no big changes to her build. However, it is interesting. We're seeing an Esmeralda with a Purify.
Well, looks like they're preventing that CZ coming right after, because right now Smart Omega is prying on the lane swap. Oh! That was a bit of close hook for Light.
Look at that game sense by Light. I'm not sure if he spotted Miko walking into that bush, but he checked in. Could have been a pull.
Could have been a pull, yeah. The flicker is up and ready, but this is how they manage to secure the macro gear up against Smart Omega. They're really good at this, and they want to even up the odds.
Oh,
Miko.
bouncing ball into that bush. There's a hook, Miko. Again, maybe 2 or 3 feet away from that hook that time around. Oh, up top though. 1v1, Lewis on a third of his health in mid, and the engage is happening. Oh, it's a little skittish to force that.
Oh, that's a big 4-man rotation by RSG going down to the bottom lane. Miko spots it though.
Oh no.
Miko trying to get out.
Oh, there's the knock-up, there's the taunt. And will they oblige? There's a bite down onto Ryzen. Thorn Rose, that's an ult spent away from RSG.
Countering the odds. They were so close in having a gank.
Yeah, Omega very cautious there though. Feels like in previous times we'd see Kelra change up a gun, commit ultimates, or try and deal some damage back. But Omega were careful, knowing that they still don't want to get caught out by any of the many control initiation abilities, poke abilities that RSG has. So they are still waiting, watching out for those abilities. You could hear Nats already in the turtle by his lonesome. Eman just built up the corrosion side for himself as a carry.
Ryzen with a pull. Here comes Lewis. Exort as well. There's a falling star move.
Again?
Ryzen still gets it. A hook in by Light. No bite down. Onto the XP laner from Smart Omega. Popping the ult there. Helping clear this orange. No further movements from RSG Slate.
Oh, molto bene, tank a lot.
Wow.
Really great right now for Omega. Here comes Miko charging it up, but he's not gonna commit it. So, 3 turtles already for Omega and Ryzen.
I just gotta say, the amount of CC that Smart Omega has right now is giving so much distance for RSG to get a counter engage.
Yeah, sometimes having a Purify doesn't solve everything. You're still on the defensive. You're still answering back.
Oh,
there's a jump in. Bombs away from Kelra. No one home. Save for Ryzen coming in from the flank. Storm with a feathered airstrike. Oh, doesn't lead to much.
Okay, countering it back. Omega is trying to seize one. I just say he's just pure pressure.
Oh, the hook! What? A pull here by Light. A bite down. Amman throwing them out. Miko gets taken out. Exort gonna be tasting Ryzen's blade. And now from the back, check this out. H2 with a taunt. Kelra here switching up to the Renner. Look at Storm coming in from the backside. Wings by wings out. Doesn't have the ult.
Yeah, didn't have the ult, so he couldn't commit that. But good call here by Lewis in the mid lane to get a bit more damage there in the turret. Let's see if Omega can convert that into a bit more objectives, because RSG expanded a lot. Only getting a few kills.
There's an Earth Shatter and an onward. Can Stone get him?
Oh,
There's the jump in. Doesn't cancel the ult though. Dancing around. There's a damage. Another Earth Shatter. Stone says, I'm out. He's too tough. Nat's going 2v1.
He still got it. He still got it. Talking about counterproductive on the Kufra being hooked by Light. I say RSG's prepared for it.
Oh, she's back. Look at this is just signature Nats we're seeing right now as Esmeralda.
Oh, he doesn't care. Gonna jump into the turret's range. Does he know that Kelra and Miko's here? Spots out Kelra. That's 4v1 now. Nats, are you nuts? 4v1.
Nats.
Crazy.
Nasty. Showing glimpses again here in Season 11. And he is not afraid. He knows the limits of that hero. Hell, he won an MSC championship with it. So, of course, he'll know what he can do with it.
Oh, Light. Onto the angles and onto the hooks. What a great morning to start this game.
Y'all think that RSG in the early weeks were slow? How about this time around? Even Omega's starting to dance to their tempo. 3-3, almost 10 minutes in. No turrets pushed just yet.
Yeah, and I like it because it shows how cautious the teams have got, but not overly cautious. It's all calculated. You've seen them actually pull off plays and engagements, but teams aren't so eager anymore to go fight it all out. They really are biding their time. They're calculating, is this the best fight to take? Is this the best scenario for us? And even Omega right now, as they're starting off this Lord, they're still waiting for more information to fully commit into it.
Looks like both two teams have gone to a great reason. Look at the gold, not even getting high.
Yep. That's a wave
they found
on
H2.
bottom. There's a jump in, and the Bowser bites it. H2 as well. Stone with the feathered airstrike. Ryzen dancing around. RSG Slate are down 2 men. They're going to go ahead and make a beeline for this 10-minute Lord. They've been going for the pull so far, but now it's paid off.
Okay, it seems like Omega are going to be getting this Lord without a problem, and RSG immediately will trade it. Omega, now they decide to call it. They saw the 3 members of RSG up top, so it is a swap. A little bit more control top side, but a good call for RSG to just give up that attempt. With their jungler down, they go for towers instead, but that means Omega will convert into even more towers. The gold standard Kelra, 11th overall in total kills in MPL-PH history, surpassing Kyrie.
Wow.
Oh, did they steal it? Oh no, wait, at least off camera, we saw Ryzen go for the purple buff steal attempt. But H2 still got it.
Well, that's one thing that you need to look for. But looking at the items, Omega's on the lead right now, 2.3K.
Yeah,
is it showing right now against RSG?
Oh, already. That's what you want to see with your Beatrix. Already have the Hunter Strike BOD and the Malefic Roar. In terms of the item build up there, you see there is still already a Dreadnought armor. So the presence of Lewis with the other members of RSG will be great for reducing physical damage.
Oh,
the snipe!
Maximum range, everything. Eman didn't see that coming. Neither did we. But now they convert the MVP from MSC's death into a tier 2 take. RSG Slate, though, takes down the Lord. But it's too late. Omega is just pummeling on through these objectives. Bottom lane, tier 2 falls as well. Oh, and a defense. Their strike from Exhort. Stole that away from Stone. And just like that, leaving mid inhibitor at half health.
But just by looking at the purifies onto RSG, we're really having a problem on how to really counter the season in Omega. Right now, how do they counter the damage? Because in the defense, how is this in the department of RSG?
That means Exhort will have to look for the feathered airstrike for as long as possible because RSG, they don't have a lot of pokes. Their biggest or best poke here is actually the Iron Hook of the Franco, which almost got someone. But without it, Omega are still going to be still have free reign to just free hit the turret. H2 taking hits almost down.
Even the Fredrin hurts. His durability did not take any hits over the past patch, but Kelra has built to make it feel that way.
A gold standard. He's called a Filipino savage for a reason, and they're closing in to RSG's place and coming back from this game. Do we still have a checklist for the Raiders to come back here?
Get the feathered airstrike, poke out. Maybe if you can, get a hook, but then that's it. It's going to be hard for them.
Stretching out!
Oh, no.
No one home. It was used as a deterrent, but look at this. Nats dancing on around him. Gets hit by a stun. Looking for one. Hook misses. Feathered airstrike from Exhort as well. Pushing them out of the boundaries of their base. There's a taunt by Ace2. And a Appraiser's Wrath.
Wait.
Hit him, but not enough. Light very low. Here comes Kelra. Conceal play. Hooking him in, but Stone finishes the job. That's one down from RSG Slate.
Wait. How did they evade that Appraiser's Wrath from H2?
Oh, it was a combination of first Ryzen was able to use the ultimate to get on out of there just in time. And at the same time, Lewis as an Edith is more than happy with receiving that damage because that means that's more Wrath for the Edith.
Nats almost punished Stone, but he just got out of there. Thanks to that Purify.
It just goes to show as well how big the lead of Omega here is at this point. Here comes Miko charging it up. Does it commit it?
Nats is here. And H2 in the middle. Nats as well, the two chunkiest members of RSG. Fails to find anything.
Okay, so we have the defense department check for RSG. We have the items. How's Extort and Eman right now? Do they have a way to pin down, try to burst down the side of Omega?
I'm looking for more magic penetration and physical penetration here in RSGs. That's what they need more of at this point with the lead that Omega has. Until they get more magic and physical penetration, it's going to be a tough climb back for them. However, that's what the good thing about the kits of the carry with the true damage plus the Fredrin with the insane amount of damage after taking a lot of damage with the ultimate. That's the trade-off there. But I want to see at least a Divine Glaive on the hands of Exort.
A DG.
A DG.
I have a
Right
question.
there.
What's going on with Lewis' build? What is he on the way to? Is that possibly Feather of Heaven?
Yeah,
I'm curious.
That's usually the last item right now for Edith. It's all sustain, and then after that, immortality there in the end, or even before the immortality,
And then Feather.
you get the Feather of Heaven.
Oh, Nat's very low. A fourth of his health. Just tangoing with the Lord here. They push top lane. Are they going to shut down Kelra? The answer is no. He survives the takedown. Exort as well.
lives.
Gets a double. Takes down Light. 2K for Big K. And now H2 in trouble. Taunted on four. Made that a triple for Kelra. Eman's still standing. The only one left. RSG falls. Omega takes game 1.
The Standard and the Savage. Barangay takes another win up against RSG in game number 1.
Well, that's the Omega that Omega fans want to see. Contest early, fight early, build up early on. And man, that's what we saw after those 3 turtles. Great efforts by Ryzen to secure those turtles for Omega. They got to climb up really fast.
Gentlemen, this is the cleanest I've seen Omega all season.
Yes.
That was against a team like RSG, who day 1 in Season 11 was dubbed as one of the slower, more methodical teams. Omega's come a long way.
Yeah, and maybe they're more activated right now because they're sitting at rank, 5 or 6, and they want to climb back up. This is just a new change for Smart Omega, and how do you even deal with that amount of damage, closing everything against RSG?
And I think it happened. I'd hate to toot my own trumpet here, but a lot of these fights were almost non-fights. If anything, it was just Nats cutting on through, and then he's waiting. All right, fellas, Exort, Eman, where, when, how? And then Omega just walks away, and then just like, all right, we'll find you anyways.
Yeah, that's how they walked away.
It's right here, hey.
They heard you.
We're going to recalibrate for the side there of Omega. But yeah, for Omega here, it's also something with their movement. They look a little bit more confident, more sure of themselves, less hesitation in the map.
And it's a lot of movement.
Yeah, and calculated ones.
Constantly.
Man, I mean, from the drafting and how we talk things through this game, a new version of Smart Omega. We were just talking about how Stone amping up or becoming a better version of himself. I say the whole team right now is on a better stage on climbing back up.
That's a Farsa, by the way.
Oh, that's a Farsa. Okay.
Let's see how the Farsa flies. But Redmar, break things down a bit for game number 1. Smart Omega winning the game up against the Kings of C.
I think in the big picture story of it all, it's very obvious what happened there. Ryzen played out of his mind as thanks a lot being able to secure the turtles for the side of Omega. And Omega as a whole, a lot of confidence and a lot of quick movements coming in from Miko and Stone. This is what we've been looking for them from them this entire season. A lot more confidence and a lot more surety in terms of how they go around the map. And even though the Ren Show, one of the most experienced XP laners in the league, wasn't slotted on here for this fight, it didn't feel like it because Lewis, great timing, great hold, and great decision making. This young man looks like he's building himself a bright future here in MPL Philippines. And again, going back in terms of the story, very clear cut. If we look at it in a smaller scale, we already mentioned it, it's going to be a question of Hook versus Dive In. Hook versus Tyrant's Revenge. Who's going to set it off first? If RSG sets it off first, they get a pick off and then they'll convert it. If Omega sets it off first, they'll get a pick off and convert it. It became a question of who can convert more and who can convert faster. The answer for that series was Omega, coming from the Turtles and of course doing the signature Omega play of swapping the lanes immediately for Kelra in the second and or third turtle. They don't just park Kelra in the gold lane for as long as possible. Around the second or third turtle, they'll swap immediately if it looks like it'll be a more favorable matchup in the turtle to not have their marksman and to have their XP laner there instead. That switch, putting Lewis into that second turtle fight, meant that they have an extra source of control and of course crazy amount of damage coming in from the Edith, an extra sustaining body there to give a little bit more space for the Lancelot to secure that objective. A great game by Ryzen and the rest of Omega, and of course an MVP performance coming out from Kelro. We saw there near the end his highlights. His job, stay alive. Omega, you have to laud them for protecting Kelro there near the end. He got that triple kill because the rest of Omega did everything they could to make sure that Kelra would stay alive. He was able to time his dash and then the sniper shots just in time. He also landed some 2 crucial sniper shots in this game to ensure that Omega will get a kill and get an advantage in certain points of this game. As you see here, going back to the highlights, we saw there again. The first highlight was Light getting that. It was Light getting more hooks. Mika actually flew into a hook there. So we saw that if RSU were getting the hooks and they were the ones setting it up, then Omega will have a lot to worry about. But in some certain areas, I think you also got to see here the preparation that Omega showed up. In the scenarios where it looked like it was great game sense by Light to hook into a shrub, if you not knowing if there was going to be a player there, it seemed like Omega was always a step ahead of where Light would want to position, where H2 would want to position, where the entirety of RSU would want to position in key areas. In that Lord fight, H2 got picked off because if you look back at the previous matches, that's one key area that H2 would go to as a jungler, as a tanky jungler. Hold that mid, knowing that he has a chance to escape and sustain damage and get out. But in that scenario, he wasn't able to get out. Omega were ready because they knew there was going to be a member of RSG there. So looking back at the keys to victory, let's look at the checklist. Don't give Harris, shut down Keller. He didn't get to shut down Keller, RSG. Draft high sustained carries to outlast team fights. We didn't get to see a lot of that, but it is a good amount of sustain there. Get more frontline heroes for your carries to output max damage. RSG had that, or Omega had that in spades. They front-loaded the front line so that their back line, Kelro, would get the MVP and a lot more space for himself. Now, gentlemen, what is this?
I'm Eman.
I'm Kelro. I'm out of the loop. Is that
I'm
the
Kelro.
Just doing the
I'm a standard.
I'm the gold standard.
And a savage. Well, talking about that, how do you even compensate the damage? We were talking how the CZs would actually be a problem, but in that way of experiencing the game of today, guys, we're inviting you to experience it right now in MPL Philippines. The action, watch the action live. Buy your tickets at tickettome.net with the ticket price at 100 pesos. It's all affordable, and don't get, scam with scalpers out there. Go with tickettome.net and just secure your way in watching this live.
We don't deal with scalpers.
No.
Yeah,
we don't.
No scalpers.
Francis, you were talking about how damage might be lacking and how that's an implied effect. You want to join in? All right, here. All right, thank you. All right. So how that might be a thing, I'm guessing to even talk about that, the engagement is paramount here. Maybe deal with the whole Miko Light situation first.
Yeah, because as you said, there were no team fights for the side of RSG if they can continue to slow down. But right now, let's throw it over to Mara Aquino. What do you have for us right now as we enter game number 2?
Kasama natin dito ang mga malulupit na fans ng MPL. And ladies and gentlemen, we are graced by the presence of the Hall of Legends inductee Jack Nu! Hi! Kamusta? Ba't ayaw mo tumingin sa akin? Tingin ka muna sa akin. Okay, sinong kasama mo ngayon, Jack Nu?
Ako lang.
Ikaw lang? Ay, bakit? Anong nangyari? Ba't wala kang kasama? Usually may kasama ka. Maganda, singkit.
Sanay na ako mag-isa eh.
Oo, sanay mag-isa. Bakit? Okay. Sige na nga, move on to next topic. Bakit nandito ka ngayon, Jack Nu?
Pinapunta ako eh.
Ay, pinapunta. Kasi pinapunta siya out of all the days. Sige, what are you doing right now? Anong pinagkakaabalahan mo ngayon? Ba't wala ka kasi sa MPL? Ba't wala ka sa MPL?
Tumanda ako eh.
Okay. Anong ginagawa mo during your free time ngayon? Pinagkakaabalahan mo?
Binibilang ko balahibo ng pusa ko.
Binibilang. Ilan na ang pusa ni Chaknu?
Dalawa.
Nag-ML ka naman.
Medyo.
Okay, ano yung latest hero na ginagamit mo?
Panel na ako, Ako napapalit kay Ryzen.
Oh, okay. Okay, pag-usapan natin yung laban ngayon. Anong masasabi mo sa performance ng Smart Omega?
Magaling. Idol.
Magaling. Anong nagustuhan mo sa ginawa nila kanina?
Yung pagkapanalo nila.
Siyempre! Oh, eto, alam mo ba, it's so hard to fill your shoes, ha? Anong sapatos mo ngayon? So hard to fill your shoes, ha? What can you say about performance ni Miko?
Ano?
Yung performance ni Miko, anong masasabi mo?
Magaling, Kuha niya yung kupra ko.
Ano ba, bago mag-umpisa yung laban kasi nakita ko, nandun ka sa room nila. Ano yung mga sinasabi mo sa dati mong teammates?
Wala.
Anong ginawa mo sa likod?
Para sa entrance.
Para sa entrance. So, agree ka na yung presence mo dito
Dami.
sa MPL, kahit sa entrance lang, ang lakas pa rin ng dating mo. Okay, sino sa tingin mo, Chaknu, ang pinakamalakas ngayon sa Season 11?
Omega, malakas yan.
Omega. Okay. Bakit palaging ganon, Chaknu? Sa first half, palaging niloloko tayo ng Omega na kunyari, kumakapa pa lang, tapos pataas na sila second half. Bakit palaging ganon yung Omega?
Ano yan? Papabugbog lang sa una yan, bida kasi yan.
Ayun. Ang bira, nagpapabugbog lang sa umpisa. Sige nga. Let's say, ang Smart Omega nasa Grand Finals. Sino sa tingin mo yung makakaharap nila?
Sino ba? Ito na lang yung kalaban nila.
Ito na lang. Sige na. Ano na yung kalaban nila? Sila na magtapat. Sila magtapat sa Grand Finals. Okay. So, now, pupunta tayo sa game number 2. Ano sa tingin mo yung adjustments na gagawin ng RSG?
Hindi ko alam sa kanila eh. Basta, tapusin na nila.
Tapusin na. Okay. Ano sa tingin mo naman ang dapat gawin ng Omega para mas-sweep ang RSG?
Ayun, dapat nila akong isali.
Dapat sila isali. Okay, balik na tayo sa game number 2. Pasa muna sa casters. Kunyari, ikaw ako.
Sa inyo na, casters.
Sa inyo na.
Thank you so much, Mara Aquino and Chaknu. You are a natural. Still the same guy back in the season. How this league started to go back. For those of you who are wondering, where is Chak Mamba before the season? He was back at home counting his cat's fur, and that's how he went productive.
Dude, off-season Chaknu hits different. Like, he's telling us more stories, but it's just the same charm that he has.
How are you both so confident yet still so shy at the same time? I don't know how to explain it. It's Chaknu. It's classic Chaknu.
And he's here just to support the team because he was told.
Yeah.
Just to be here and be in the entrance, into the context on how he wanted to prove himself again. Well, he wants to replace Ryzen.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's possible.
If there's any nugget of wisdom here, it's a 50-50. Because again, sometimes Chaknu will say things and you'll take it as a joke, but what if, right? What if? What if he's been dusting off his fanny? What if he's been working on his Fredrin? What if he's trying these Martis builds out, right?
Oh, God.
Who's to say?
Chaknu heard tanks a lot and went, hey, I think I could do that.
Yeah. But one thing that was touched by, he said that he got, Miko got his Kufra moves.
Yes.
Yeah.
Amazing from a blessing from one of the Hall of Legends inductee, Chak Mamba, with his signature pick. Now going to the draft. We're back again. It's Smart Omega on to the first pick this time.
All I can say for this draft is, if I'm RSG, I want to make sure that I have someone in the XP lane who can dive the back line.
Well, speaking of making sure, we've thought about how fleeting time is banned in using into this game. Again, both of these two teams have agreed to not use it. And again, if they used because there's a violation for exploiting the fleeting time bug. So for an instance, you use it, you have a verbal warning. Second, you have a for the second instance you've used it, you have a loss of side selection, and for the third one, you have an automatic match loss. Reminder, fleeting time is banned until further notice. The item can't be used in our matches, but everything's good because our teams today have been informed beforehand and all agreed to not use them in this match.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the reasons why Kaja might not make an appearance this weekend, because of how fleeting time is so linked to the identity of being able to play a Kaja. Anyone who plays a Kaja this weekend, they'll have to get used to not playing it with the fleeting time. So now let's head on to the draft, and I like these adjustments by Omega. They still don't want to give the R-Lot to the side of RSG.
Yep.
You're taking away a strong explainer who can dive and dish out a lot of control. And most importantly, because a pick like Kaja has freed up, potentially, if teams are less wary of that Kaja pick, they banned out the Melissa. And knowing that that's a favorite pick for a lot of teams now this season who have Melissa in their hero pools, that's usually one of the first two picks on the red side.
And they're only able to do this because the 1-1 was RSG's first ban.
Yeah.
And by doing this whole Arla thing again, it's the same gambit from red side, but now all the more efficient because you're blue side. You can dictate the pace.
Well, that's how you do it. And if you're the last pick, you counter everything. And now, how smart Omega goes with the first pick? Will they prioritize? Will it be Fredrin again?
If it's not going to be the Fredrin or the Valentina, maybe even the Glue might be an alright first pick here for Omega, but that means Nats will be happy facing the Glue with his Lapu Lapu, but it's not. They first pick the Beatrix?
Okay, so
that's the first. Is that the first for the first pick Beatrix on blue?
Yes.
Yes, and it's Smart Omega.
Well, that just goes to show he's feeling it right now, but RSG, they can go ahead and take away, steal away the Fredrin, pick up their Explainer right away. I think this is just the smiles and the look of Omega. I feel like it's them saying, oh, they didn't expect this. No one expected this from us.
Y'all didn't see that coming.
Yeah, y'all didn't see that coming. If I'm RSG here, I want them to follow that third key to victory. Make sure you get more frontliners, and especially frontliners who can dive and access the bank line. You need more reach. So there's a lot of reach in the Lancelot and the Kadita.
Oh,
we just mentioned dive, so they went ahead and pick up dive.
They gave the Kadita to the Kadita god, basically. Legends speak of him holding top global Kadita for 6 months straight.
Just imagine that, being how you ranked up into the global state. Oh.
Yeah. Exort had one Kadita game in NPL Philippines Season 9, and after that, it was never given to RSG Philippines that season every time Exort would be playing. Oh. Let's see if the Gambit will work out here for Omega.
Homie grew gills just playing Kadita that long. Lives and breeds rough waves.
That's why he gets along with H2.
Well, yeah, that's water.
Makes sense.
That's water and that's dive for you.
But this is interesting because Omega, it seems like they're not worried about it. They still pick up an even. Usually, when teams are up against a Kadita, they don't like picking things up like such as a Farsa and or an Eve. So, Stome here, I bet he's feeling it. It's like a signal that he's confident that he won't get caught out by rough waves.
Doesn't stop him. It's the burst that you're afraid of, but you're not going to get displaced.
Yeah, you won't get displaced. Well, it sort of interrupts the cast. Like, you can't press the Starfield, but you will still get damage. But it won't cancel it.
You can swipe again.
Yeah, after like a time being. Because that's an interesting thing with Starfield. Instead of interrupting the cast as a whole, it just interrupts your ability to press on the grid.
Oh yeah, it makes like a silence type of way.
Yeah, like a mini silence in a way.
Right?
Yeah.
Hey, but if it's Stome who's doing it, I think they understand what they're getting into.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
This makes sense.
Yeah, so that means Omega they need even more peel here. Because it can't just be the Cho.
Yeah.
But it's good that they picked up the Cho this early on because now even the Claude has to worry about it. And I think Omega foresaw that the Claude will get picked up right away. They banned the Hayabusa. I mean, yeah, there's no way they could have slotted it in for themselves. So they're just now taking away heroes that Ryzen can pick up.
Yeah, we've gone this far without Fredrin.
Yeah. Actually, RSG slayed my ban out of the Fredrin, as our last man.
For the last choice?
Yeah.
Yes.
Still
on the XP lane. We've seen Nats onto the use of Esmeralda and didn't work out in game number 1. So it says that even for the kill participation, he was needed the most in the front line.
Yeah.
So maybe there's a switch for RSG to use for the hero of Naths.
Yeah. I still want to see them. They can still slot in a Benedetta here, but then they'll need a bit more hard crowd control. So Fredrin is going to be open in this game. As the Akai was the preferred ban of RSG slate. Makes sense. The entries of RSG could easily have been disrupted by a heavy spin.
Yeah. All three of the picks already can get to the gold standard, so I think they're fine.
Yeah. So what's Omega gonna ban out here? Might end up becoming a respect ban for Nats. Either that or they'll take away a roamer option. Are Ruby still open for Light to pick up?
And he was amazing in that Ruby back in their games.
Yeah. It's not gonna be the Ruby, it's gonna be the Grok instead.
Okay. No penetration in the back lines, so Grok.
Taking away someone who can avoid control abilities
Kufra,
and just dive in.
Kufra, Franco are still out there too.
Yeah.
All are pretty solid stopping the Cho, but I don't like Franco into Eve, but you know.
Yeah, it's quite difficult.
Que será?
So
let's see how they balance it out for RSG. So if we are for Kadita, it could be the Rome now. So what's the EXP left for the choices of Nath? So
still has a Yuzhong and the Benedetta.
okay.
They're still willing to pick up the Kaja. He has to be careful with the itemization, though. He cannot build fleeting time.
He could go hybrid if he wants to, but that affects everything in terms of cooldown.
Yeah, he can still rush Dominance Ice and then just build more cooldown reduction items.
Yeah,
so
just naturally get to the 40.
yeah, so we might see a Kaja with like Oracle, maybe even Brute Force. So those are the items we'll be looking at.
We've got folks coming in from down under.
Yeah.
Just to watch MPL Philippines Season 11 live. Welcome to the Shooting Gallery Studios.
Finally, there's Fredrin.
Still on the last phase of Smart Omega. It seems to be unlikely, but yeah, they make it work.
Who would have thought? But we've seen Fredrin as one of the last picks in a draft this
What's
season.
Lewis playing?
EXP?
Oh, still an Edith. He's feeling it right now.
Okay, so still the same thing. So what's left for RSG now? They don't have something for... well,
it's Nats.
Paquito, Esmeralda.
Yeah.
I don't think of Esmeralda.
They can force the Esme. She was good game one.
The thing is, they don't have an anchor in their lineup. Their lineup has damage, has pickoff.
It's everywhere.
It's everywhere.
Okay. Back into Yuzhong.
Yeah, so they rounded out with a Yuzhong. It's going to be a tough game for RSG.
Still no anchor.
Yeah, still no anchor.
But this does make them more... I don't know, they have a better flow. Like, team fights don't have to happen in a certain area.
Yeah.
Like, they can... No box, it's no zone.
Yeah, it feels like, though, that this could be a lineup wherein they will win the game because they shut down Miko and or Stone around the middle area with the Kaja and Kadita.
It's going to take a lot of synchronization, a lot of communication.
Yeah.
Well, let's see how the Pandamentals activates for this match, because if you guys talking about how Game 1 was a big of a problem for RSG, they were lacking on how to start the game, and they could be dependent on pickoffs. And with this, knowing RSG, they still want to do it again, and they know what their strengths are.
Yep, and their strengths are going to be skirmishes. If in Game 1 we foresaw that a lot of these fights might not even be fights, a lot of non-fight engagements, here expect RSG slate to go for just scrambles, pickoffs left and right. And then team fights might even extend from, like, let's say, orange into the river, orange into the purple. Like, that's how I see RSG's lineup performing.
Extending, delaying. Let's see how the Raiders work up against this game number 2. Let's see Smart Omega's way of dealing with this. They still have one great way in terms of team fight, but RSG just showing pure confidence with Light picking up the Kaja.
Okay, so RSG has a double Petrify, so their pick-off-centric type of gameplay might actually be, they can actually pull it off here. And hopefully RSG actually took notes from BREN versus Omega from last week, because Omega also fielded a lineup that had a very strong box, had a very strong idea of team fighting. What BREN did was just avoid team fighting and just play all over the map, focus on the gold lane, try to put pressure there. So if RSG can sort of replicate that, fight unorthodox, sort of like guerrilla warfare style, go to a lane, play fast. If you can't get the pick off, get on out of there. It might work out for RSG.
And it seems like they learned from Game 1. Remember around the minute mark, they tried to pressure Kelra. I think they understood now that that's a no-go. Like, it's not a very good strat.
Not a good case.
The gold standard doesn't rattle easily.
Yeah, and he knows what he's capable of, and he just commented.
Oh, Phantom Execution coming in from H2. Forcing out a flicker from Lewis.
Okay. Force out resources here from RSG Slate Philippines. Let's see down bottom what's happening.
Oh, Ryzen. It's a knock-up on the light. That card just still at level 2. They go ahead, leave the gold laners.
I won't be surprised if RSG, well, actually, they're doing everything they can to get more control into the first turtle of the game. So you see Nats actually clearing the X-Plane as quickly as he can and immediately positioning around the turtle. Nats is already there. It's 3 versus 2 right now in favor of Omega in this turtle.
Nico gets the flank, hiding in that bush. Gonna spend this Cyclone Eye, make sure no one walks away safe. Gets a few G-Kundos in. And Shunpo, Ryzen, just going ahead with his turtle dance. There's a Crystal Void set in by Stone. Turtle at half health. Who's going to get it? It's a 4v4 here.
Ooh.
There's RWM, the Black Dragon form. Who's going to take it? It's H2 with the Retribution. With Nats pushing away. The rest is Smart Omega. Lewis with the Primal form. And the ult. Eli's going to bite it. Forcing out the flicker, but Lewis falls first.
What an engagement there by RSG. We thought that they were going to get punished, but it seems like RSG were ready to answer right away the moment that real-world manipulation went down. Yes, 2 members were immobilized, but they knew the strength of their abilities. Nats flying in, H2 going in as well with the Phantom Execution, and Turtle secure. Good call there by RSG to not give up that fight.
And Nats not showing an up early, and they get that Retribution fight in, because in that point, H was a bit of, well, an inch, micro-inch away of losing that damage in.
Could have been literally Ryzen's, especially given the HP difference between a Lancelot and a Fredrin early on. But yeah, that first win, that big win by RSG Slate might actually set the pace here. I could have sworn it was Omega's Turtle too.
Yeah, the start of the real manipulation, it's a great
almost
entrance
perfect
on how to make RSG move. Like, what's your next move? Because you have the slow, you have the capture, and the damage was not showing yet for Smart Omega, and they just used it against him.
Oh, now it's Miko putting up a barricade here, making sure that RSG Slate don't cross too far out. Up top! Nats gets taken out. That's 2v1? Lewis won that 2v1?
It initially started off as a 1v1, but then Exort tried to go there and help out Nats.
But Lewis still won.
Yeah, but Lewis still won.
I think we're underplaying the fact that Lewis won a 2v1.
Ah, that's true.
In an Edith, yeah. Amazing.
All right, so what is that thing that we say that when the Edith gets her ult in, you just walk away, right?
Yeah, you
Nats didn't walk away.
No, he did not. And he knew that they could actually be a counter for that, but look. Oh, up in the middle lane. We're still seeing a bit of a progress here, but in terms of goal, there's nothing being too far from Smart Omega.
All right, H2 spends a few punctures there, but Storm catches him out. Miko goes ahead, helps Ryzen get this pull in. Nat's going to take care of that wave down bottom. Turtle, 3/4 of its health, approaching a half health. H2 in light, trying to go for the flank. Ryzen just adjusting his pull as well. Yep. Look at Miko. Stone, watch him. He has the RWM here. It's a 4v3. Look at Lewis. H2 still gets it. And there's a pull. DJ on to Ryzen. Nats takes him out. And Miko walks away. Oh, man. That's the second turtle straight for RSG.
And they are awake. How they managed to pull through, they just keep on waiting. They know that they were not using the disadvantage of not having a good team fight setup, and they just wait for Omega to just turn the tides.
Yeah, Omega didn't have middle minion wave control there. Stone was busy clearing up mid. It was a questionable decision for me as to why Omega would pursue that. They already felt it in game number 1 that as long as Nats can Dragon, as long as H2 can Phantom Execution in, there's a good chance RSG will be able to contest that well, and RSG did. Omega need to pay a little bit more respect here to the ability kits of the heroes that RSG selected.
Oh, man, it's not even the whole guerrilla warfare thing. Like, they're doing it right in their face.
Yeah.
Right. Oh! All right, not the second time round, all right? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, not gonna happen.
Exhort on this Kadata, how he rotates around. Now, they're playing what you said earlier, Leo, the macro game that they wanted to do up against Smart Omega, and it's just showing how Omega's so pressured to respond in these kinds of team fights.
Yep, it seemed like they got too comfy with the whole box situation, but wait. Conceal play, who are they gonna find? No one home.
On home right now in RSG. able to get out of there scot-free. 35 seconds until the next turtle. Omega needs to readjust their approach into this fight. They have to watch out for Nasus Yuzhong because that's an integral part of the team fighting for RSG around the turtles. Nats goes in, and then Light follows after. It's not Light initiating. It's Nats. But here comes Light with the conceal play. I think Miko and Keller actually saw RSG, so they will back off.
They felt it.
He spotted Light. He knows, but does he know that Exort is with him?
Now he knows.
All right. Hi, Dexter. How you doing?
Saying hi and hello. But in terms of damage, look at this.
Speaking of Dexter, Claude and him, in the hands of Eman, are putting on a lot of damage, taking down the tier 1 up top.
I see Light is playing the spooky surprise. Look at how he did up against Black as International.
Spooky surprise?
Yeah, on the Lolita, and how he managed to rotate everything. It's scary how he managed to pull through.
Yeah. Well, Omega right now, they look spooked, honestly. Like, after those initial 2 turtles, like, all the momentum that Omega built up after a hot game number 1 was just immediately quenched or squelched by RSG Slate.
Squelched.
Yeah.
That's the word.
Yeah.
7 minutes and a half in. Kelra, not much action from him, actually. This is weird. But also, we've seen this before.
Yeah.
We're waiting for Kelra to do something. I guess that's what one thing Omega's holding out for.
Yeah, they need damage, but
get this.
taunted.
Oh, an 8th of its health. Omega fails to get the Lord once more. It goes over to RSG Slate.
Oh,
3 turtles, Renmar. Is this still RSG's way of pushing through against Smart Omega?
Oh, hell yeah, this is what happened to them in game number 1. This time it's their turn. Miko going in.
Looking for a kick, finds Light, and there's a knock up to 3. Kadita on Exort. Exort and Kadita. He gets a double, and Omega are left reeling.
Oh, Omega are feeling the once top global Kadita. Exort's 3-man knockup was huge. Omega started that out, but they're the ones who got punished. My goodness, RSG Slate waking up, and that is a rush on damage from the Kadita of Exort. Genius one straight into a Divine Glaive.
That's an early DG.
Early DG. And
Talking
you can
about
feel it.
adrenaline going through the face of RSG. The reason that they want from game number 1's loss. Exort, he's mad and he's ready, and he's just waiting. He's just waiting for Smart Omega to use all those resources.
Yeah, and it's interesting because Stone knows he's up against a Kadita. Again, players who are playing Eve up against a Kadita will think more cautiously. Stone's first item is an Athena shield. He was forced to rush it. He built up a bit of lifesteal, a bit of magic damage for himself, but not much. He can't build it into an Ice Queen wand. He was forced to build an Athena shield.
That's weird. I mean, think about all the times that players like Hoon from NACT and the Ohio Brothers would build a first item Brute Force Breastplate. Now, fam, how about a first item Athena shield?
It's very defensive. He's not going to get any cooldown out of that. He'll get health. It really is just like him thinking about the Kadita, which begs the question, if you knew you were going to go up against a Kadita and all the pieces you're going to give up, why the Eve? We don't feel it right now, but at the same time, I feel like it's also kudos to RSG. They are playing around this Eve well. The idea of the Eve, they're not giving Omega those good looks that Omega would want, other than that first turtle of the game.
This is the unorthodox episodes of Smart Omega that they believe in. So this could be something that it could turn out good or turn out bad. But it's a problem on how Exort not having a single death and evading everything.
Oh wow, I didn't notice. Yeah, Exort is sitting on 4-0-1, folks. He's been there for all of RSG Slate's kills so far in this 10-minute game.
Yeah, he's been waiting. He's been biding his time. He's been very patient. And it's the counterplay. Knowing that there's so many initiators on the side of RSG, Exort doesn't need to initiate. He waits, and he will just follow up when needed.
Well, still a game of chicken. But the good side is with RSG. And
Light goes ahead, flickers in, Miko gets kicked, and now that's a takedown. Kelra gets his first kill in game 2, and that's a man down from RSG Slate. I wonder what Omega's gonna do with this advantage. Oh, H2 takes down the Lord, but Kelra gets 2K. Emma takes on Ryzen on the swing back. Let's see. And there's a Earth Shatter and onward. Can they take down Eman? There's a knockup. Lewis takes down the MSC MVP. And just like that, Omega's on the board. But RSG summons the Lord.
And just by getting that way of outlast or outplaying RSG on making the move first, Barangay hits them back hard in this state of the game.
Good call there by Omega to immediately go for the counterplay. They knew it was already a big loss, so they tried to minimize it, make sure they took down the marksman of RSG so that they can make this Lord push a little bit more bearable for themselves. That was a great call by Omega to force that. RSG did not expect it coming. As we look at the items right now, already have to watch out for the Wind of Nature on Kelra's Beatrix. So he sacrificed a bit of the damage he can get from that Hunter Strike. Now he has a little bit more survivability. Still on the way to the Wind of Nature is Eman on the side of RSG.
So that's a pressure point. Maybe Omega can actually just try to find Eman all the more, but that's easier said than done, folks. Easier said than done. The Lord is still alive here, just under half health. I wonder. There's the Bakunawa, summoned by Nats. Not gonna do much with it.
Scarier Black Dragon form. We have 2 Petrifies in the side of RSG. It's one thing to say that's really true of Smart Omega. Yup, they infiltrate, they penetrate. You get stuck with a skill set of RSG that you can even be pinned down or bursted down. So with this, they need to have a good amount of defense if they want to penetrate the enemy lines.
Yeah, and if Omega want to come back out of this, they'll have to do it out of pickoffs, have to do it out of just finding a member or two of RSG gone, and most importantly, after they get that pickoff, they just have to watch out for the re-entry of Nas, Eman, and or Exort. You have 2 Petrifies that you're up against. And now, Eman also has a Wind of Nature, so the moment they see Eman, they have to be careful with how much damage they're going to try to dish out with him physically, because if that Wind of Nature usage is going to be crucial here for the 2 marksmen. The timing of that might be the make or break here for these 2 teams.
And that's what sucks. I mean, how often is Stone going to be able to find Eman like that? Right? And he's your only source of magic damage here from Omega. And he just picked up his Brute Force Breastplate. So here, 13 minutes into Game 2, he's still in survival mode. He's still thinking defensively.
Yeah, Eman has to watch out for Stone, but as well as Lewis. Once he is in the out of mech form, here comes RSG.
Oh, H2, Light gets the pull. The Garuda gets his man, but it's a Serena who's going to get the kill. Lewis already down, courtesy of Exort. Here comes the Bakunawa. Nas dancing in round 3. Miko going to welcome him into loving arms, and there's the RWM. Oh, already a blazing duet from Eman. No one home. Not going to get a kill. And just like that, they're able to push back RSG. Damage control.
Lewis for the casualty and a push for RSG. They know how to time their way of being counterplayed. And this is the open window of Miko now to have a counter punish. But they're lacking Lewis here. They still have 4 seconds to go, but they need to take this objective.
Yeah, RSG gonna rush this, almost halfway through for the Lord. Members of RSG sending back the members of Omega. Are they gonna full commit to this? Omega back off. That is gonna be the second Lord of the game going to the hands of RSG Slate Philippines.
Yep, they just accepted the fact that, guys, we're gonna have to hunker down. We lost the early, we lost the mid. Let's just resolve to commit to defending here. We're gonna be fine. Luckily, they have the Eve, which is... All right, what is that? What is he building here?
The Brute Force and something with mana.
Is he gonna eventually turn that into an enchanted talisman for himself? Barely any damage on this Eve. Again, because of the presence of Kadita now, the lead that RSG built on that dive, he had to build more sustain. And now he's just, it's more of just like a utility Eve. Your job now is to just slow and trap them.
Yeah, and no
utility Eve.
Utility Eve, yes.
Sorry.
Utility by Leo Cast 2023.
No, good, man. Once it's there, you take it.
All right.
Yeah, take that chance.
But that makes sense because he is on Impure Rage. How do you work it out with this?
Oh, here comes Nats. They're forcing out an answer. The inhibitor falls.
Oh,
Here comes Light, pulling in Lewis, and Lewis is down. That's one away from Smart Omega. Kelra with the ult, just rattling on through. That's a defense, but at the cost of their XP laner.
And Miko was just waiting down on that bush just in case he could capture H2.
Oh, Eman trading blows with Stome, and Stome understands this is not my fight.
They need to calculate more on their entrance here. 2 Petrify still up. A lot of CCs for RSG. And they want to have this base damage here inside of Smart Omega.
Oh, they're really going for it.
Conceal play and the kick, but the other way around. Nat survives.
Oh, what a petrify there by Nas. It made sure that he that's what stopped him from getting kicked to the other members of Omega. And with that, now the members of OMG are going to try to find something light, though almost down. They couldn't pop their mortality.
Ooh! And the Phantom Execution by H2, disincentivizing any further engagements. Omega, walk away.
Still buying time. Barangay is still buying time with that way of forcing out the Petrify onto Nats. Trims down one of the problems that they need to face in terms of team fight. Let's see how Kelra manages to pull through with the items. Is it still enough now to penetrate RSG's lead?
Oh, that Beatrix is already full built, but also is the marksman of RSG. And because Eman also built up a Radiant Armor for himself, means that he'll be even receiving less damage from that Eve, but also from that Edith and the outside of her mech. So Eman already has his bases covered. RSG just need to execute this honestly. It'll be difficult for them to mess this up, but they still have to be careful.
That's one thing that Smart Omega needs to worry about. The RSG is forcing a game number 3 with the lead that they have right now in terms of the damage here. They're looking for the Raiders to commit a mistake, and they're buying more ways to get back on those items because they need more chances here in team fights and pressuring the Raiders.
I'm wondering what Stone is planning. If I'm not mistaken, his next item might actually be a glowing wand or a genius wand, one or the other.
One of the wands.
One of the wands.
I would prefer
There
it is a glowing one.
It's the G-dubs.
Okay. Yeah, and I would prefer it at this point because instead of just reducing the magic defense per hit, he's dealing burn damage plus increasing the magic damage taken.
Yep, and it's HP based. It's HP based. There's a lot of big chunky boys.
Yeah.
So you have slow and you have scorch power because inside of RSG, there's a lot of people who has a lot of HP.
Massive conceal play. Miko
he
has a few targets. Kenny, Light pulls him in. Eman bursts him down. That's it. Nats trying to punish Omega for being a little too deep. And just like that, Kelra might get his first death. Nope. After doing the wind chant, he goes in. And there's a knock-up. RWM into the ult. Exort goes down. Lose here. Just swiping away. Oh, now that's it. RSG still gets this Lord. It's a Evolved Lord. And Eman survived, but just barely. Omega, signs of life, but not quite yet.
You heard that crowd react, and that's how damage right now with Kelra. A trade of 2-1, but they can they still hold it against RSG?
Oh, Lewis, the good kid with a great play. That knock-up turned what could have been a wipeout for Omega into a little bit of breathing room. A sign of hope, but it is undeniable. RSG still in control here of this game. The Lord marching in, a 9.2k gold lead. Good thing news for Omega is starting to get they got a lot more items to answer, but now here comes Nats flying in.
Oh no, BDF coming through. That's the last inhibitor taken down. Omega are gonna have to defend with all their heart, but again, luckily Exort's not here yet. They go ahead, slay this Lord. Barangay Omega still breathing.
Yeah, they've dived in so much and they need room to breathe and get back up the surface. With this gold lead, it's just not getting good for Barangay Omega. And even for the damages, how do you catch something right now, and that is Exort?
Yeah, no, the rest of... Actually, now that you mention it, Francis, RSG Slate, they're so slippery. All of them.
You got a Black Dragon form to get away. You got the BMI from the Claw, the Swim. Literally, I think the easiest target is probably Light, but still that in itself can be quite difficult
Check it out.
to catch.
Conceal here by Miko, forcing Nats to go into the BDF.
Oh, Omega need to back off.
Anyone home? They find him, and there's a knock-up. Forcing an RWM from Stone. Nats here at less than half health. Kelra gonna try to take him down. Immortality pop, but Kelra gets taken down in the process. And just like that, RSG later gonna be punishing Smart Omega. It's just 4 defenders here. The Filipino Savage, the Golden Standard, not gonna be able to share the burden of defending. All 5 members of RSG Slate. Oh, they're thinking twice about it. They're not gonna force the issue, are they? Could be the end here. That's very low health. The base is gonna crumble. We're going to game 3. RSG take game 2.
Nobody's going home with a sweep today. It's just the battle of RSG and Smart Omega. Going toe-to-toe with the actions of the day. This is something that they needed to look at. RSG with the reasons coming in from the loss of game number 1 manages to get back off safely for game number 3.
Again, one of the biggest reasons why RSG Slate lost game number 1 was because they lacked backline access and dive to reach Kelra. Here in game number 2, they overloaded backline access and dive, and it just threw Omega off of their game.
It's all dive, it's all dashes, it's all just Kelra. And I guess that's why Kelra played so safely.
Yeah.
And why Stone built a utilitive. I guess they were not expecting that. I think Omega was just like, okay, if Stone can deal damage, we should be fine. Because he was what? The only damage dealer magic-wise, save for maybe Edith, save for Lewis, but
it's not enough. We were talking about even with an Impure Age. Again, the basics of how she fundamentally works was lacking inside of Smart Omega.
Needed to swipe more. Just
more swipes, that box. And yeah, it's like Omega felt again what they went up against BREN. They drafted a lineup that wanted to fight a certain way. They got it the first time around, but then they were up against a lineup that just ignored it.
And we were questioning on how RSG's lineup could have an anchor. Well, we have answers to everything right now. It's the Raiders. We're forcing and to watch. We're going to watch game number 3 right now. Renmar, break it down.
All right. First pick, Beatrix. Second pick, Eve. Very interesting this time to do that. This time in MPL Philippines Season 11. Of course, Eve has fallen out. She has her usages. But the times we've seen Eve won this season is because she was picked as one of the last picks in the draft because you don't have to worry about things like a Kadita around, a Yuzhong, or a Kaja even. So the fact that Omega bravely showed their cards seems it just didn't work out for them. It was a gamble, and RSG denied it incredibly well. The first 2 picks they had were the Lancelot and the Kadita. Very brave of Omega to pick up the Eve right after that. Those 2 alone is a signal that, oh, I should not pick Eve, but they probably had something cooked up here, but RG just never gave it. Again, the lineup of Omega on paper, it did look good in the sense that, oh, objective-wise, yeah, it's going to be great, but then the last pick of RSG on the Yuzhong just went, oh, this is going to be a bad time for Omega. And yes, we go back to the first turtle fight of the game wherein Omega got the positioning they wanted. It looked like that was the picture that they wanted in terms of their team fights, but RSG just denied it with a synchronized entry. Nas Black Dragon form, H2 Phantom Execution Retribution so that he'll be able to get the turtle. He did that 3 times in a row. Omega could not get the turtles here. Ryzen had a tough time because of all the things he was trying to avoid. And so we go back to the key principle for RSG. When you're up against a lineup that wants to team fight and have a certain idea of how to team fight, you build a lineup with a great amount of disruption. Who's great for disruption? Who is one of the heroes banned out a lot this season? The Kadita is. A 6-2-3 and MVP performance by Exort. And add in the fact that it was the double Petrify combination. We were sort of like given a flashback to IESF when the Seaball team was dismantled by this combination of a Yu Zhong and a Kadita together. Double Petrify Dive Knockup combination against a lineup that wants to fight as 4 as 5 in a box, in a specific zone, in the major objectives of the game around the real-world manipulation. RSG just utilized that idea really well. And that's how their lineup was just rounded out. Honestly, they could have still picked up a Benedetta with a Petrify and it still would have been the same thing, but having the Yu Zhong instead also, it just worked out really, really well. And great itemization here by Light. Of course, with the fleeting time gone, he reorganized his priorities. Instead of rushing Dominance Ice into fleeting time, he actually went Brute Force Breastplate into Oracle. So that in itself already gives you a good amount of cooldown reduction. At the same time, as the team fight goes on, he's stacking up defense with the Brute Force Breastplate. And of course, he is sustaining himself a little bit with the life regen that he gets with his first skill. And then, of course, added on to that with the self-regen increase coming in from the Oracle. And RSG, they just played this game incredibly well. Omega, very obvious what they wanted to do. RSG answered that in the draft, and then RSG answered that in the game. This is one of the reasons why Eve has fallen out of favor for teams and why she's usually picked up as one of the last picks. Some of the top picks so far this season just counter an Eve playstyle really well.
Well, we've seen how RSG Slate Philippines managed to even pressure Smart Omega using that way of rotate Exort and Light, and this something tells you from the first item that that the Eve built with Athena Shield. They were forced to their knees to be act or to defend more well defensively.
It's basically using a katana with the sheath in and then just whacking away, right? I mean, a sword is a sword, but it can only do so much.
Yeah, and a lot of things were underutilized because of the mere fact that the early game wasn't in favor of Smart Omega and the damage wasn't really enough, and the lead was so too far of a gap, and they were not forced even to act on anything. And that's one problem with Smart Omega right now. What seemed to be a bit of a problem there on how they managed to, or how RSG managed to do it, right? But while we head on to game number 3, let's throw it over to Mara for our next interviewee for this match.
Here with the crowd, at isa lang talaga yung masasabi ko, iba ang buff ng isang player kapag may isang very supportive girlfriend. Here with us, Mika. Ay, nasabi ko na pala.
Na-reveal na.
Na-reveal!
Hello
Mika,
po!
in the house! Okay.
Ay, magta-drums ba?
Oh, kaya mo ba?
Game.
Sige nga, okay, kukunin ko to.
Guys,
Okay, alright, 1, 2, 3, go! Oh, wow! Saan mo yan natutunan?
Sa kanila lang po.
Oh, just now. Alam mo, napapansin ko, every time na I'm on stage, ini-interview ko sila, nakikita kita at the front. Sa lahat ng games ni H2 at RSG, every 100% present ka ba? Lagi ka na nakikita?
If kaya ko po, inaalis ko po lahat ng schedules ko tuwing may laban po siya. Para talaga nakasupport po.
Totoo ba? Narinig ko papunta dito, may one time nga nag-angkas ka to make it on time?
Yes.
Grabe ang supportive. Okay, what is it about H2 that you just want to keep supporting other than he's your boyfriend?
I feel like si H2 po kasi napaka-humble and napaka-down-to-earth na tao. And may care talaga siya sa lahat na nanonood sa kanya and sa dreams niya. And gusto niya talaga to. And napakasarap niya suportahan kasi andito talaga yung puso niya.
Nandito ang kanyang puso. Nandito
Kaya
ang
pumunta
puso.
na din ako dito para nandito na lahat yung puso niya.
Okay, what's special? Tell us what's special about today.
Second anniversary po namin.
Happy anniversary! Anong gagawin niyo after?
Mag-resort po kami, then magdi-dinner, magdi-date, and stuff like.
H2 being such a sweet boyfriend, what's something that, let's say, after a win, what does he do for you? What does he do with you guys together? How do you celebrate?
He makes sure po na nag-spend siya ng time sa akin and with his family. Kasi parang yun na lang yung pinaka-pahinga niya, kami ng family niya po.
Speaking of pahinga, syempre talagang malala yung preparation, especially for sa pro tournament as big as this one. So, before a game, how is H2 like? Is he like hindi mo siya makakausap, very serious? Does he get stressed? Hindi siya nakakatulog till 3 in the morning. How is that like?
Well, may time po kasi talaga sila ng mga practice, ganon. And may time, ayan na siya. And may time din, nagbibigay po siya ng time sa akin every day para mag-usap po kami. Actually, ngayon may sakit po siya eh.
Oh, yeah?
Ilang araw na siyang may sakit. So,
And pag may sakit siya, mabait pa rin? Lagi siya nakangiti.
Mabait pa rin. Hindi nawawala ang kabaitan niya. Sobrang
Paano na kayo
bait.
nag-meet?
Nag-meet kami sa kay Kuya Dogs.
Okay. Who made the first move?
Me? Sabi ko sa kanya, jojowain.
Kaya nagsimula ang lahat. Okay.
Sa tatrapahin or jojowain.
So ngayon, it's your anniversary, second anniversary. Ayan ang camera, naririnig ka niya. Ano ang mensahe mo para kay H2?
Ayun, galingan mo lang. Alam ko na binibigay mo lagi yung best mo para sa lahat ng nanonood, para sa team mo. And proud ako sa'yo kahit na anong mangyari, manalo, matalo. Pero alam ko ipapanalo mo yan para sa anniversary natin.
Yeah,
And kahit anong mangyari, I love you.
One more time. Cheer pa tayo one more time.
Okay.
Drums! RSG, let's go! 3, go!
Thank you so much, Baron. Happy anniversary to all Miwo fans out there. Truly, shout outs to all the people who are supporting everybody, wherever, if they're a player or they're a girlfriend or boyfriend, wherever you are, shout outs to those buffs that we have in life.
You can call it a buff, but as well, there's got to be some pressure, right?
Yeah.
Well, Mika did say you got to win this for our 2nd anniversary. How?
But then she reeled it back and said, well, no matter what happens, I still love you.
Yeah, it's fine. It's the same thing. Well, those are buffs right over here in our live audience in Shooting Gallery Studios. But right now, game number 3. It's not a game number 3 if Smart Omega and RSG are just facing once again. Because in the last match, they 2-0'd the Raiders.
Yeah, very competitive.
Another statement that they wanted to prove right now in game number 3 is there's changes we're about to see because they're back in the red side that made them like win from game number 1.
That's weird because still I think the win rate for Blue in the current metagame is like a whopping 58, 57 now maybe because with that with the way that this series is going. So now, are we going to follow that trend? Is it going to equalize?
How's your pivot table, Renmar? Is that something that we look after?
It's going to take a while for it to equalize.
Well, at least take a direction, right?
Take a direction,
slowly.
Like a slight movement there. But now on the side of with RG going back to the blue side here, major adjustment they did is they actually banned out the Farsa. In the first game, they banned out the Fanny, Kadita, and Glue. They still banned out the Fanny, but now it's a Farsa ban here.
Yep, game 2 was also a Farsa ban.
Yeah.
So they're kind of cornering and, I don't know, what would you call it? Like baiting out Omega's bravado and say, oh, show me the Eve, show me the Eve, right?
Yeah.
That's what that is.
Yeah, it's putting Humpty Dumpty in a corner. And you have no choice but to just take the fall.
Yeah.
Or a Val.
Well,
a Valentina.
A Valentina could be a good option here for RSG to ban out.
And I think that's one of the things that a lot of teams who go up against Omega really look at. Because if you look at the hero pool for Omega, even the Kadita is a great option here for Storm. His favorite picks this season have been the Valentina, Farsa, for Ramis, Eve. He still has a Savior there available for him, so I mean, it's not like Storm doesn't have the heroes, but he does have a favored backline poke from afar type of mage.
My man's his tendencies.
Yeah, he has his tendencies there. So I think that's the tendency that RG wants to exploit here. Hence why in game number 1 we felt, of course, it's good to see Esmeralda back, but we were reminded as to why she fell off.
Yeah.
She still feels a little bit less. She feels a bit more passive compared to other XP laners at the top of the game right now.
Oh, yeah. And also, with the last ban of the Melissa, tells me they're forcing out Fredrin as well.
Fredrin available here for RSG Slate or the Valentina, but no, it's a Lancelot first pick.
All right. My man's Rayash, who is in the studio with us today, actually noted all turtles from game 1 to 2 were won by a Lancelot.
Oh, yeah.
That's a whopping 6 turtles in a single series.
Just imagine Rayash just completely predicting with pure facts and calculations with this Lancelot choice.
Yeah. Homie was just watching. I mean, we were calling the action, but if you ask me how many turtles went over the Lancelot, I wouldn't have said all of them. But yeah folks, fact check all of them.
Lancelot.
It sort of throws me back to when Demon Slayer Lancelot started being showed up. MPL Philippines Season 9 SDZYZ when he started off the season securing 19 out of 21 turtles for TNC then. Now with Tanksalot, a much favored pick for teams, we're reminded as to why SDZYZ had some great success there. Now Omega though finally get their hands on an R-Lot as it is open for the first time this series.
Shoes on the other foot now.
Yeah.
It's Louis' turn.
Yeah. Okay. So priority on the XP lane, and right now they have the Valentina where we were talking about how Eve was underutilized. So this time around, whatever the choice of RSG Slate Philippines is, they have a way to counter it.
Now here's my question. Does Exhort have a Julian?
Oh, right.
Open up the books.
Yeah, I mean, he... Oh, no.
Oh, no.
He's hovering over Eve. So it's their turn to pick up the Eve.
Okay.
Interesting. Okay. I mean, we saw it struggle in the last series, but this time it'll be an Eve paired up with a Lancelot. So this might actually make things a little bit easier
and
for the Lancelot. And a Cho, too.
That's 2 big ults that Storm has
need to worry
access
about.
to
Yeah.
now. Yeah.
Yeah. So if I'm Omega here, I'm gonna look back again into banning out the heroes of Nats in the second phase. Ban out the Glue, ban out the Yu Zhong, and there's Omega picking up the Harith this early on. So they have to ban one or the other. Oh wait, no, they don't have to worry about a Kufra. They can pick up a Kufra for themselves, actually.
Yes, and the show's already picked up.
Yeah, the show's already picked up. So now Omega can focus on the bans on. Okay, this shouldn't be all bans on the Eman. The Beatrix ban should be enough. Ban out the Nats hero.
Bayonets.
Yeah, Bayonets.
Yeah, because they've given out the Harith for Kelra, so this is the only way that they can actually neutralize on what could possibly happen.
Did you say Bayonets? I mean Emanats.
Well, it still makes sense.
Technically, one of them was the Bea.
Because they did ban the Bea, so I thought that's what you were going for.
I mean, yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Who's there?
Okay. So, will this be an XP lane ban for... no, that was Smart Omega's turn to do it up against RSG. So now they would want to trim down the tank choice of Miko now.
Now Akai enters the scene. Okay, they're still taking out the Akai, the jungler options here for Omega.
This is such an interesting position to be in, wherein it's the jungle and the roam that's missing in your second phase. There's a lot you can do there. I guess that's the best place you can be when you're red, because red sucks these days, folks. Like, just as a quick aside, red side is losing more now, but if you have this much range of choice, I guess it's okay.
Yeah.
Personally, I'd feel at home here.
And I think it's also due to the fact that teams are, like, starting after week 4, have really started to break out of the comfort zone of the very predictable drafting patterns.
Yep.
Now that they've gotten used to facing off against certain matchups, certain heroes, they're more willing to give up certain things, even first pick things like a tanks a lot. So it's like a buildup of confidence here for teams, but Omega are still focusing on the bans here.
Onto Eman.
Onto Eman. The Brody's still going to be open for him, but I think they already know that will be the case.
The Brody Claude.
Yeah, so Miko here might actually end up picking up something like, weirdly enough, Lolita if they're going to really look into it. But,
Kufra's still good.
Kufra's still really good, yeah. Are RG going to ban it?
Could be. It was a big of a problem back then, so let's see how Kufra manages to slip through the hands of Smart Omega for their next pick, because RSG is really taking the time on who to target here. Will it be the tank or the roamer of Smart Omega, or will it be something different? Oh, okay. Targeting down one is Hayabusa.
It's very possible that we don't see Fredrin in the series.
Oh, yeah, that could be a chance here. I mean, Omega can pick it up, but I feel like after... Well, now that you're a Fredrin... Oh, okay,
you just said it.
Yeah, because I was about to take it back, because, like, thinking about it, I mean, track record against a Lancelot, you're up against a Cho, you're up against an Eve, it might be hard for a Fredrin. But then in this scenario, it's like the lesser of all possible evils.
Yeah. So, this is basically RSG cornering Omega. Like, this is their best pick, and, like, we can deal with it, let them pick it. And the Kufra doesn't have to be here. Like, if they were rushing for the Kufra, RSG can't do anything about it anymore. Like, they made their bed, they have to lay in it.
Yeah, they're totally cornered now. So Omega just is the only team who does it on the second phase of, like, picking the Fredrin. And they're really on to calculating what's the possibility of what it can do, regardless on how the patch works.
Yeah. What's Eman gonna do, though? Does he go Claude?
Brody. Dexter is open.
Claude. And it's a
Claude.
Toms. Oh. Interesting. So it's like they really want to fight in this box of the Eve.
All right.
Set up on XOR, then all goes.
Yeah, I honestly thought they'd go for more dive or the glue.
The thing about Toms is he's one of the safest
open.
XP laners that can actually make a difference in any metagame.
Yeah.
Like, Uranus is too pacifist.
Yeah.
But Thams is, like, kind of the best of both worlds.
Yeah, he can sustain, but he's also a little bit more active.
And can kind of dive if he wants to find those.
Yeah.
You know, find people in the back line.
Pull everything, knowing how Naths react to it in terms of positioning and how to separate the team.
So is this a Kufi?
Is this a Kufra? It's a Kaja. On the side of Smart Omega, is it... Okay, so we have a Kaja, they have a pull in terms of team fights and caging everybody down. They know how to separate the power of RSG.
I like this. I like we're seeing a lot more options for teams. A lot of the obvious options that we got used to, teams are now thinking, hey, maybe we could try something else. And that makes things a lot more exciting, at the same time unpredictable in terms of going up against it.
I guess they also did not like how Game 2 felt to them, so they would rather be the aggressor here this time around.
Yeah. Okay. Could be a change that they need to do. So now let's see how game number 3 unfolds, because right now we're looking at how RSG could climb up to their ranks and Smart Omega sitting down. Let's see how their own flavor and their own way makes it through this game number 3.
Yeah, looking at the picks here. See, I feel like the Kaja's gonna be an even bigger, just like in game number 1, a Kaja will be very instrumental here for the potential success of Omega if they're going to go for it. So we're seeing the rise here of, well, I mean, this is like one of the favorite picks here for Omega to put up the tenacity on their R-Lot. Top side, though, a lot of action already.
Oh, Luis being a primary target. It's 2 from RSG. Here comes the reinforcement of Miko, trying to hold and poke down 2-on-2. Up top.
Oh, they're still fighting.
Now flickered out. Forced out the resource. Nats. He's not letting him go. And a flicker onto the turret right here. Lewis and 2-on-2 from Omega RSG. Nat secures first blood. And Miko is seeing on the deal. And he's not letting go of Nats. Will the damage make it through?
No,
he makes
flicker,
it.
First kill.
What?
That's it.
Miko is still alive, but that is one thing you cannot escape. A 2-2 early game.
A hot start for these two teams. And I think we already got a confirmation as to why they picked the Toms. They wanted to play aggro early on.
Talking about pressure and not wasting any moment. Talking about game phase on. Man, the change here forced out 2 flickers and a lot of ways of trying to repeat in game numbers, because in that point, RSG forced Omega to be defensive.
Yeah, and now, members of RSG already in the jungle of Omega. To get that scaled lizard. Still even early on, jungler rotations not disrupted, although XP lane, a lot of action there. Seems like that might be a bit of the play here for RSG. Try to delay Lewis, and that is a respect for the R-Lot pickup. I think that's one of the trends we might see. The more R-Lot is getting picked, early pressure onto a hero that proves to be quite, well, I'll be blunt about it, annoying to go up against.
Yeah, he is a total momentum breaker. Lewis delayed now, and he is still on level 3. Rice, on the other hand, has the algo of the turtle. We have 2 members of RSG right now looking to contest this second objective. What's it going to be? H2 is here. Light
There's
is here.
a knock-up and a kick. Ryzen finally gets it. Breaking the Lancelot turtle streak. And H2 walking away. Lewis not going to let him go. That's 2K for Omega's rookie.
Omega turning that around. And that is why the R-Lot is such a contested pick now. How well he can fight early on. The moment he hits level 4, he gets to chain those vengeances together. Difficult for teams to go up against topside, though. That's going to be Nas getting pressured.
Oh, he pops the vengeance himself. And I'm talking about the battle spell. Can General Kai walk away? No, he's sent into the realm of spirits himself.
That's under pressure, playing in the ears of RSG right now.
Oh my god, imagine getting smacked back-to-back by R-Lot and Fredrin. That sounds fun and not fun at the same time.
R-Lot like it, Fredrin. I don't want to be in one center spot that your momentum breaks. How are the items here?
Their Swift Crossbow actually being built up here by Nats, going to be rushing that Corrosion Scythe. Favorite pickup now actually for the Thomases of the world. Has been so for a while. Other than that, everything looks right and dandy, although there is already a Calamity Reaper on the side of Kelra. At the same time, Stome also prioritized the build onto the Enchanted Talisman, wants to maximize the cooldown reduction that he can get.
Well, damage reduction. We're talking about how Smart Omega can build through this because of the defenses of RSG right now. Could be scary in the longer stages of the game. But now rotation, these 3 members of the Barangay completely pressuring RSG right now to respond either defensively or passively with their skill set.
I mean, if we started off the way we did game 3 here, there's really this only way to go for Omega, right? Especially since you took the first hurdle, you have to go with the momentum. If you let it go, you lose.
Yeah. It's a tug of war.
Yeah, exactly. It's literally the tug of war, and then you decide, let's say you were winning somewhat, you got like a foot or not, you let go a little. Just because you're winning, that's a losing strategy.
You need to have a good balance in this battle, because RSG and Omega has a way of pushing forward through this match of the day.
Yep, and now look at this turtle, less than half health, maybe a third of it. Ryzen pulling it away, and he still gets it. Mindstorm, he has the RWM. Oh no, that's a knock up on the Nats, and it's now RSG's turn to answer back. Exhort pops his own. Oh no, but Stome gets one kill down. Goes the Guardian of the Spirit Realm.
Nas can only do so much to absorb damage and hold the front line here. This is a scaling lineup for RSG. You have a scaling mage in Eve, a scaling marksman on the Claude there. And right now, that's why Omega, as you boys mentioned, they cannot let go of this tempo. They just have to keep it up. The more aggro they play, the more fast they play, the more time you are building up for yourself and delaying the inevitable build-up of RSG slate. So let's look at the gold laners. Slightly behind is Eman, already built up that Demon Hunter sword, but that is it so far for him.
Wait, in before, that's the newly minted Rose Gold Meteor. Is that what Eman is building?
Could be.
Could be on the way, right?
Well, there's a lot of magic damage out of Smart. I mean, could be a possibility.
It's 3 main magic damage dealers. Could be. Oh, there's a pull by Miko. Dropping the Z-Force. And Light flickers off. No one down.
Okay. Still seeing possibilities how they wanted to counter, but Feather of Heaven is up for Kelra. Oh!
How about mid, though? There's a knock-up. RWM on RWM. It's squares on squares on squares. And now Nats pops his own ult, but he still goes down. Lewis vengeances into his vengeance.
Oh, it's going to take a while. The Gambit there is called by RSG. They are able to hold on to mid, and they get the bottom tower. They lose a member, but it looked like that was the play all along. RSG would have wanted to get out of that without a casualty, but in that scenario, that's the best thing you could get.
Yep, but again, Omega able to find a clapback anyways, because Lewis and Storm are going to push top.
Well, they have the damage, you have the way of clearing their all of the waves here. Defense is down one onto RSG.
Oh.
Turtle is up.
Oh, watch Light though. Watch Light and Exhort. Are they going to find Lewis? Lewis doesn't have a flicker.
No.
Backs off.
They're not committing.
All right, that's fine. No contest for this last turtle of the game, though. So, again, 3 turtles over to the Fredrin.
And along with the early game aggressive start that RSG tried to pull off, I think we also understand why they now picked up the Toms. They wanted to focus on sustain and holding lanes, although they didn't get to hold the XP lane for themselves. I think RSG knew going into this game that, yeah, they, in terms of the lineup-wise, early to mid-game will favor Omega. So RSG just thought about, you know what, let's just hold for as long as we can, build up a lineup for Eman to scale up, and then that's where we'll focus on.
And worry about where the hell could Miko be.
Yeah. Something's got to give. Like when you're drafting this way and you're up against a team like Omega that decided to start the game this early, this aggressive, something's got to give. And so far, I think RSG is keeping it close.
Keeping the trades and also being more cautious on what they wanted to give, because as you said, there's a window for RSG State Philippines to even fight back. But now can they hold off? Because Omega, as of this moment, becoming more aggressively dividing everything. They delay more for the possible progress of RSG.
Uh-oh. This is dangerous. Woo! Where Miko's walking in. Oh! Look at that. Flicker on dash out. H2 spends his ult. Kelra does the same. Mid lane gonna fall here. An ult spent in by Exhort. And Stome as well. So, touche here for both RSG and OMG.
Now Omega already invading H2. Is he going to be able to get his purple buff? Omega with a concealed play.
Who are they going to find? Purple goes on over to H2. Its rightful owner. Light very low. There's a taunt by Ryzen. Light conceals away. Another Z-Force by Kelra. This is a very tight corridor for Omega to pick this fight. Nats, just dashes on through. Oh, that horrifying.
He was keeping on his balance right in the turret. And that's how RSG wanted to penetrate the backline. They were targeting Kelra. Both ultimates were used, but the peel wasn't enough for Smart Omega's defense.
Yeah. So now everything is clear. RSG want to hold for as long as they can for Eman, while Omega want to end this as quickly as possible. Going back to key to victory for RSG at the start of this matchup, take away the Harith from Kelra.
Shut down.
And shut him down. But now with Kelra on a Harith that tore through RSG in their first meeting this season. Has RSG learned? Is RSG more ready to go up against the Filipino Savage on the signature hero?
At this point, Kelra's Harith, Harith's Kelra. Doesn't make a difference.
It's like Chaknu's Kufra and Kufra's Chaknu.
Yes. And now look at this. Lord here, a third of its health. H2 not going to be in range at all to contest. Omega is going to make the most of this, 1.5, 2K gold lead? But look at RSG Slate, though, making some leeway up top.
Okay, cross-map objective for the Raiders to see light and pushing down the base of Smart Omega. And they're willing to give that Lord just yet. For the items they have, I see they're respecting some possibility that they could be shut down.
Yeah, after back-to-back games of Lancelot's getting all the turtles this series, Ryzen said, I have had enough of that. All the objectives have gone to Ryzen, the turtles and the Lord as well. Omega, are they going to be able to convert this into a big win?
Well, a push.
Good looking for it. They go ahead and leave Tier 2 down bottom at about half its health. Now, interestingly enough, if anyone is going to beat the Tanxalot, it's got to be one of the first few to actually introduce it into the league, right? It's got to be Ryzen.
Yep.
And a quick throwback to the later part of 2021, folks. That's about 2 years ago. It was Ryzen who debuted in the MPL with a signature Lancelot, too. So he knows what he's doing.
He knows it like it's in the back of his hand. Lancelot, right on the hands of H2, struggled to make use of the ultimates to take those objectives. A big of a challenge to take the damage and items in. Now Omega is just pushing through. Take it for the fact. MPL Almanac.
Massive. Okay.
Oh, successful defense by RSG, though.
Still working it through.
Omega will look into breaking this middle tower, but there goes the pop from the turret. So I think Omega might not be able to get an inhibitor here unless RSG fumble the bag here from this bottom one.
Yep, ults are still up. A lot of green for Smart Omega. Battle spells as well. They're taking it very slow, though. Very methodical here. They know what they're dealing with.
Yeah. With Nats being present, they have high sustain more, especially he wants to be a sacrifice for this defense.
Okay, no more pop for the turret here. Here comes the real world.
RWM.
Whoa.
Oh, Phantom Execution into his own death. Storm confirms the kill. H2 falls. RSG Slate are a man down. A conceal here by Miko. Who are they going to find? Oh, there's a punish. The Blazing Duet. By Eman. Miko is the first to fall. There's a flicker on out by Light. He survives. They take their quarry. It's Nats who falls on the other side. 2 for 1 is the trade, but all inhibitors still stand.
Still lacking the damage here for Eman's Claude. Well, he's clawing slowly to getting more damage in, but Omega were able to eat up that Blazing Duet without a problem. Actually, RSG made the right call there, even though it was Omega going for the conceal. The moment H2 was able to force out the Divine Judgment from the Kaja, it's like you could feel like RSG were more confident taking a fight even if Omega were the one to initiate it, hence why they were able to eventually get a kill out of Miko. Interesting item build here, by the way, by Stome, really prioritizing the cooldown reduction and the bounce of the resonance passive coming in from the lightning truncheon.
Yep.
Built up here by the Stome, by this Valentina. You don't usually see Valentinas rock the lightning truncheon anymore.
Imagine having magic damage right onto a quicksand on how Omega dictates every team fight on this one. Also forced Nas to actually build Athena Shield early on to get an extra defense, because in that peel, they had it through, but Nas was trying to even separate the damage, but H2's the only one left.
Concealed play by Miko. They spot out core H2. No one home. And just like that, they make the most of the absence of RSG on the map, taking this Luminous Lord.
Yeah, now RSG just needs to hold. How can they, though? They have the right tools. Exort, though, still only level 12. A lot of the members of RSG 2 levels behind to their lane counterparts. Dire straits here for the Raiders. It's going to take a massive defense here to hold. They have to be careful not to get picked off by Light. They have to watch out for the final slash-flicker combo coming in from Lewis. A lot of things to watch out for here if you're RSG.
Oh, the Lord crashes on to that mid lane inhibitor. Now it's down. Bottom lane going to be next up on the docket. OMG's RTWR slowly rising. And now, inhibitor's going to bite the dust as well. Keldra playing Demolition Man, wearing his hard hat, ruining that major objective. Slowly but surely, RSG's going to have to play within their own base.
Oh, they're caging down, and they need the mercy of the turrets right in their towers. Who are going to get...
Oh! There's a pull on the Light. Ain't nobody getting kicked. And now even Eman falls. That's a 2 for none. Lewis holding on. It's taken down by Exort. The inhibitor is still standing. Look at Stome. Jumping on through, clearing this wave. The last inhibitor falls. Smart Omega, they smell blood in the water. They can go for the finish here.
Oh, the minion waves are crashing in.
Oh, Nats doing his best to pull him out. There's a Z-Force. Nats is in trouble. Killer takes him down. Ace2 dashing on through. Look at the base. Look at the base. Smart Omega take down the reigning MSC champions 2-1.
Right on to point. Reverse sweep denied. Barangay Omega showing greater force of aversion on how they went through the current Kings of Z back in week number 2. Now they've shown a greater way to put up with a challenge.
We're used to hearing ice in their veins, but RSG just got pumped with a poison in their veins. The poison of the league, the Lason Omega. Late game, late season Omega. Showing up hot here, delivering RSG Slate Philippines their first back-to-back series loss of the season.
Mind you, this is top 3 RSG, right?
Yeah.
It was what, just a week or 2 ago where I said, yo, RSG is definitely getting into MSC title defense form. But again, when you're dealing with a rattlesnake like Smart Omega, you can never really tell.
The venom that we call in MPL Philippines season, and on to the half week of the 3 remaining weeks of the regular season. This shows how they can go up against these players. Amazing performance from Smart Omega, and just by that, denying everything that they can move forward.
Yeah. Classic Omega at this point, honestly. We're used to seeing this from them in terms of just bouncing back, turning things around.
What's
midway.
interesting is you're saying it's textbook Omega, right? But they've gotten a facelift. They've gotten renovated. They've got switched up. So much has changed, but they're still the same team.
Yeah, the heart of their identity is still there. It hasn't completely gone away. It's taken some time to show up, but then here it is, Barangay Omega.
As it usually does. As it usually does.
As it usually does. As it usually does.
It's still the same that we're seeing from the Barangay here, but knowing that here Lewis and from Renzio, like switching and swapping, I say they have good prime forms, no matter how the team or they go up against in every match.
And this is how you know Omega picked the right players. They scouted out the right new ingredients, the new members of the Barangay, right? Like, yes, say what you will about Chakno not playing, Etomax now being a coach, but sometimes even Renzio sitting out like in this series here. But Lewis and Stome have done so well to fit into that mold.
Yeah, and oh man, it's so weird when we see games of RSG go like this when they're not the one setting the tempo, because we're so used to RSG's keeping things in a close competitive range, but even without the fleeting time available for Kajas, the slight adjustment seems to actually work out so much better for the Kaja because the Kaja isn't dying as often. Being forced to early build the brute force breastplate, Oracle, it's working out really well for Kaja.
And
the alternatives,
that's the thing, is normally you would still be able to build a fleeting time, but here, given the current situation, the item, they're building more tanky Kajas.
Yeah.
That's where they get their 35-45% cooldown reduction, which is working out fine. So now what if when we do get back the fleeting time, what does that look like for the metagame?
Yeah, it feels like a revelation, honestly.
And to think that going back to the stats on the kill participation, now RSG's rank and up against Smart Omega, I say the Kaja really works wonders. In terms of looking at this hero, he melts like butter in the previous patch. And now him being utilized as one of the tanks and how he can pick off a team such as RSG on this kind of mechanic really works well.
I love Kaja, man.
Yeah, and how well it can stop a Cho. Oh, well, that's something now. Like if you are sick of being destroyed by those TikTok Chos on your ranked games, pick yourself up a Kaja, build a tanky.
Hey, but
amazing.
For all of y'all playing at home, right, playing your ranked games, don't be afraid to play fleeting time. Like, that's fine, right?
Yeah.
It's okay. It's just the current state of the item in the competitive scene.
The pro scene.
Might not be as stable yet. That's why we're not allowed to pick it here. But hey, that's the reason why we're talking about it, is because the hero is still so strong even without one of his signature items. So what if, when?
Amazing. We were talking about alternatives. Well, it all works well in these two teams, how they play it. But you got a tip right there from Leon. You can use a fleeting time right now. I say you can use it over to Atlas at some point. Amazing way to, win, especially the season is ending.
Yeah.
But now on how the regular season is almost done, well, let's see how RSG Slate Philippines bounces back. But as of this time, let's see how Smart Omega celebrates their win up against the reigning Kings of C.
Barangay Mag-ingay Smart Omega takes the win. Congratulations! Si Kelra talaga yung hinila ko dito. Alam ko maraming nag-Harith ngayon. Pero sa keys to victory natin, talagang ikaw yung binanggit. Nakalagay, do not give Harith to Kelra. Bakit nga ba dapat katakutan yung ginagawa mo sa Harith?
Siguro po, kaya naging case to victory namin yung Harit kasi parang ayun din yung pinaka-comfort kong hero. Tsaka naging maganda rin yung laro ko sa Harit ng mga nakarang linggo.
That's right. Actually, inside scoop, nung sinabi ko sa kanya na ikwento niya bakit yung Harris na yung katakutan instead yung pagkalaban yung gumagamit. Sabi niya, pwede ba akong magpa-humble? Pwede bang humble yung sagot ko? Wow, maturity! Maturity from Kelra. Si Ryzen naman, speaking of heroes, si Fredren na nerf pero nagawan po rin ng paraan na ipakita na malakas pa rin si Fredren. Paano mo ginawa yun?
Nung update naman po, parang di naman po siya masyadong na-nerf. Parang binalance lang po. Ang na-nerf po siya di po nabago yung first skill. Para saan po yung malakas sa Fredren eh. Tsaka po, malakas pa rin po siya sa objectives.
So, kahit ni-nerf, malakas pa rin. And you did a very good job. Hey, alam mo kanina may sinabi si Chaknu. Chaknu, punta ka nga dito. Chaknu. Iba ang Chaknu buff. Sabi ni Chaknu, para daw kayo yung bida sa umpisa magpapabugbog. Pero yan pa rin yung mananalo sa huli. Okay, Chaknu, gaano ka kasaya? Okay, sige, kunyari analysis ka. Bakit sila nanalo? Anong ginawa nila?
From the start muna, salamat at natapos na.
Okay, kunyari ikaw yung analyst. Okay, kunyari ikaw yung analyst. Hihimayin ni Chaknu ang ating laban ngayon. Chaknu, pasok! Himayin mo yung laban. Anong nangyari?
Nakatulog ako, hindi ko napanood eh.
Eto ba, sige nga ikaw. What is it about Chaknu's presence here today? Kasi may Chaknu buff kayo. Sabi niya sa likod daw, wala naman daw siya sinabi. Totoo ba yun?
Siyempre yung presensya niya sa malaking bagay sa team. Siyempre, isa pa rin siya sa faces ng Omega. And pati yung mga bagong players natin, talagang tinitingala pa rin siya sa players. So, ang laking impact na nandito siya sa amin para sumuporta. Siyempre, pampaboost din ng mga confidence ng mga bata. Yun.
Sabi, piniraise ka niya kanina, pinuri ka. Ni Chaknu kanina, Miko, Sabi niya, magaling ka daw, magaling. Okay, paano ka tinulungan ni Chaknu?
Ano po? Tinuturuan niya po ako, tapos katulad po nung sa Chu. Yung after po ng game 2, tinuruan niya po ako sa Chu. Ayan.
Ang galing daw kasi ng gumaya ka ng kufra niya eh. Okay, sige nga, i-analyze mo yung ginawa ni Miko. Wala bang sounds? Wala, pinatay mo eh. Pinatay mo eh. Kala mo hindi ko malalaman
Oo, wala na naman.
Go.
Ang ganda ang ginawa doon, grabe.
Okay, now, sabihin mo congratulations, then you may now take your bow, walk to the audience.
Congratulations sa inyo guys. Champion na yan.
Champion! Once again, congratulations, Smart Omega! Iba talaga pag nandito si Chaknu. Hindi lang laugh trip, pero sabi nga ni Etomax, ang kanyang presence boosts the confidence of his teammates. At tingnan na naman, Chaknu buff, nagwagi ang Barangay Smart Omega. Now we're gonna go to the real expert and we're gonna get them to break down the game for us. Casters, pasok.
Thank you so much, Mara. Even us here in the English, we can't stop laughing on how Chaknu is such a natural, on how he responds to every question. And that's just how Omega victories and prevails up against the Kings of C. With the Arlet, the first team who used this hero, and it just keeps on getting better in terms of their matches.
Yep, and they dared even use the Tanksalot against the team that also first employed the Tanksalot.
Just imagine breaking things down on how this match went. Well, this is just the Barangay denies the reverse sweep up against our state Philippines. Renmar, break things down a bit on how this game number 3 a win.
All right. Again, principle of the two drafts. You have on one side a lineup that wants to scale, needs time, and a lineup on the side of Omega who wants to end things as quickly as possible because they have a Harith with them and they have a Valentina against the side of RSG having a Claude and an Eve as the mid laners and gold laners. So that in itself already shows why the game went as it did. Although it was RSG who initially set up the tempo with their XP lane aggression, they wanted to do that because they know eventually if they can delay the Arlot for the first turtle, it will increase the possibility that they'll be able to contest it much more comfortably. However, because it ended up becoming just a stalemate pretty much, and Miko walked out of that with a double kill because of how that fight went, even though Miko got taken out there near the end. Well, Omega started off the game hot, and Omega just decided to ride that. Again, with them having the jungler who is so used to playing the tanks a lot, Ryzen was on point with his timings on the retribution in this game and just got everything. Although H2 was contesting, he was timing in his entry well with the Phantom Execution, Ryzen just eked out those retribution battles. And that's one of the key conditions for Omega. If they want to build up their items and their lead early on, they have to get those turtles, and they did. But the MVP of the game will be Lewis. Near the end, we said two things that RSG need to watch out for. Number one will be the pull. Number two will be the final slash. So many things to watch out for, and RSG ate up both. After Kaja, after Miko got the pull, RSG bit the bait, decided to fight, but then Lewis went in with the final slash, catching 3, and that was all RSG wrote. Omega won the game from there. But also, the eagerness, the proactiveness of one Arlot. Once he hits level 4, it's go time already. And that's why Arlot, again, is such a highly contested pick. Even though he had a rough start to the season, it's getting so much better. And it looks like really tenacity and or unbending will are the main options to go for with this Arlot. Now, going back into the game, this was the early aggressive start we were talking about in the XP lane. But then throughout, we got to see here, again, that was a good pull actually from Miko, interrupting H2's entry into that first turtle, hence why Omega was able to get it. H2 was charging up the Phantom Execution, but Miko got to pull him just in time. At the same time, Ryzen and Lewis working together there up top. And actually, a lot of the rotations went into the XP lane, not into the gold lane, because it looked like Omega was just confident in Kelra's ability to win the gold lane, and he did. So Omega said, let's leave Kelra alone. Let's just focus on the gold lane. Let's give Nats hell, and hell did they give him. Nats had a difficult game this time around, and because with him being put into a position where he was the last pick Toms, and it seems like RSG really hammered onto that idea of, yeah, we'll just pick up a Toms because we need someone to sustain and hold on for as long as they could. But RSG could not sustain and they could not hold on. As Omega, knowing what they needed to do, knowing their conditions, well, they played that perfectly and they ended up walking away with a win.
And hell just broke loose with Smart Omega having their hands on the Arl, and not just everybody. And this is the biggest challenge of life. You need to become a better version of yourselves every day, especially in this league, to go up against these champions that we're facing.
Thanks, Coach.
Very profound.
Yeah, it's one thing that I look back to.
How long do you hold on to that for?
A bit of quite some time.
Since when are you turning into a life coach now?
Yeah.
That's very profound. I
Yeah,
love
right.
that.
Yeah. And now we were just talking about earlier on the headline on how on how these teams could actually have a better version of Exhort or even Soam. It was a different person that we were expecting to break out today.
Yeah, and I didn't even really expect, again, throwback to how the series started, I didn't expect to see Lewis today. But the fact that they have been preparing and training him just shows that, hey, peace off.
Well, speaking of how, this time around, guys, from all of the matches that you've seen, action-packed matches, this one is serious. For those of you who wants or needs to register their sim, you have until April 26th, and that is the last day. Just to make sure that you guys are safe between the borderline, make sure to register your sim today, because right now, all of the things that you've worked for with Mobile Legends and all of the things, everything about that you used your SIM cards to will disappear. So make sure to register your sim in Smart right now. You have
I'm
the
good.
three.
I'm good.
easy step. So visit smart.com.ph/simph/simreg right now.
Yeah.
Okay, that was a bit of a challenge. But right now, we have BREN Esports and Nexplay EVOS up next. My name is OSX. I'm with Leo and Reptar. Don't get anywhere. We will be right back.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
I've come to take my crown. I'm rising up, my heart is pounding, ready or not, the clock is counting. This is my moment. This is my moment. This is my moment.
Hi, ako nga pala si Sanford Binuya na mas kilala sa pangalang Sanford. Ako nga pala ang explainer ng Echo. Nakapasok ako sa MPL noong Season 8 sa team na Nexplay EVOS bilang 6-man na explainer. Di naging maganda yung run ko sa org na to at nawala ako sa pro scene noong Season 9. Hanggang sa nabalitaan ko kay Yawi na aking former teammate na nasa Echo na ngayon na may open tryout sa team nila. At sa kabutihang palad, natanggap ako sa team na Echo. Dumaan yung Season 10, pero hindi namin ako yung kampyonato. Pero isa kami sa naging representative sa M4 World Championship. Hindi namin nasaan na sobrang dominating namin sa M4 hanggang sa upper bracket. Pero talo kami sa upper bracket finals at nakalaban namin sa ibaba yung RQ at nanalo. Nakapasok kami ng Grand Finals at nakalaban namin yung Blacklist International na defending champion. At ngayon kami na yung World Champion. Siguro yung favorite pro player ko is si Carl Tizzi. Kasi ito siya sa mga greatest player of all time. Ang favorite food ko is spaghetti kasi lagi ako present sa mga birthday. Kapag wala akong ginagawa or pag nasa bahay ako, ginagawa ko is maglalaro ng billiards or manood ng anime. Una ko nakita yung Mobile Legends sa social media at tinry ko itong larong to kasi mahilig ako sa online games. Hanggang sa nagustuhan ko tong larong to at naipaglaro ko sa mga kaibigan ko at sa mga pinsan ko. Hanggang sa sumali kami sa isang tour na sa barangay namin. Nanalo kami pero second place lang yung naabot namin. Pero nagpatuloy pa rin ako sa pag-grind hanggang sa marami akong top PH na heroes tulad ng Alice at mga iba pang fighters. Hanggang sa nakakalaro ko lagi si Yawi at tinanong ako if interesado ako sa team na NXPE 2.0. Tinanggap ko yung offer ni Yawi dahil gusto ko rin makapasok sa team na to at maging pro player. Bago ako naging pro player, isa sa mga naging struggles ko is internet dahil naka-data lang ako sa panahon na yon. At yung cellphone na ginagamit ko is low FPS at hindi pa sa akin. Kaya wala rin akong oras na makapaglaro masyado nun. At the same time, nag-aaral ako nun. Ngayong pro player na ako, pinakamahirap na nangyari sa career ko. Habang naipag-compete ako, pumanaw yung tito at lolo ko habang naipaglaban. Bago kami pumunta sa Indonesia para may pag-compete sa M4, stop yung papa ko at ginusto ko mang hindi pumunta pero sinabi sa akin ng magulang ko na pumunta ako para sa pangarap ko. Masakit nun para sa akin, ginawa ko na lang siya motivation at doon nakuha namin yung M4. Salamat sa pamilya ko na sinuportahan ako sa career na pinili ko and sa mga fans ko na sumuporta sa akin mula umpisa hanggang ngayon. And gusto ko din magpasalamat sa teammates ko, sa coaches, and sa management sa pagtitiwala sa akin na wala sa edad ang paglalaro ng Mobile Legends.
Lahat ng manlalaro, lahat ng teams ngayon ay gustong isemento ang kanilang mga sarili sa kasaysayan ng Mobile Legends sa Pilipinas at talagang uhaw na uhaw para matawag na pinakamalakas sa buong mundo.
Sa baluarte ng pinakamalalakas, panigurado, walang ibang daan kundi pataas. Sa gitna ng dismaya, pagdududa, pagkatalo at pagkadapa, bumabangon ng tunay na malakas. Itinatakda ang may sikmurang magpatuloy, pero basang-basa ka na nila. Wala ka nang mailalabas na hindi pa alam ng lahat. Wala ka nang maluloko dito dahil lumilipas rin ang mga alamat. Kumakalat ang kawalang katiyakan. Ito na ang katapusan ng mga nagbabalat kayong Diyos. Umuusbong ang bagong dugo para ibagsak ang nagmamataas. Kaya mo bang sumabay dahil walang naglalakad ng paatras at walang ibang daan kundi pataas?
Mapaalala ko ulit sa inyo kung bakit BREN ng malakas.
Hindi tatalab sa akin mga bala nyo.
Ang pagbangon namin ay ang simula ng pagbagsak niyo.
Takbo habang may lupa.
Walang dakila-dakila dito sa MPL. Ngayon nyo makikita ang tunay na lakas ko.
Hindi nyo alam kung anong klaseng bangungot ang kaharap nyo.
Naglalaban lang kayo para second place. Umatras na kayo hanggat may pagkakataon pa. Pinaglumaan na kayo. Oras na namin to.
Pupulbusin namin ang bawat isa sa inyo.
Handa ka na ba?
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM and you're ready to go. Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power of smart.
When you're in moments that matter most,
at last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
For 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play.
To laugh.
To love.
Plus, unleash TikTok.
And unleash text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Sa 8 gigabytes, ang dami mong masashare.
Daming kontenta. Ganyan pagsikat.
TNT Double Giga Stories Plus. 8 gig, 50 pesos lang. Load na!
Day in, pay out. Choose the bank that gives you interest every day with Maya.
Sa lahat po siguro ng nakatapat ko na gold lane, si Kelra po talaga yung pinakatumatak sa akin na nahirapan talaga ako. Gusto namin makaharap lahat ng team kasi gusto namin lahat yung bawian kasi asa top 8 kami. Hi, ako si Innocent, ang gold laner ng TNC at i-breakdown ko sa inyo yung nagawa kong play sa second game namin laban sa Nexplay.
At si Poyet DR ang nasa gitna. Si Innocent kailangan talaga mag-step up dito sa depensa na to at yung Lord ipupulang nila pa kaliwa. Tapos yung minions kailangan i-clear pero yung Nexplay EVOS naghahanap ng perfect moment na talagang bibitawan nila lahat pero ang bilis ng clear wave ng TNC.
Pero kasi diba?
Oy, naku! Ay! Si Brusco DR may times turnip naman para iligtas sa kanya sarili. Face lock! Nagbe-face lock na sila kaso kala siya ay napatumpaan. Dito na nga si Innocent. Hindi na siya Innocent sa pagkakataong ito. Pinipilit ang Nexplay EVOS pero mukhang na-discrash sila doon. Kompleto ang TNC. Dalawa lang ang dedepensa. Ito na ba ang katapusan?
Isang siege minion lamang ang pumipigil. Here comes the feather, their strike.
Depensa doon sa nag-iisang kanon pero si King Kong ata na sobra. Dalawa ang dedepensa sa kanya pero ang kunat ni King Kong at binibase lock na lang. Tore-tore lang ginagawa ni Innocent. Wala siyang pakialam. This is a 5v2 situation and TNC walang plano na umuwi ng luhaan. Itutuloy pa rin nila pero ang ganda ng depensa. Men!
Isang minion na lang. May wave!
Tutuloy ko ng TNC at mukhang hindi nga talaga sila magpapatapos and we have a game number 3!
Yung mindset lang po namin nun dahil alam namin yung lakas ng isang Moscow sa pagdedef lalo na sa late game. Confident kami na madedef namin yung Lord na nakuha ng next play kaya yung focus lang namin dun is alalayan lang ako ng mga kampi ko, ipoprotect sa mga pwede mag-engage sa akin tapos ako, ifo-focus ko lang yung Lord para madef namin kaagad. Nung pagpasok na po ng Lord sa base namin, yung command ko lang sa mga kampi ko nun is i-zone out yung mga pwedeng maging threat sa akin habang binaburst out ko yung Lord. Yung pagtapos po namin maburst yung Lord, yung plano namin talaga dun is ipahuli yung Digi sa Arlot. Patience lang ako hanggang lumitaw yung Melissa. Dahil yung second skill na Melissa, logi talaga Moscow dun dahil dun sa range. Pag nahuli yung Digi, ma-out of position yung mga backline ng Nexplay. Kaya yun lang po talaga yung hinihintay namin. Kung mahuli man nila yung Digi dun, yung gagawin ko lang is hintayin pumasok yung Melissa. Pagkapasok ng Melissa, doon lang ako mag-engage. After po namin ma-3 yung kalaban namin nun, yung mindset namin is ayusin yung flow ng wave. Endable na kasi yun. Kasi alam namin yung capability ng isang Moscow. Kaya tapusin yun. Kahit magkaroon lang kami ng isang maliit na opportunity, kahit makapasok lang yung isang minion. Kinaman ko sa kampi ko nun, dahil pakita pati Farsa yung natira, Farsa lang yung magiging threat talaga para maklear yung wave nila. So yung ginawa namin nun, ako yung nagpo-flow ng wave, tapos yung mga kampi ko, nag-advance na sila para hanapin yung Farsa dahil yun lang yung threat para ma-def ng next play yung base nila. Magta-tower lock lang talaga kami once na pumasok yung minion wave namin sa base nila. Yung pinaka-challenge po siguro yung Melissa, Farsa, pati Digi. Hirap na talaga yung mga kampi ko dahil natutunaw sila sa sobrang sakit. Yung mindset lang talaga namin doon is tiis lang hanggang ma-def namin yung Lord. Tapos pagtapos nun, doon na kami gagawa ng play para magkaroon kami ng opportunity makambak yung laro. Yung mindset po namin bago mag-start yung game, yung mga error na nagawa namin ng game 1 is malesen or alisin na talaga namin. Gusto namin makaharap lahat ng team kasi gusto namin lahat yung bawian kasi asa top 8 kami. Sa lahat po siguro ng nakatapat ko na gold lane, si Kelra po talaga yung pinakatumatak sa akin na nahirapan talaga ako. Sobrang hirap po talaga niya katapat. Yung map awareness niya ganun, sobrang bilis niya talaga mag-farm. Ang masasabi ko lang sa mga teammate ko is simula nung week 1, sobrang laki ng in-improve natin at kitang-kita naman yung mga improvement natin ngayon at kayang-kaya natin. Tiwala lang sa isa't isa, makakabawi din tayo. Ang masasabi ko lang sa sa ating lahat sa TNC, pagpatuloy lang natin yung pag-grind natin, yung extra effort na ginagawa natin, magbubunga din lahat ng pagod at puyat natin. Kaya tiwala lang sa isa't isa, laban lang, kaya natin to. Sa mga fans na sumusuporta sa TNC, abangan nyo lang yung mga next na match namin this week. Babawi kami at madami kaming baon na ipapakita sa inyo. Abangan nyo.
Mayong adlaw sa inyo tanan. Ako nga pala si Santi at ito ang ating top 5 plays for week number 5. On our 5th spot is Super Marcos Beatrix burst play nung day 3 laban sa Smart Omega. 10 minutes in the game, lamang na lamang ang Smart Omega in terms of economy at minion wave management. May nanakaw na Lord si Cal TZ sa kakatapos lang na Lord fight, kaya balak itong i-capitalize ng kupunan ng BREN. Makukuha ni Nico si Flap TZ with the Way of the Dragon, pero buburahin siya ni Super Marco mula sa bush gamit ang Renner's Apathy. 3 versus 4, sasabunutan ni Ogwen si Ryzen gamit ang Grab at tutunawin siya ni Super Marco with a shot of Renner at ang tuloy-tuloy na bala ng Nibiru. Kelra will enter with a Blazing Duet along with Storm with the Arcane Shade para tunawin si Rafio at Super Marco. Flickering out, mabubura ni Super Marco si Storm for a triple kill at makakatakas pa siya ng gahibla na lang ang buhay, making way for his team to turn things around.
Kuha ng kill. Anong nangyayari?
On our 4th spot is nothing but nets nung day 2 laban sa Smart Omega. Almost 15 minutes in the game with a 2k gold gap from Smart Omega, naghahanap ng timing ang buong kupunan ng Onyx para balik ta rin ang laro. Mag-i-initiate dito si Kekedut ng hila kay Miko gamit ang Divine Judgment at sasabayan ito ni Nets ng Nibiru's Passion to burst his enemy down. Dashing away with tactical reposition, ilalabas nito ang Bennett at magpapakawala ito ng Bennett's Rage para pigilan ang pursuit ng Smart Omega. Finding a safe place para magpalit ng Arsenal, kukunin niya ang Renner at buburain si Kelra sa mapa gamit ang Renner's Apathy at isang basic sniper attack. With their main damage dealer killed, mapapaatras ang barangay. Mamamatay pati si Renjo at makakahinga ng maluwag ang mga hedgehogs. On our 3rd spot ay ang idol ng mga kids, Kapitan Fuse MVP play gamit ang Julian ng day 2 laban sa Echo. 17 minutes in the game, magaganap ang third Lord fight ng laban. With a large economic advantage over Echo, malakas ang loob ng BREN Esports na maganap ng team fight. Magko-conceal play dito si Ogwen to check the bushes. Mukhang magkakaroon ng bangayan sa top bush ng Lord Pit. Makukuha dito ni Yawi yung 3-man knock-up pero papakainin dito ni Fuse si Sanji ng enhanced sight at tatapusin niya ang pangungulit ni Sanford gamit ang enhanced chain. Carl TZ will go down as well for a triple kill mula kay Few at mukhang makukuha na ng BREN Esports ang inaasam nilang ganti laban sa defending world champions.
Tapos champions! Tapos sa ata to! Palag-palag na lang yung BREN Esports! Pulado si Yawi dito and wipe out! Ubus! Pati ban! Tubos! At sinong number 1? Sinong number 1 sa simula ng leg 2? Walang iba!
On our 2nd spot is Edward Balboa with his Paquito flank ng day 2 laban sa TNC. 11 minutes in the game, magaganap ang unang sayawan sa pagitan ng dalawang koponan para sa unang Lord ng match. As soon as ma-pinpoint ng TNC ang pwesto ni Super Red sa mapa, they decided to go for the aggro to pick him off. Pero Oh My Venus will go for the save with a cult altar at pagbabangayan ng dalawang koponan with 2 cult altars at the same time. With their HPs low, mapipilitang mag-back away ang TNC pero the agents will continue to pursue. Meanwhile, Edward, after clearing out the top and middle lanes, will go for the backup at isa-isa niyang pinagsasapak ang members ng TNC, leading his team to a swift victory.
Iikot na rin with the damage yung Jackadan, medyo masakit at si Jesu ay babagsak na. Kailangan na magtakbuhan ng TNC. Ang biyahing tagumpay ay pauwi na ata. King Kong, the remaining survivor, Edward Balboa.
At doon na nga ata pwedeng matatapos ba daw? Edward Balboa is back with the flank at yung tinagal-tagal ng Lord natin ngayon, pagtapos pala,
hindi na nila tinuloy. Blacklist takes game number 1.
On our top spot is Ryota's top-of-the-class defense with his Terizla nung Day 2 laban sa Smart Omega. Almost 30 minutes in the game, nasa kamay ng Smart Omega ang makunat na Lord. Tatapusin na ata nila ang larong ito after a seesaw match against Onyx Philippines. May hila si Ryota dito ni Miko gamit ang Iron Hook plus Flicker Play, palabas sa base at kaagatin pa ng Bloody Hunt, pero hindi magiging enough ang damage nila para burahin si Ryota sa mapa. Ryzen will continue to knock him up at may hila na naman siya ni Miko ng Iron Hook at this time, isosustain niya ang full firepower ng members ng Smart Omega. Sobrang kunat, hindi man lang nila mapapop off ang immortality ni Ryota at magfi-flicker out lang siya to regain his HP back, even rendering Kelra's follow-up Spear of Destruction useless. Mapapatay ng Hedgehogs ang Lord, pero gusto nang tapusin ng Smart Omega ang laro. With half an HP, tatalo na ni Ryota si Storm at Miko gamit ang penalty zone, pushing Barangay to slightly back away. Mahihila ni Miko si Nets at mawawala ito sa mapa. Tatanggalan ni Kelra ng immortality si Ryota at mabubura din si Sensui sa mapa. 2 versus 4 with critically low HP. Isusustain lang ni Ryota ang damages from Smart Omega with Execution Strike, and with a penalty zone, ibabaw niya sa lupa si Kelra at Miko at isusunod na rin nila si Storm. With Omega's death timers counting down from a minute, babalik na rin ng Hedgehogs ang laro to get the first game of the series.
Ito na yun! Tumutugtog na yung Omega timers, pero sabi ng Onyx hindi pa pwede cause it's Onyx time!
What is this?
At yan ang ating top 5 plays for Week 5. Remind ko lang kayo na we only have a few weeks until playoffs, kaya painit na ng painit ang mga kaganapan now that we're already halfway in the regular season. Let us know kung kamusta kayo sa comment section at magkita-kita ulit tayo sa Friday para sa Week 6 ng ating regular season.
11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Welcome back, everybody! You're still watching MPL Philippines Season 11. Back when the current players of the Neon Tigers were dominating the amateur scene, the results of their scrim matches versus MPL teams gave them a hint that they're ready to step up to the professional scene. Iba naman kasi talaga ang gigil kapag nakatalo ng isang koponan mula sa MPL, lalo na kapag inaasam mo na maglaro mismo sa MPL. But now that they're here, can Boy at DR squad replicate the same gigil as they now face their former scrim partners? Mga ka-ML, eto na ang laban ng BREN Esports versus Nexplay EVOS. Let's get it started. Casters, pasok!
BREN Esports has been flying, and buzzing on the top of the standings in the regular season. Well, truly, BREN Esports, BREN lang malakas, has been returned from its prime form. But will their old scrim partner be the one to stop them in securing the first spot in the playoffs? Let's find out tonight. My name is OSX, I'm with Leo, and I'm also with Renmar for the second action of the night. BREN Esports versus Minana Nexplay EVOS.
Francis, BREN Esports has a habit of becoming screen partners with teams that eventually make it into the MPL.
That's true.
And their track record has just been amazing, right? The first time they did this around, it was Season 7. It was Work Osterforce.
Yeah.
And now it's Nexplay EVOS.
Well, speaking of amazing, you can enjoy the power of Smart when you switch to Smart without changing your number via mobile number portability or MNP. Visit smart.ph, switch to Smart to know more. Speaking of something amazing and going back for what we have talked about, I said it on purpose, Minana Nexplay EVOS. Older or former scrim partners, because this was the team who was so, giggle, or who was the one like being inspired with this mentality to climb up the pro scene.
Yeah, I feel like viewers of the English stream, if you've been following the MPL Philippines for a while, at this point you understand what giggle is. It's that eagerness to just really show up and show your strength, prove your strength. And I mean, if Nexplay EVOS want to prove that they aren't just BREN's scrim buddy, I feel like at this point in the season, they should be able to be confident within themselves that they can take points away. Yes, BREN Esports is in a hot streak. Yes, they're in an 8-series win streak. But I feel like Nexplay EVOS has shown enough of their abilities, and now this has to be the game to prove that, yes, we can take points or we can even be the ones to break the streak.
Well, in one of the videos that we've watched, NXPE's coach Josh recently shared before their entry in MPL, there was a lot of struggles, right? There was a lot of challenges, but on to this point that they were trying to win and also they were accepting losses, they need to have their performance back on track because that's what made them and what brought them here. Because from the amateur side to the pro scene, this is one team to look up to, in even us on the first day of the season of MPL Season 11.
Yep, there's plenty that's going on in Coach Josh's mind as the, let's say, captain of the ship when it comes to running Nexplay EVOS here in Season 11. And the same can be said for Boy at DR, right? He's got a little bit of an anecdote just play your game. Whatever that game is, whether it's a scrim or not, when we were in the amateur league, it didn't matter. We weren't nervous at all, no pressure. We just got to play our game.
Yeah, and for the longest time, when we were analyzing the games of Nexplay EVOS, where they lost, or just any of their games, we always pointed out, not only in the English broadcast, in the Filipino broadcast as well, there seems to be hesitation. I think you're the one who coined that term, Hesi-Messi, from Nexplay EVOS. And then they confirmed it in an interview last week. They said it. A lot of their losses come from the fact that they're overthinking a lot. One side of the team wants to do a specific thing. The rest of the team says they don't want to. Hence, they end up getting split. So it's good to see that Nexplay EVOS addressed that and straight up said it. We need to play our game. We need to regain our confidence. We need to regain that giggle that made us the amateur kings before we made it into the MPL.
Hey NXPE, just do you, fam. Just be yourself. Release all the pressure. But right now, let's call on our very own Odin. What do you have for us on the backstage today with Nexplay EVOS and BREN Esports?
Maraming salamat, casters. Nagbabalik na naman para sa isa na namang backstage pass, your very own Odin. At dumayo ulit ako dito sa kabila para puntahan ang Nexplay EVOS. At hindi mabubuo ang team na to, kundi dahil sa isang tao na nakahanap sa kanyang mga players. At kilalanin natin ang isang legend na sa esports scene, walang iba kundi si Banoobs!
Hello,
po.
Odin. Hello.
Parang nakakayang tumawag ng Banoobs lang. Sir Banoobs, Boss Banoobs, Ninong?
Ninong.
Ninong Banoobs?
Tito.
So, ang dami niyo na pong pinagdaanan sa esports, no?
Yes.
Pwede niyo po bang ikwento sa amin kung ano yung naging journey niyo na player kayo dati sa home shop up to being a founder of Minana and ngayon ay Nexplay na?
Actually, sobrang daming memories, no? Kasi I was in the scene nung hindi pa term yung esports. So parang imagine mo kung gano'ng katagal na yon. So kasama ko before yung Mineski, and after that, we founded Mineski Events Team. At yun din yung one of the reasons kung bakit nag-boom sobrang esports sa Pinas. Kasi in our time, nung naglalaro kami, wala nang tournaments. I think most of yung pinaka-founder ng mga tournaments before was Jobert Yu. And nung nawala na yung tournaments nun, sabi namin, kailangan mag-step up para mabuhay yung industry. So yun, nagabuo yung Mineski Events Team. So yung Mineski experience ko, 5 years ako as a volunteer din doon. Walang salary, nilalabang ko to versus my professional career. So yun, tapos na-miss ko rin yung esports. Kasi before MPL din, meron din akong team. Mga kasama ko noon is yung mga Finasolid. Isa doon si Carl TZ, yung world champion natin, di ba? So tapos, yun nga lang, yung that time na handle ko sila, hindi kami nakapasok sa MPL, yung first watch. So, yung this season, last year, nag-start kami talaga, nung nakausap ko si Coach Lezer Goods, kung mayroon ba siyang marerekomenda na coach. And number 1 sa list was Coach Joshua Alfaro.
Wow,
Tapos the rest was history. Then our biggest inspiration when nagkaroon kami ng laban versus Blacklist, that was IASF. That time, babalikan namin, kakastart lang namin literal. Wala pa kaming bootcamp noon, wala pa kaming mga phones. Nag-iinit yung phones nila habang naglalaro. Tapos nakubad sila maglaro. Then nagulat ako, nakapalag kami dun versus Blacklist, and that was the world champion. Sabi ko, this is a very huge future talaga. Kaya nung going forward, we're very blessed to have this opportunity na nag-support sa amin yung Amverse. Sobrang, yun yung nagdala ng pangarap into reality talaga sa amin, Amverse, which invested 100 million pesos just to be part of the league to compete in the biggest competitive landscape of MLBB. So right now, itong nakita nyo ngayon, dito na yung pangarap ng mga players, makapasok sila sa pro scene kasi we've dominated the amateur scene before with 11 consecutive wins and a total of 19 major championships last year. So ito na yung mga super rookies. Best of luck talaga. Sana malabas namin yung best potentials.
Grabe, ang dami niyo pong pinagdaanan. So, nakikita talaga namin na legend na kayo sa esports scene. Sabi niyo, wala pang esports na term, nandito na kayo. And you're living the dream ngayon na nandito ngayon ang inyong mga players.
Yeah.
And gusto namin malaman, hindi niyo kasi nabanggit kung paano nabuo yung mga IGN nila na lahat may DR. Ano po ba ibig sabihin?
Actually, yung DR kasi, it was known as the whale players who represented Philippines in Southeast Asia in MMORPG. Like Dragoness, Black Desert Mobile, Ragnarok. Yun yung grupo, Team DR. So, pag nakita yung name mo na may DR, ang tawag ng tao dyan, malakas.
Ay, malakas.
yun. So, I wanted to, to use yung banner ng DR for these
DR.
players na talagang pag nakita mo yung mga DR, talagang mga palaban talaga yan. At saka kasi yung Minana brand is very Pinoy. It's a Filipino culture, means inherited o Minana. Diba? So yung values, core values ng pagiging Pinoy nandito sa team na to, matapang, diba?
Yes.
Palag-palag, yung mga culture talaga ng Filipino. So yun yung pinaka namin.
So,
Dragon Rising pala.
Yes, Dragon Rising. Nasagot niyo din sa dulo, di ba? Pero kayo nagpangalan sa kanila, di ba?
Yes.
So talagang Minana.
Oo,
Mula
Minana.
kay Ninong Banubs.
Actually, like for example, Boyet, kasi nakikita ko yung sarili ko sa kanya kasi parang dati kasi nagpa-pilot din ako ng games and ako trash talker ako talaga sa alam naman yan sa live stream ko, trash talker ako, tapos matapang and skilled ako sa laro. Nakita ko talaga siya kay Boyet kaya sabi ko kailangan pangalan mo Boyet kasi nakikita ko yung sarili ko sa'yo. Tapos kunyari kay Goyong naman, it inspires yun sa pangalan na yun sa ang Batang General. Kay Paolo Avellino, yun kaya doon naging Goyong yung pangalan niya. Ayun. As pa yan, Brusco, kasi gusto namin ma-build yung character and branding niya na umaaura, Brusco talaga sa laro. Ayun. Tapos kay Ding naman, kasi that time, Darna, di ba?
Yes.
Ding ang bato. Ayan.
Grabe,
Tapos
pinangalanan mo
Pinoy
lang.
na Pinoy, Dom din.
Yes, maraming salamat.
Yes.
Ninong Banubs sa pagpapangalan sa iyong mga inaanak. Marami kaming dapat abangan sa inyong team na NXPE. Kaya naman, aalamin natin yan with our casters. Laban ng NXPE versus BREN Esports. Balik muna sa inyo, casters.
Thank you so much, Odin. Truly the management in the voice of Mr. Banubs in the management on how they wanted to see that this is the dreams of the kids turning into reality. And they have deeper roots on how the esports event started in the Philippines.
Dude, I can listen to Banoobs talk all day. Man, I'm pretty sure he has stories on stories on stories.
Yeah, one of these days he's going to be in a rocking chair talking to us, the kids of the esports scene, right? Yeah?
Yep.
Learning from him. We're kids.
A Rocky Secret Lab.
A comfortable chair telling all the stories on esports, the origin of esports. So in this point, it's how the translation is. They wanted to do a fixer-upper, right? As Renmar's last point up talking about how Nexplay EVOS struggles, that is the hesitation to call it no Hesi, no Messi. So if that way that they have completely reset themselves, maybe in this time around, in the last 3 weeks of the regular season, they could have a chance.
Just the same, it's possible, Francis, that they go ahead and Messi without the Hesi. Because you can win that way. You can scramble BREN Esports.
Well, reverse it.
Yeah, it's in their name. It's in their identity. Surprise us.
Well, show your identity and show your moves right now. Let's call on BREN Esports and Nexplay EVOS on stage for their opening. Their dominance truly brought back BREN lang malakas in all of their matches. Will they be the first team to finally secure a spot in the playoffs? Open up the hive, it's BREN Esports! They have translated their losses into winning lessons. As they face a familiar foe, will they finally have an antidote to the sting of the bee? Hear them roar again. It's Nexplay EVOS! And their coaches, Coach Josh and Coach Ducky. One shall stand and one shall fall. Will it be the Bees or will it be the Neon Tigers? I gotta hand it to you, gentlemen. This is gonna be one heck of a match. If we have seatbelts right now, I would really say to put them in.
Buckle them up, as you say.
And now it's BREN Esports onto the same form on how they went up, buzzing up top in the standings.
Oh, buzzing is an understatement. They are on a roll. They are hot, hotter than the sun, hotter than anything. 8 series in a row for this winning formula. The most delicious honey in all of the world. That's BREN Esports.
Amazing. The honey. Sweet as their previous victories. Now.
What?
Whoa! It's Yelly Hayes!
It's Yelly Hayes in the mid lane!
Back with Nexplay EVOS for this match. Week number 6.
Goyo's sitting out. But what does this mean for the formula that Nexplay EVOS has conjured up? Again, we were just about to see their final form, and then now they just switch it up.
Yeah, man, the members of Nexplay EVOS Minana before have been vocal of Yelly Hayes' contributions to the team. Before we see him make his MPL Season 11 debut, everyone has lauded Yelly Hayes' presence, saying because he's the veteran, because he's the Hall of Legend in their roster, Yelly Hayes has done a lot to help this young team get their confidence, understand the game in ways that they couldn't even understand, and tell them this is how it's played in the pro scene.
Fellas, most pro players' hero pools match Yelly Hayes' list of achievements, all right?
Yeah.
It's that important that he's playing now, at this point, at this juncture in Season 11.
Yeah, especially going up against BREN Esports, who is anchored by a legend in his own right. Few in the mid lane for BREN Esports. Yelly Hayes is going to be a major component for Nexplay EVOS to tell them this is what you gotta do. You gotta be confident at this right time, and you gotta play it smartly during these specific moments. We're up against BREN, we're up against Few.
Look at the head-to-head right now with BREN Esports and Nexplay EVOS. A lot of similarities on how they mechanically play as a team.
Yep, a lot of kill participation similarities. I think that's what I'm looking at as the most similar across the board. That means they both focus into the same team fights, and they both enable the right lanes or the right positions when it matters. That's what I'm thinking here. But how reliable is that now that they shook up their mid lane?
A surprise. And it's all 8 for a debut in Season 11, and that's Yelly Hayes. Back in the previous game where Chak Mame is here to show some support, the presence of a big brother, but now we're seeing 2 veterans in the league today. And will this be a new way for Nexplay EVOS to have those hesitations out? Because as you said, reverse it. Stay messy. No hesi. Now let's throw it over to our older sister Chantel back there to how on this match could go with our keys to victory. Break it down, ate.
Napaka-importante ng mga points para sa ating mga teams, kaya kailangan din nilang i-take point kung ano ang ating keys to victory hatid ng Infinix. Para sa ng BREN Esports, Roam Trio will make space for carry side laners. This is very evident sa lahat ng games na ating napapanood. As much as possible, kailangan merong at least 3 na makunat, and as much as possible, give space para doon sa mga carry side laners. As long as there is an efficient rotation, magiging mas madali ang gold conversion ng kanilang carry side laners. Again, Roam Trio, actually applicable din siya sa lahat din ng mga naging play ng BREN Esports na nakita natin before para maging mas madali para kay Super Marco. Para naman sa Nexplay EVOS, don't let Super Marco breathe 1 second in lane. Again, kailangan laging bigyan ng pressure, laging bigyan ng moments kung saan hindi makagalaw ang gold laner ng side ng BREN Esports para mas maging maganda ang lane and EV rotation ng Nexplay EVOS dito sa ating laban. The more na mapigilan nila yung gold laner, the more na hindi magiging maganda ang
ang goal conversion ng kanilang team. At para sa ating dalawang teams, make the pace of the game, not adjust to the pace. Again, kailangan sila ang gumawa ng tempo. Kung gusto nila mabilis, kailangan mabilis. At kung ang kanilang hero composition is more on the late game, kailangan din silang gumawa ng way para magawa nila yon at ma-execute ang kanilang mga lord dances. Again, para sa BREN Esports, kailangan nila ditong magbigay ng space. Same with Nexplay EVOS, pero more on the pacing. Yan ating keys to victory hatid ng Infinix at balik na muna natin sa ating casters.
Thank you so much, Chantel. Back on those 3 points. The last one struck me the most. Make the pace, not just, adjust the pace.
Yeah. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. This goes hand in hand with everything that we've talked about Nexplay EVOS and their hesitation. Again, it all boils down to they made an identity for themselves in the amateur scene as a team that loves to set the tempo, play aggressive, free-flowing, no hesitation. They just gotta bring that back. And honestly, they brought that back in their first matchup against BREN Esports earlier this season, wherein they actually controlled the game in game number 1. But then, again, some hesitation plays, some miscommunications. You could see it in how they were moving. BREN Esports found a way to counter that, especially up against a team that was fielding a Diggy back then. Yeah, once the Diggy gets going, it's going to be tough for you to turn it around because the lineup of Nexplay EVOS had a lot of control abilities that they wanted to snowball off of. They did, but BREN Esports kept it close. And then in game number 2, it seems like everything that Nexplay EVOS prepared just completely got thrown out the window because BREN Esports dominated that game number 2. And one of the key reasons is that Hayabusa pickup. If I'm Nexplay EVOS, that's one of the picks I'm going to be watching out for from BREN.
Yeah, this is the one thing that they were struggling with. How they wanted to control or trying to burst down or slow down the pace of the enemy jungler, especially in this side on BREN Esports. They could go as aggressive as they can be.
Yeah. And it's difficult to be afraid of a team that's going to be aggressive when who you're watching out for isn't really even online by minute 5 or 6. I'm talking about Super Marco. Yeah. He had a back-to-back MVP performance in the first meeting of these two teams. And now, going into this, if you're Nexplay EVOS, you have to consider your win condition is to pressure Super Marco. How do you do that?
Oh, it has to start with a roam trio. The roaming trio of Nexplay EVOS have to be on point with their rotations. No hesitation, no... I was about to say messitation, but that isn't a word. So BREN Esports, they immediately take away the Yuzhong, the favorite pick of Ding. Fun fact here, a Ding of Nexplay EVOS has actually only fielded 4 heroes this season. The Yuzhong, which he has played 8 times, the Lapu Lapu, the Glue, and the Benedetta. And the fun fact here about Nexplay EVOS is actually, I feel like they should try to draft so in that there isn't so much pressure for Boyet to actually get vision and in the key objective fights be able to avoid damage, because Boyet actually has taken the most damage for Nexplay EVOS this season. That is one of the very few teams to actually have that stat line wherein their jungler has taken the most of the share of damage for the team.
A lot of way to secure their priorities onto these to these picks. But right now, it's the gold lane that they're targeting up against BREN Esports. They're squeezing something out. They're squeezing something new for Super Marco.
Oh, yeah, Valentina's still going to be open here for BREN or the Fredrin. But of course, we've seen teams, especially in the last series, change up their priorities. Super Marco immediately. BREN Esports says, you know what, we'll pick up the Melissa. We don't have to worry about the Yuzhong, and we don't have to worry about Farsa. Hopefully, Nexplay EVOS don't pick into the Eve here. Although, if they do pick it, they just have to really watch out for all the dive. I mean, it's a good thing that they don't have to worry about the Yuzhong anymore, but BREN Esports will still have a lot of tools. The Hayabusa and or the Lancelot will still be open for BREN.
And that's why they're not picking the Fredrin here, is because that's not a Kyle TZ hero.
No.
If you're talking about Kyle TZ, you're not afraid to actually wait until the last phase.
Yeah.
And that's how they do it, BREN Esports. And to think of the open picks here back on their previous game, week number 2, Diggy's open, but they wanted to focus more on the marksman, the gold lane, also the EXP, as you both guys mentioned. Will this be a winning way?
Well, to start, Nexplay EVOS aren't giving Ding anything new. Like, this is still the Lapu Lapu which he's previously played. So I guess don't fix what's not broken. Ding can just hunker down.
Yep.
What this is scary to think about with, though, is the fact that Lapu Lapu is answered by an
Glue.
Esmeralda.
And also,
Glue's not here. Glue's
Yeah,
man.
Glue's
So
banned.
Esmeralda might go into the hands of Flap here. And Flap is amazing on the Esmeralda.
Yeah. Will BREN feel that pick, though? is that going to be good for them in their opinion? I do agree with you. The Esmeralda will look great for them, but I wouldn't be surprised if they pick up an R-Lot instead.
Which
They
is
want
open,
to,
yep.
Which is open. Fredrin getting hovered right now.
Oh,
by Brent.
what?
Fred and Valentina gets locked in.
Also a flap hero.
Also Flap Hero, yes. That's one thing also for BREN Esports is the fact that they're one of the few teams this season that have shown that they can flex this Fredrin. So if I'm Nexplay EVOS, they have to consider that possibility. They might get swerved by a different jungler pick that they'll leave open if they really think that this Fredrin will go into the jungle for BREN.
Yeah, the curveball that we're talking about, because on how BREN plays this is perfectly going well. And then Eve. How is this? Well,
it's all right so far. They still have enough room in the draft to supplement this Eve much better. But right now, I'm really just looking at this as that's a lot of pressure on Dings Lapu-Lapu to help hold the front line and really land that stun in there. Then at the same time, they have to watch out for their own timings with real-world manipulation, because most likely Few will be stealing that away.
A bit of a challenge, though, and they're playing it with purely confidence. As we look at Nexplay, EVOS wanted to deal with all of the struggles they wanted to take back a win. But in this case, how it's the translation. Right, I'm leaving this question open. How will it translate to something else? Because if an Orthodox way is concerned, they could get through it. But this ban, the specific ban of Hayabusa, is a good way of trimming down everything from BREN Esports.
Here's what's scary, right? It's easy to say, just take out roamers. As Nexplay EVOS, you want to help your mid-roaming trio, but they're not even sure where the Fredrin's going. That's why they're still planning on the Hayabusa.
Yeah. And that's a good call by Nexplay EVOS. We mentioned that earlier, and they have to watch out for it. So they have a lineup wherein it's a mix. They have a mage who will need some time to get gold and scale. Then they have a gold laner who potentially can scale up quickly, depending on how the flow of the game goes, by the second turtle, by the first lord. They can supplement Domeng and do like what Omega does, wherein they're willing to give up the turtle or an area in the turtle, just so that they can get gold for Domeng in the opposite lane across the map.
Well, that's how trades can go if they wanted to take this path. But now they ban out two. When we have a one XP ban, we have a Hayabusa ban.
That's a jungler ban.
A jungler ban, yep. And will this be the roamer, as you've mentioned, could be the next option for your last choice of trimming down BREN Esports?
They could, or they can ban out Lancelot just to really be sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, this is a buoyant hero, the Paquito. They played it twice last week.
Yeah. That was a Demon Slayer jungle. Paquito played it, and with the recent changes to Paquito, with him getting more shields,
he's so good.
Landing skill 1, he's a fantastic pick right now.
Amazing.
That's a great ban by BREN Esports, even respecting the possibility that Nexplay EVOS would draft into that Paquito. And think about it, Paquito, Lapu-Lapu plus an Eve, that sounds like a difficult combo to go up against early on.
Well, if they see their strengths and pulling out this game up against the one team who's on the streak, well, might as well do it, right?
Yep. So, Renmar, are you saying if BREN Esports or Nexplay EVOS got their hands on the Paquito, that would mean a lot?
Yes.
Got banned, by the way.
Yeah.
Hook, line, and sinker.
No. Yeah, that's what I meant. That's why it's a good thing that they banned that out.
Okay.
Kadira ban here. What are they thinking? Are they thinking that maybe the Kadira might be the roamer? They might... wait.
Yeah.
Could it be? Are they reading into the fact that since it's Yelly now, it's Yelly Haze, they would switch it up?
Oh, that's one surprise that they're looking after, because right now they have one hidden card that it could be used against BREN Esports.
Let's see. Yelly Haze gonna be... Oh, well, most likely Yelly Haze is gonna be going to the mid, isn't it?
Yeah. But who's to say that Brusco and Yelly Haze didn't work together to make magic happen?
Yup, as you always do.
Not a magic.
Oh, okay. I wonder if they're thinking about BREN Esports potentially picking up the Diggy. I mean, if they are going to go Diggy, that means their jungle is going to be the Fredrin. And good call here by Nexplay EVOS.
Safe.
Very safe. A pick that can potentially snowball even quicker if BREN Esports aren't careful. That's, again, the position right now of Karina in the current meta, where she's really just there as a safe jungle pick. If you need some extra source of magic damage, execute ability. If your mid laner is a little bit more scaling, you pick up the Karina in the jungle.
She does okay against the Melissa too.
Yeah.
She has some physical immunity in her kit, and then she can just kind of time out the go away and then jump in.
Yes.
So,
well, maybe that's a way to bring down our keys to victory number 2. Don't let Super Marco breathe in the laning stage, not in real life, but that's how you want to delay the power spike of how this player can be good.
Oh, there it is.
I told you, it's the Diggy is still open.
Hoot, Flapped Easy gets a Benedetta as well. So, again, very well-rounded right now up against an Eve. If you don't have a Yuzhong, you pick up a... We were mentioning this a lot earlier in the first series of the day, where we were thinking Benedetta would be the XP laner. So, up against an Eve. Now we're going to see it here. Sort of equal in terms of the mobility and presence. Both have a good amount of wave clear versus the Lapu Lapu. A little bit more mobility for the Benedetta, though. So the XP laners here, we're going to be seeing them be more proactive in this game, invading more or going to the mid lane more, playing the map more, exactly.
Well, supplement that with the tank choice of Nexplay EVOS.
What are they going to pick here?
Kufra, Franco.
They can't do CC, it sucks.
Yeah.
It's going to be difficult.
Unless they try to force out the CC.
Atlas is open.
Kaja's open if they want to.
Kaja seems okay.
But I feel like Kaja... Oh, is that a... Oh, that's
Franco.
A Franco. Okay.
Oh, he's one of those heroes that switches voice lines based on the skin.
Yeah. For a second there, I thought that
was
like a
that
Boxer or something.
Yeah. Perfect skin. Well, with the Franco on their hand, some say this could be dependable on how they rotate and their pickoffs work up against the slippery, possible ultimate evading procedure of BREN Esports.
That's one way of answering the Mel, I guess, if she puts up the go away. You hook her in, right?
Yep. Well, maybe. And that's in that way they could actually answer all of the problems right now. And the Smart Talent Predictions is now up. Be sure you can join us in the poll once that graphic shows up in the screen, because all of you guys are in for a treat today.
Wami knows something.
Yeah.
He has a feeling. He feels something in his gut. The butterflies. Something in the wind tells him, Menana. He hears a whisper in the wind.
Yeah, the butterflies in Teo Ignatius.
Hayes is playing. Hayes is here.
Hayes is back.
I feel like this is going to be, one of the keys to victory was the roaming trio. So the Diggy versus Franco matchup, in terms of how they get in the map, get the vision. Again, as with every Franco game, you'll either be landing all the hooks or you get that one big hook that will turn the game around. The thing with the Diggy is, though, you make that a little bit less punishing.
Well, doming in damage of doming DR. That translates into Tagalog, but they lead all the players in hero damage with minute 3,700.
That's impressive.
Yeah, amazing.
It's a lot of damage.
Doming, and we were talking about how gold laners matter in this fight because NXPE and BREN has eyes on how to amplify their target, or maybe their gold lanes, because as we both mentioned, and look up onto the roamers of, something's happening here.
Brusco half health here. A lot of pressure from Super Marco and Ogwin. Doming DR obliges. Super Marco very low.
Oh!
First blood from Doming.
Okay, so that shows the stats right into the board.
Is that a Diggy in the arena right now? I hear a loud owl.
Yeah.
And that's what we're talking about. Domeng, the confidence at Nexplay EVOS, the grit, the desire to get those early kills, set the tempo. That's what you want to see out of NXPE right now. That's a good call by Domeng to pursue that.
Just play their game.
Play their game, yeah. Become an owl. I didn't know we have animals here. It's amazing.
Very cool sound effects, Francis. Now, talking about that mid lane matchup, right? Few just sent Yelly Hayes back into their base to try and heal up. Not sure why Yelly Hayes' health isn't full. I guess he left the healing platform without actually filling up his health. But I'm just saying, this rivalry between Few and Yelly Hayes goes back even before the MPL.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's how
the
OG.
roots.
That's how OG these two are.
Just imagine playing in one of their computer shops on how their management started, right? And this came from being from friends for amateur to the pro scene, and it's still alive.
If I'm not mistaken, it was in the attic of one Jeff Cutie forever.
Oh.
Well, while we were doing a little story time there, BREN Esports secures the turtle, no contest.
Yeah, Nexplay EVOS still playing things slowly here. Seems like right now they opt to go for their counter-punch style. Of course, they couldn't contest that because Brusco's forced into the gold lane to help out Domeng. So NXPE are really hammering onto the idea that, yeah, we're just going to help our Beatrix farm up and we'll focus on our main win conditions, on our marksman. So I won't be surprised if at some point, maybe the third turtle might be the time Nexplay EVOS will finally contest it, because I feel like it'll be equally damaging to their cause if they don't contest at least one of the turtles. They have to get at least one of it.
Okay, that's one point that they needed to look out for, because if one way of going back to those keys again to make this match work on the side of Nexplay EVOS, you did need to pressure Super Marco at most of the points, but do not forget those major objectives.
Yes. That cannot be the trade-off wherein, yes, don't let Super Marco breathe in game, but they have to contest something.
Yep, not at the cost of something that you will regret later on. Look at how deep Kyle Teasy is, man. That's what you can do with a Fredrin. And again, by nerfing his damage, you don't take that away.
Yeah, you can't nerf the player, as they say.
Yeah, and the fact that he also has the turtle shield on him, of course, usually that's a trend that we see. By the way, scan the QR code to redeem some awesome goodies here on your screen right now. Nexplay EVOS, good call here by Brusco to finally make a rotation mid lane.
Looking for that hook. Few knew was up. Here comes Kyle Teasy. An RWM from Few puts Boyet right where they want him. But no dice. Doming, a fifth of his health. Here comes Brusco. And because of those auto alarm bombs, Supermark and Ogwin no better.
This is the problem of having a Diggy. But on the side of BREN Esports is a different thing. A Diggy with an impure rage. Talking about the pokes and talking about the distance. That you can't even say hi up close in the bush.
I'm feeling it now, Mr. Krabs.
There's a painful owl. Hooty hoo, as owls usually say. Nexplay EVOS, okay, finally they're contesting the second turtle. Good call by Nexplay EVOS, but that also means Ogwen is going to be there. So it's going to be a 4v4 clash.
He was there.
Second turtle of the game.
And there's the Electro final blow and the bite down by Brusco. Boyet gets the kill. There's a times journey on RWM by Few. No, it's from Yelly Hayes.
No!
It helped Boyet get it in. And there's no Appraiser's Wrath because Boyet's going to take him down. That's triple kill for Boyet. Here comes Doming to the rescue. They're going to chip away at this gold shield in mid.
That's what we're talking about. That's the Nexplay EVOS. The Nexplay EVOS fans have been thinking, where are they? All big, massive win there. For Nexplay EVOS, 3 kills for Boyet, a turtle, a tower in mid. Oh, hell yeah, they won that.
That's slowly NXPE taking trades and wins. And now they're pressuring down bottom. Supermark and Ogwin. Will they be forced to react?
No, they're fine. Brusco's holding down the fort here. Didn't need one more blast. And there's a pull on Ogwin! They light him up! Doming gets another kill. If I'm not mistaken, maybe it's a week or two ago where Doming overstayed a turret push. He learned from that. He didn't need to do that here.
Yep. Oh, they got the turret there, but there we go. Ogwin down. Nexplay EVOS, they can just continue this now. It's similar to how their first game in their first matchup this season went. Nexplay EVOS took a early lead, but then BREN Esports were keeping it close in terms of the resources, being able to split the map. But now Nexplay EVOS, they're handling everything well. They're handling the mid well. They broke down that mid tower first. They got the pressure Super Marco. So this time around, they're really just doing what they couldn't do in their first matchup this season, and it's going well for them.
That's what they do when you go back to the drawing board. Take down the list and take down a good way of ending a great match right here, right now. NXPE, no hesitations. This is purely translation on how they were struggling. Oh, close.
Watch out. That's a 3v2 here. Down in the river bush, though, you see that there's Yelly Hayes and Boyet. And I think BREN knows. They're going to force it. No dice, but yep, Doming Diaz is going to continue the push up top.
But look at the control. Look at the position right now, Brusco DR. They're clearly getting a good amount of placement. Even the algorithm of this turtle was on about, well, how they wanted to clear up with trades, but Kyle Teasy getting close.
And there's a ball out of view! They blow him up, so they got a kill to Doming, and still Boyet's gonna get the turtle here. And now Time's Journey defensively used by Ogwin. They're gonna have to retreat. Nexplay EVOS taking everything away, but now Ding's gonna get caught out between a rock and a hard place, and 4 members of BREN Esports. Super Marco takes him down.
Okay, BREN gets something out of that, but that was only a small consolation prize to the massive wins that Nexplay EVOS got. Yelly Hayes, 6 assists, 95% plus kill participation in this game, and Nexplay EVOS, no hesitation, confidence by Brusco. Not afraid to place himself in risky scenarios, knowing that it can lead to a big prize here. Can Nexplay EVOS get this purple buff?
Oh, did they? It looked like they did. Oh, Boyet's in trouble. There's a hook, no one home. Few gets bitten down. He's the one who's doing the biting down this time around, stealing Brusco's ult. Down goes Boyet.
Oh, but look, Yelly Hayes still getting more.
He hurts. TJ out.
Time to get that shield. Get on out of there. Yelly Hayes almost single-handedly punishing BREN Esports by himself.
That was so close, and they were completely getting punished the moment they had committed that mistake. NXP just pushing through.
Tis but a small fumble. I think at the cost of Boyet's life, Nexplay was forced out some key ults from BREN and eventually converted into that tier 2. Even the purple, I think the purple was just like a little extra, but hey, Nexplay was still in control.
Yeah, and that's a thing that we got to point out here to how Nexplay EVOS is playing. They're converting. Every time they get something, they turn it into a turret. They get into to a turtle. They're always making sure that one thing leads to another in terms of the bigger picture of it all. Something I want to put a focus on here is how Boyet actually built an early anti-Karaz, meaning that he's even delaying the physical damage being dealt out by Flap, Kyle, and Super Marco even more with his presence into the team fights here. And of course, allows him to go for those risky plays, which he can convert into kills.
Yelly Hayes is in trouble. Electro final blow underneath tier 2. Popping out the RWM for the shield. And Flap T's gonna go along the way. It's a 1-for-1, but look at bottom! Look at bottom! Doming DR and Brusco not gonna be able to get that split in. But all this while, you're talking about conversion through the roof. It was Boyet going 1v1 with the Lord.
Look at the macro capability of NXPE right now, truly making changes from all of their losses.
It's like covering up holes in your boat with one finger at a time.
Yeah.
And it's Nexplay EVOS who's the tidal wave.
Yep, and they are doing everything perfectly right now. Everything they want to do. Playing around this Franco and the hooks, playing across the map, not just focusing on one portion. Everything that has been a weakness, a hole in the boat of Nexplay EVOS, they've patched. And now it's BREN Esports that's slowly sinking.
It's their boat now.
It's their boat now.
And this is going to be the first way of making a statement. Like they wanted to stop one of the winning streaks of BREN Esports.
RWM forcing out a TJ early on. That's the base turret taken down. The Lord still at about half health. Doming switching up here. It's Nibiru's turn to come out. Where they go in. There's still waves through mid and top.
Don't know how they can even...
There's a hole! Who's going to Daddy? It's Flap DZ! Oh, they're going to take down Brusco along the way, though. Few is still alive.
The damage.
But they trade out for Flap DZ. Down goes Few. Boy, it's going in deep. 3 for 1 so far, the current trade. They get a 2 for 3. The punish from Kyle.
And despite all of that, Nexplay EVOS still got to create space for whom? Their marksman, Domeng, still alive. As with other members of Nexplay EVOS to keep him safe. They are only going to be able to get one inhibitor. That might change.
One more time. He pops the egg. Domeng.
Domeng Nation.
He's back.
5-0-3.
It was never gone.
It was never gone.
The dominating performance has finally returned for Nexplay EVOS.
And look at the MPL Season 11 debuting Yelly Hayes. 1-1-10. Instant impact for Yelly Hayes here.
Homie didn't even need to build any defensive item. He's just about to build one now. He could go either way with these two little tier 1 items. But, dude, Glowing Wand, the G-Dubs, Ice Queen Wand, Enchanted Talisman, he's just RWM for days.
Yeah, and it's like Nexplay EVOS were ready to go up against this Diggy. They're playing well against it.
They force it, like they put BREN Esports to a trap, like, hey, do your own thing, we'll do ourselves as well. Like, this is how we counter the normal way. Amazing. This is just how we're looking at NXPE from all of their ups and downs. This is how they went through.
It's the Nexplay way.
Oh, yeah. And this is the highway to win.
I've never seen BREN Esports put up a corner like this. Not since they opened up against Echo. This is the toughest situation BREN has been in a while.
Let's see if BREN Esports can find the turnaround. The glimmer of hope is that Super Marco, he hurts. Nexplay EVOS have to be careful with their engagements. Make sure Super Marco is covered.
What?
That Nexplay EVOS is ready to receive some damage before they go all in and try to take the marksman of BREN Esports down.
Brusco looking for a cheeky hook. Look at Ding from the side. Trying to take down Ogwin. An early TJ. But it's not going to save them from the bravest fighter. Now Nexplay EVOS goes ahead, takes the Lord. Just like that. It's Luminous. 12 minutes, 20 seconds in.
No contest, not even to have a tight defense. Ogwin was forced to attack, but that depletes something out of BREN Esports. No even major objectives to trade.
Not even minor objectives. Kyle Teasy. Kyle Teasy's the victim of Grand Theft Purple.
No purple buff and GTP this early on as we see the RTWR.
Acronyms are funny.
Yes. And they make our jobs very easy. 65% now for
True.
NXPE. Here comes the Lord. Will Nexplay EVOS be able to end it here?
Oh no, bombs here at least. Doing some house cleaning for BREN Esports, but this could be the last one.
Brusco,
Ding
Brusco,
gets a
Brusco.
taste of models. There's an early TJ. Down goes Ogwin. Look at the damage. And now they're trying to get Doming in the back line, but Doming has his back with the Miru fashion. Now Brusco taken down by Super Marcos. Now it's just Kyle, Flap, and Super Marco. 4 members from Nexplay EVOS being pushed out. Oh, they have a wave incoming, but they're not at full health. This is dangerous. BREN Esports could punish you here and now.
Can they defend?
Can they do it? Flap Teasy here. 3/4. Half health. Ding. The tail end
Wave is
of
here.
the bravest fighter. Yelly Hayes looking for an RWM. Flap Teasy. Put it to about a third of his health. Down goes Ding DR. That's a clear sign. Nexplay EVOS can out.
Shut down onto NXPE.
Yeah, and you see there, BREN Esports, knowing that Yelly Hayes didn't have his real-world manipulation up yet, meant that BREN Esports will be able to defend as long as they position really smartly. That we have to commend the positioning of Super Marco, placing models at the key areas and at the same time keeping himself in harm's way away. Out of harm's way, I mean, from Yelly Hayes' poke damage, who has been an instrumental factor as to why Nexplay EVOS in the lead. Flap takes a lot. Few almost getting hooked. BREN Esports avoided disaster there.
The positioning of Doming onto that last clash, he knows when to not blink. He knows when to pop that ultimate. Knowing that there's a lot of ways to defend in every team fight, NXPE just purely showing force.
Yep, both marksmen fully built right now. Few still trying to catch up. Ogwen gets hooked,
Okay.
forcing out the time's journey.
Oh man, a game of chess that we're seeing. Nexplay EVOS and BREN Esports. That's a bit of a cooldown right now.
Man! Ogwin put to about a tenth of his health with just one sniper shot. One Renner.
Master Blaster gets blasted by Doming, and Ogwen runs back, hoots back the base. Hoot, hoot.
They feel the peel, and they can't even go in a safe distance. There's a lot of seasons, there's a lot of damage. There's no one right now in BREN Esports to even hold damage or become a sacrifice. Who? Kyle TZ? Ogwin? A lot of things at stake.
4 out of 5. You know what? The fact that it's the peel from Nexplay EVOS at this point that's actually holding down the fort. BREN Esports can't come in clean. Not even with the time's journey. Oh, but wait. Lord started up here. And there's a flicker in and the bite down on the Kyle TZ. The answer back. Yelly Hayes keeping him down with the RWM. A TJ coming in from Ogwin. Look at Few from the side.
Oh, that's
Now
massive.
Yelly Hayes in trouble. Down goes the Master Blaster. Ogwin. Dean gets him down. They're continuing. Doming DR takes down Few. Ogwin down. Kyle TZ down as well. It's a Super Marco and Flap. The Lord is also incoming. And
they have a
Nexplay EVOS, they're feeling it. They're feeling it. It's all 5 down
2
bottom.
minutes.
Ding DR just smashing the ground for no reason at all. Look at the base. Watch the base. Doming DR. Flickering on back. Ding is still alive, but not for long, says Super Marco. It's a 4v2.
There's a wave. Can they still make it? Can they still defend? Flap TZ and Super Marco, though.
Damage to Marco.
Look at Flap TZ coming in. Electo final blow. Brusco very low. Popping the immortality. RWM by Yelly Hayes keeping him back.
enough
Can they
space?
attack the base with enough time? There's a bite down by Few. Down goes Doming, but so does the base. Nexplay EVOS takes game 1.
They're live and alive back again. Nexplay EVOS taking one up against BREN Esports right now. Completely no hesitations on their attack.
No hesitation means welcome back to Doming Nation. Nexplay EVOS. They knew their conditions. They knew the tools and utilities they had, and they didn't hesitate to use it anytime they could. Even though they're up against a hot and streaking BREN Esports, they didn't hold back. That is the Nexplay EVOS Minana that we know from the amateur scene, and it's good to see them show up here in the MPL like that, in that form.
I don't know what I just saw. I don't know what I just saw. We were calling the action, but I don't understand.
The Nexplay way.
It's amazing.
Amazing how they completely rose up to, man, against BREN Esports. They let the Diggy out.
Against BREN Esports, exactly.
How? Well,
They were ready.
they were completely ready. They know how they can restart, how to regain back their form in their even growing prime form. But Renmar, this is your time to shine. It's BREN Esports falling down in the hands of Nexplay EVOS. What went wrong?
Okay, we talked about the mid trio for both teams, and then in the draft we mentioned the two roamers. It begins with the Franco versus Diggy. It begins with both teams planting their roamers along with their gold laners. So both teams understood their conditions, their marksmen. Of course, you want to delay the Melissa for as long as possible. That was a key to victory for Nexplay EVOS. Don't let Super Marco breathe. And for the side of Nexplay EVOS, of course, if you have a Diggy, you pair that up with a Melissa in lane so that you build your lead from there. The clincher here, though, was that a few didn't realize that he was going up against Yelly Hayes. And Yelly Hayes, with his experience and his knowledge and history in the league, he rotated in this game very quickly as an Eve. And immediately he was making his presence felt where? In the gold lane, where there was a massive matchup. Let's talk about Brusco. Brusco this season has had a tough showing. But when he plays well, when he shows up, teams are reminded why this man is the roamer for Nexplay EVOS and how talented he can be. And the early game lead that Nexplay EVOS found for themselves, especially come the second turtles and all that, came from the fact that Brusco was helping set the tempo and temper the tempo of BREN Esports early on, landing key hooks and not hesitating to flicker and ulti in as that Franco, knowing that it's an instant -1. With a lot of the focus of the front line of BREN Esports actually being on Kyle TZ, he is going to be taking a brunt of the damage, and he was punished early on. Despite BREN Esports having a lot of utility in the time's journey, Flap TZ cannot help take the damage for BREN Esports. He will be in the thick of it as well. Despite him going in with the final blow, with the Petrify, he instantly gets punished quickly by Nexplay EVOS. My goodness, Yelly Hayes making his debut, showing that he still got it. MVP performance from him, and it was clear. We are not privy to the shot calling in game, but Nexplay EVOS seems like they move differently with Yelly Hayes around. Is it just the hero picks? Is it his influence in the game? Maybe we'll find out in the coming weeks once we hear more from the teams, from Nexplay EVOS. But it's undeniable, his presence in this team fight, his timing, not only with the real-world manipulation, but those void crystals to slow down the members of BREN Esports, to set up Brusco for the hooks, to set up Brusco for the flicker Bloody Hunt uses as the Franco. This was very clear what went wrong here for BREN Esports. They were outplayed by the roaming trio. And then now it's time to talk about Boyet. This fourth pick, Karina. Again, why do you pick up the Karina? You need that execution factor that she can string together with her ultimates. If you can chain together kills, low health members, use your ultimates at the right time. And Boyet had great timing as that Karina. A few times we got to see BREN Esports punish Nexplay EVOS, but definitely the tempo was all Nexplay here. And again, it goes back to the story of Nexplay EVOS being able to do what they couldn't do against BREN Esports in the first game of their first meeting earlier this season. Because Nexplay EVOS, even though they were taking control of the game, they couldn't convert into major objectives as much as they want to, and convert that they did. I also again want to commend that early rush Dreadnought armor by Boyet. It tempered the damage of BREN Esports for as long as it did. He didn't full build it into an antique cuirass. He eventually built another item first, but that is just fantastic itemization by Boyet to go from the Molten Essence into that Dreadnought armor, reducing the damage of BREN Esports and making BREN Esports feel the pain and Nexplay EVOS. What a game by Brusco. And of course, the key to victory, the roaming trio of Nexplay EVOS.
Amazing, amazing performance. And just how I see Yelly Hayes pass by me and he is smiling. Wow, amazing. I waited seasons for that. And he's just walking back, and how he managed to be a big brother, and also how they managed to work with this one. He just debuted today.
And that's what's scary, is even without playing, even without being actually in game, Yelly Hayes was already a big help.
Yeah.
Now in his debut game in Season 11, he has scored a win for his team against the strongest current team in the season. How?
That's just
that's how. I mean, we just talked about how.
Yeah.
So.
We'll just leave the question open, but that's just morale's rising up from 0 to 100 real quick. And BREN Esports and how they struggled to even to make them win onto the match. But we should hold that thought for a bit because right now, it's Smart Game Face of the day once again. And this is what you need to do. Show your phones with the background of Smart, green background with the hashtag power of Smart. We are on the hunt on who is going to be the winner for tonight.
Who's it going to be? Oh.
Show your smiles without the mask, people.
They're smiling with their eyes.
Let's like that. Look. How?
Oh. Is it that man over there?
Are you our winner for tonight?
Is he?
Is he?
Yes!
Yay! Congratulations to our game face of the day. Team Shooting Gal will be the next Smart Game of the Day winner. Just flash the hashtag power of Smart on your devices in the green background. So once the camera is right in front of you, just as guy's doing, you win the game face of the day. Oh, yeah. That's my game face.
That is?
Yeah.
That's mine.
Oh.
Yeah.
We were doing game faces? Okay.
Yeah, just imagine how perfect his smile is, Leo's smile is on a perfect game face day. I don't smile that big in my lose streak.
Shouldn't let me ever put that hashtag up because I win.
Well, right. Well, right now, there's a lot of things in our plate on how this match is going. Let's throw it over to Mara for our short interview right with the audience live right here.
Danica. Simulan natin kay Mama Beng. Mama Beng, buti nandito kayo. Last time, nakita ko rin kayo nandito. So every game ni Ding, you're here? Sinusuportahan talaga. Pero Mami, naiintindihan niyo po ba yung laro?
Oo naman.
Naiintindihan, naglalaro po kayo?
Nanonood kami, palagi.
So, alam niyo yung nangyayari? Naglalaro po kayo?
Hindi.
Hindi. So, Mami, hindi ba po ba, kasi sila di ba nasa bootcamp? Ilang taon na po si Ding?
18.
18. Hindi po mababigat sa inyo na wala si Ding sa bahay? Nasa bootcamp siya?
Siyempre masakit, pero lagi na lang tumatawag, ganon. Kinukumusta ko siya, gabi-gabi.
Sabi niyo po kanina parang naging emotional po kayo nung una siyang umalis. Ano kwento niyo po? Anong nangyari?
Kasi niloloko nila ako na pag pumunta daw sa, pag umalis, may tatanggalin yung atay, yung mga laman loob. Kasi syempre takot ako. Di ba may mga pa noon na ganon? Mga balita noon na yung ganon na tinatanggal yung mga laman loob. Tapos sabi niya, Mama, aalis na ako. Hindi ko kilala yung mga sasamahan niya. Pinakuha ko lahat yung ID. Kasi sabi ko, ibigay mo yung ID para kung saan nangyari. Siyempre, takot na takot ako.
Huwag kayong mag-alala, Mami. Si Ding ang kakain ng mga atay at lamang loob ng mga isaw, ganon. So, paano ka na-convince na payagan si Ding?
Nung ibinigay niya sa akin lahat yung ID, itinext sa cellphone ko, inanok.
Kailangan talaga may ayan. Kailangan may ID. Sige nga po, simula nung nag-MPL, si Ding, naglaro siya ng Mobile Legends. Ano po yung mga naibigay niya para sa pamilya?
Marami. Minsan nagbabayad siya ng ilaw, ng bahay, ganun. Sinusuportahan niya, lalo na nung pandemic.
Tapos may mga regalo po siya sa inyo.
Oo.
Ano po yung mga regalo niyo?
Mga bag.
Ito po ba galing sa kanya?
Damit.
Wow! Louis Vuitton! Yan ang binigay ni Dick. Grabe, bongga! Ito, kausapin naman natin si Ate Danica. So, ikaw, ilang taon yung agwat nyo? 4 years. 4 years yung agwat natin. So, ano yung, buti pumayag ka na umalis si Ding, na pumunta ng bootcamp?
Ano po, kasi nung una sabi niya sa akin, ate, ano lang to, minsan lang to, sabi ko. Sabi ko, sige, ikaw bahala. Basta tulungan mo ako na mag-alibay kay Mama.
Ay, hindi alam. Nagtinatago nyo nung umpisa.
Kami pa lang po una nag-uusap. Tapos, ayun, syempre, mahirap ka naman kasing pakiusapan si Mama. Sabi namin, sige, gagatungan ko na lang para yun na lang, ganyan ginawa ko bilang ate. Syempre, minsan lang yan yung opportunity na ganyan, kaya pinagbigyan na lang din namin.
Ito, maglalaro siya ngayon. Meron ka bang mensahe sa kanya? Gusto mong sabihin kay Bunso?
Ayun, galingan mo, yun lang. Ingat ka palagi dyan sa bootcamp.
Ayan, ingat palagi, galingan, at huwag kayong mag-alala. Walang kukuha ng atay at lamang loob ni Ding. In fact, siya yung kikita dito. Alright, balikan na natin mga casters. Thank you, Mommy. Thank you, Ate. Casters, pasok.
Thank you so much, Marakina, and shout out to all our amazing mothers and sisters who's carrying across the miles right now, wherever we are, and supporting whatever we do. Well, thank you for our hero, Ma. And now, going back to the context of that interview, in the origins of how they wanted to let go of their brother was tough. And now this is just the player living the dream today.
And he did live the dream. He played an amazing Lapu-Lapu in Game 1. I'm wondering, right? I think we mentioned earlier, before the draft began, Ding has a relatively lean hero pool.
Yeah.
I'm guessing you don't need to change it, especially now that Yelly Hayes has come in and started the shot call out of his mind and play in mid. Ding is going to do just fine.
He's going to ring a bell in this game, but who knows how they can do it up against BREN Esports. Will this be a sweep or will this be a reverse sweep denied? Because again, BREN Esports could be the first team to be in the playoffs, but now it's slowly being denied.
Yeah. 25 points, the magic number right now for BREN Esports to be the first team to secure their playoff slot. If I'm not mistaken, they're sitting at 23 right now.
Or 22.
Or 22. We're going to have to revisit that. Let's look at the draft. First up, though, BREN Esports, Yu Zhong still the ban. So far, similar banning pattern here. Maybe BREN Esports might think about taking out...
They were at 22.
Oh, they are at 22. So they cannot secure their playoff slot
playoff
today.
secure denied for today because of Nexplay, EVOS.
Oh, familiar foe.
Oh.
3 points is needed. A sweep was needed to get in the playoffs.
Yeah. BREN Esports might change up their priorities here. They take out the Kaja, surprisingly enough. Let's see if they're gonna... They probably won't take out the Farsa anymore, if that's the case then. And I felt like the Farsa ban really was just so that they could, if ever they were gonna play into the Diggy will be safe. Because again, we saw before, I believe that was TNC versus Blacklist International. The Farsa really just punishes the Diggy so well. But even in that last game, the Diggy was punished by, well, not just an Eve, but even the Franco. So
most everybody, actually.
Yeah, almost everybody. So really enough, we might actually go into this game with BREN Esports not picking up the Diggy and just having Ogun play up a traditional roamer.
Truly, Nexplay EVOS showed the greater way. Like, we can handle BREN Esports Diggy. Let it out and use something different. Because how they managed to have this reset from all of the days that they were losing, this is just them translating to a new winning form, a new formula that they can work on with Yelly Hayes in it.
I'm liking this Nexplay EVOS. Whether they win the series as a sweep or they give us a good showing in the next couple of games if we have to get there.
Yep.
I like the way that they've grown so far already. Let's see exactly what the method behind the madness is of why they decided to stay red. This was supposed to be their call. Side selection, right? Like, I wonder why they decided to decide to go red here.
That's a good question. That's a really good question because they just stayed on their own ways. And now, how BREN is pointing it, they're banning down Eve. And also, this opens up the Fredrin. Could be again for BREN Esports.
Farsa still out there.
And good point.
1-1. Ah!
Oh, yeah, 1-1 here. Nexplay EVOS.
Do it.
Are you going to ban it out?
Oh,
Play it safe, ban the 1-1. So Valentina and even a first pick Farsa is open here for BREN. Surprisingly enough. Or even a first pick Glue, as Glue is still open for themselves. So I'm looking at Glue, Valentina, maybe even a surprise first pick Farsa.
Arlott. A worthy first pick. Oh, Arlott is out on the table as well. A lot of options are really open.
A lot of heroes.
A lot of heroes. Yeah.
We're going to run this down into the ground until it doesn't make sense anymore.
Still a Glue, though.
Oh, there you go.
It's Glue. If you get we mean Arlott a lot.
Yeah. They can go... Okay, Benedetta, surprisingly enough, and Farsa. I actually thought they were going to go Lapu Farsa, but Benedetta also still makes a lot of sense here.
Hey, Ding plays a mean Benedetta too.
Yeah.
True.
Unless Nexplay EVOS will surprise us and they're putting that as a flex option, potentially.
Whoa. In the
depending
jungle?
on the picks. Yeah, depending on
what
BREN...
A la Carl TZ Season 7.
Yeah.
A la Demon Kite Season 9 in MSC.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thanks for pulling that up, Leo.
Because if ever
matters.
BREN Esports picks up like an assassin here,
you're
going to want to match that speed.
Correct.
Because they can pick up a Hayabusa, seeing that that's a Farsa on the side of Nexplay EVOS. If I'm BREN here, I'm looking at that and going, hey, let's just pick the Hayabusa right now for Kyle TZ.
Do it.
That totally makes sense.
Yeah, if not the Hayabusa, maybe even the Lancelot for him. Maybe even the Ling.
Oh, yeah. But no, they're not selling the idea that they're taking onto that path, on taking their jungler right here.
They're not buying it.
Yeah, they're not buying it. They don't need to rush it. They play it safe and
okay.
play EVOS with a quick Claude right now.
Good interaction between him and the glue.
Yep.
I mean, that's the next best thing you have, since I believe the Faramis is not available for picking this week.
Yep.
So the natural predator to the glue. Oh, look, we were talking about the Hayabusa. Nexplay EVOS says, nuh-uh, not today.
Yep. They saw it that possibly in a different multiverse this could happen. So
yeah, good ban. It is a very viable option.
Oh, Hilda, okay.
Is this a telegraph? Is this?
Yeah, it's like BREN Esports saying, oh, yeah, either ban the Ling or the Lance. We'll still have an assassin available for us.
What are the other?
So we'll take out the Hilda as the roam option here.
And then is this the Diggy? Do they try to pick the Diggy from there? They can.
They could.
But it still depends on what the roamer is for Nexplay EVOS.
It will depend on that. But right now, yeah. If I'm Nexplay, if they're worried about the Diggy potentially, they can pick their roamer 5th instead of into the 4th pick.
That's right. Boyet is not at all pressured here.
Yeah. Nexplay EVOS though in the jungle, they banned the Diggy.
Still a safe window, but Diggy.
Wait. Also a telegraph.
Yeah.
Right? Like
Akai.
We're receiving a lot of signals, yeah?
Grok.
Atlas.
Open.
Oh,
Atlas
yeah.
open.
Kufra.
Koofy.
I'm not a big fan though of picking the Atlas into a Valentina.
Not yet.
Because it's the counterplay possibility there is incredibly punishing, as we've seen all throughout the season. So they banned the Kufra. Grok, Akai. Great options right now for Nexplay EVOS, but that would mean it's very Claude dependent for this lineup, and well, Yelly Hayes dependent also.
Frankie's okay.
Yeah, Franco would look good, but are they willing to give the bloody hunt to the Valentina?
They're already giving the feathered airstrike.
Yeah,
oh, that's true.
So either way, they could go in prepared if they want to take this, because Franco is still a good way of taking one out of BREN Esports, knowing that they have a good team fight.
Yeah, I was going to say the Kaj, it's banned.
Yeah.
Oh, right, because the poll makes total sense. Maybe that's why BREN Esports banned out. Like, hey, we don't want that pull or disable onto our momentum. But
oh yeah, okay, they pick up the Cho. Yeah, next best option. I mentioned the Kai earlier. I realized they also can't pick that because they're up against a Valentina. So they pick up the Cho and they can go tanky for this jungler. I would be okay with that. They can go Grok, honestly.
Now you mention it. What if the Cho is the jungler?
That is a possibility.
Still a flex.
But they'll need to pick up a roamer with a good enough peel, if that's the case.
There's still a lot of peel.
Yeah, because that's going to be a lot of pressure into the Cho, if ever.
We still don't know what Marco's playing. Lance and Ling are still out there.
Yeah.
And the Akai. They have the Akai too.
Yeah, we've seen him on a good performance on the Akai.
Kyle plays a good Akai, yeah.
Yeah.
Kyle TZ, yeah.
2 out of 5.
You see?
Yeah.
You see BREN Esports considering all their options.
What is that?
It's a Hellcurt!
Coach Ducky did mention there were a list of heroes that they wanted to break out. Heroes that they've been practicing in scrims with. One of them was the Minotaur, but this is not the Minotaur. This is the Hellcurt!
Lights out. It's lights out for BREN Esports. Now, how is the NXPE going to respond to this? With the flex that they have right now, it's time to settle the score.
Holy.
I like the Lolita.
Holy smokes, yeah, the Lolita pickup.
Amazing pickup.
And the Hellcurt too. They just really have to time their abilities well. What's the jungler here? Is it... Again, the options right now are slim because you're thinking about the Valentina. Are you going to go tanky? Akai at this point looks like a question that they can go assassin themselves. Oh, they still pick into the Akai.
They were forced.
Yeah, they were forced. It felt like they were forced into it.
It makes sense, though.
Yeah.
At this point, when push comes to shove, yeah, there's a Valentina on the other end, but hey, man, they picked up the Hellcurt.
Yeah.
It's going to be difficult, though. I'm only imagining when the Dark Knight does fall, how do you find your targets? How do you know where to go? Where do you push your opponents into? Like, you have to play with memory.
Yeah, I remember we had a joke about this back in MPL Philippines Season 10. One of the things you can do to go up against a Farsa who is already in herself blind is to pick up a Hellcurt who makes everyone else even blind. So you're double blinding the Farsa. And we've seen it before. Push comes to shove, if the timing ain't right, if it's been a while since you're up against a Hellcurt, Farsa players will get surprised and like, oh, wait, I don't see anyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it forces out a lot of resources. from all the members of Nexplay EVOS. So let's find out how BREN Esports with their debut pick, with debut player right here in week number 6. Let's see how this one goes up against Nexplay EVOS.
Oh, that's a Demon Slayer on this Hellcurt though.
Oh, okay.
See how fast he can clear.
What's the balance right here? So Demon Slayer sacrifices damage, so a bit of a shift. I mean,
it allows you to contest for objectives.
Yeah, much better. And at the same time, I feel like Hellcurt is one of those heroes who will still have a lot of damage as long as he got those stingers up.
He will. The DPS.
Yeah. It'll always be there.
Oh, look at this. They understand that there might be a big rotation on Ding since mid lane roam duo kind of left. But I wonder what's going on. How did Domin get down to that low, like half health there? Oh.
Okay.
Seems like a good amount of poke damage.
Who took it?
He received.
Force and poke right onto BREN Esports.
Did.
Oh wow, Few took it.
Oh, Few
did he?
Oh. Yeah, Boyet didn't even pop the retry.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Went to the side of BREN. So Nexplay EVOS are going for their top side rotation, see if they can pressure Super Marco early on.
That's 3 on Marco, forcing the flicker. He gets out. Now Ogwin on the scene. All is well.
Yeah.
Whoa.
There is still a flicker on the hands of Brusco, though. He didn't need to use that to get close to Super Marco. That's a win for Nexplay EVOS in the smaller picture, but Super Marco is still able to get the last hit onto that gold crab.
And they're still going back to the keys to victory. And don't let Super Marco breathe in-game, because there's 2 ways that they need to worry about the problems. The damage from a Hellcurt and a possible scaling damage for a Matrix. So 1 hero at a time, as they say, so as they complete their slow progress up against BREN Esports.
Well, 8 seconds before the turtle spawns. Both junglers at level 4 will have access to their ultimates. Roamers right now still both level 3. Brusco farther to level 3 than Ogwin is. Might be a question. Oh, there we go. Ogwin already level 4 there.
Ding as well.
There's a lot of ultimates available.
We're waiting. I wonder what Kyle TZ is up to. He's looking at both his orange and his purple. There's a pull by Flap. I'm guessing they've made that connection. They made the call. 3 here for Nexplay EVOS, and Turtle resets.
Yeah, could be Nexplay all the way for this one.
Oh, there it is. The heavy spin, displacing Flap Easy. Dark Knight falls. Where do they go? Who do they see? That's one way to push away your opponents when they're contesting for Turtle. And there's the grab, and a heavy spin of their own. Kyle TZ secures the Turtle. All the while they drop first blood on Boyet.
Amazing play. They let out the Dark Knight Falls, and who knows who are they going to be up next. That was still, again, Flap TZ pulling the team apart NXPE to not contest the first objective of the game.
Yeah, and you see there the big utility of the Dark Knight Falls. Nexplay EVOS probably had a bit of an idea that Kyle TZ was getting his purple buff, but once that Dark Knight Falls goes out, you will play safe and you will back off. Even though Nexplay EVOS had a good position there at the beginning, the moment that ultimate from the Hellcurt went down, they backed off. And I wouldn't be surprised if the next approaches of BREN Esports will be like that. Let the other members of BREN get to the turtle first, then just wait for Kyle TZ to pop the Dark Knight Falls, and then they engage.
Yeah, let them make the first move a safe way for NXPE to use, because right now, if with the threat right now of Kyle TZ using the Hellcurt, this gives you, well, a lot of spaces to even hesitate, to stay, or even take one counter hit.
Yeah, it's out of the game mechanics. Like, literally, you can't see what's going on. You can't make the right decisions. And we saw it in action, in practice, what that looks like.
Okay, so right now they need to be on the lane. So
Brusco,
Brusco,
Numinal Blast, catching one. That's all she wrote. Brusco falls.
Yeah, that was just textbook by BREN Esports. Ogwin had the information that Brusco didn't have his flicker yet, so he didn't need to expand his flicker. Just a normal use of a Numenon Blast, and great response there by BREN.
Okay, now they're forced out a rotation onto NXPE. And 3 members of 3-0 slowly, missing that sniper shot up top. I say they're taking it slow, calculating more of the damage that the items that they can get, or they can actually use up against BREN.
Yeah, both XP laners cutting right now, but that's going to be Kyle TZ finding Ding. Ding gets away.
Wow. Flap TZ introducing himself to the inhibitor down bottom. That's amazing. Look how cheap he was. Oh, Brusco spots out Few. Few has the heavy spin, so once again, something to watch out for. If Flap TZ gets the grab of a century, Yelly Hayes or Boyet.
Oh, flicker.
Oh, there's a kick. Feathered airstrike coming in. Heavy spin on heavy spin. It's Beyblade. Let her rip. Both of them let go. The split by Flap TZ. Another clean turtle take by BREN.
Amazing mechanics. Still the same thing all over again. Somebody turned off the switch, and we're going to take the turtle right away. And everybody just goes, oh, retreat back.
Man, BREN Esports right now, they're making that usage of the Hellgurt ultimate look so easy. The moment Dark Knight falls, Nexplay goes, huh, what do we do? And then it just throws them off their game. They can't contest the major objectives. They're going to have to find a way around this. If not, BREN Esports are going to walk away with all turtles in this game.
With that being said, I think they need more defense items to hold their ground. They need more time to do it because they keep on going back and forth. They're missing out the trades. Yes, you're playing it safe, but you're losing the major objective that your team needs.
That's why there's a lot of pants here. Like, there's at least 2 pairs of steel leg plates on Nexplay EVOS already, and the Dreadnought armor.
Get a good amount of armor early on. And oh, Gwenda might get caught out.
Oh, puts up the bulwark. And Brusco, almost half health. Flapteasy obliges. Wow, Nexplay was pushing that bush behind their tier 1 up top. This is difficult. You really feel where this 3K gold lead is coming in from. Now the conceal, few spots it almost immediately.
Oh, well, Dama gets sniped also.
Ow!
Look at all the pressure right now by BREN. Ding, though, alleviating a bit of that. The moment he saw the Hellgurt, he'll just, I'm going to back off.
That's what was happening. Look, he's going to force it. Look, sorted that in.
Okay.
There you
Take
go.
down the turret. Well, the waiting game still prevails a bit for Nexplay EVOS, slowly taking those wins on the defenses down of BREN Esports.
Yeah, despite everything, Nexplay EVOS will still walk away with the first turret of the game, knowing that eventually BREN Esports will be able to break up top. But again, this calls back to the game that Nexplay EVOS had earlier this season, where they just focused on the investment into doming, and it looks like that is going to be the game plan here. It really will just be, let's help doming out. We might lose the turtles. I mean, they really are at this point. But as long as doming is farmed up and has damage, they'll have their main condition available for them and close to Super Marco.
And we haven't yet seen what that looks like when doming finally fights back and the Hellgurt does. The Dark Knight falls. Yelly Haze flying into the scene. Numenon Blast set in, plus a heavy spin. Marco gets a turtle, and now it's just pandemonium released onto this. And Yelly Haze falls. Marco gets another. This is difficult. BREN Esports in the driver's seat.
They were all over the place. They had the knock-up, the initiation from Brusco there was perfect. But when they used the Dark Knight Falls, hold that thought.
Boyet!
Oh! My goodness. We have to mention here, an unsung hero for this game so far has been Flapteasy. He's been having the time of his life as a glue right now. As Ding is usually put into clear side lane duty, he was there, but right now, Nexplay EVOS don't have an answer yet for the glue of BREN Esports. And BREN Esports are just sticking to the game plan around this glue.
Man, looking up on the last one. Oh, look. Brusco.
Another one. That's deja vu from earlier. Maybe moved up a little bit past the river. Brusco falls.
Out of position, and they were all over the place. Once the ultimate is up for Kyle TZ to use, everybody's like pushing away everything and backing out. And it's one problem because they're putting Nexplay EVOS in a tight corner facing the wall.
Yeah, and the past engagements we saw here, it's not the feathered airstrike Few is getting. It's always been, well, most of the time, the heavy spin of the Akai. And the heavy spin, along with the ultimate of the Lolita, along with the Dark Knight Falls, there's so many deterrents that BREN Esports has that the moment Nexplay EVOS wants to do something, once they see those ultimates, or since they're blinded by the Hellgurt, they don't see anything.
Oh, watch out,
They
Brusco and Ding.
have to back off.
Okay, I thought they were going to get sandwiched. Close call. You were saying?
No, that was it.
Oh, all right.
Thank you so much for that thought, because right now it really makes a point on how Nexplay EVOS could even answer those mistakes, because at every point that they wanted to take an objective, it's still the same thing all over again. Either they take him by surprise or they isolate one down. Because there's 2 tanky members who being up in the front line of BREN Esports. That's a big of a problem.
And it's not like once you get through those tanks, it's over. They've built up. They've really made the most of this 8K gold lead they have. That makes taking this Lord all the more easy. Like, they didn't even sweat.
No. And it just melted like butter. BREN Esports knocking in to the second tier turret of this game. Oh, Nexplay EVOS.
Not a single kill for Nexplay, by the way.
Yeah, that's 6-0. And the goalie is almost Well, it's 9K. Oh, look at the damage onto Yelly Hayes. Ow!
Oh, the kick!
And they catch Flap. A few feathered airstrikes here, but the split will keep him alive. And still no dice. Nexplay was able to push back BREN Esports.
As much as Nexplay EVOS, specifically Brusco, wants to find other targets, at this point he's just taking what he can get, which is Flap. But at this point, Flap is so built up that he can survive.
He's buffed.
He's buffed up. He has all the items that he needs.
Still has a flicker too. Now here comes BREN 6-man. Here comes the Lord. The Newman on blast coming in. No one home. And just like that, can they defend? Oh, Inhibitor's gonna fall here.
Dark Knight Pulse has been used.
Oh, heavy spin, but it's not gonna be enough. Kyle Teasy takes down Boyet. And Yelly Hayes, a feathered airstrike of desperation. Oh, this is dangerous.
Dig.
Look at how low the members of Nexplay was on their own base. And Super Margo takes down Ding point blank.
I call that Ding was trying to pull up members of BREN Esports, not to take everybody out. And they still want to defend.
Oh, gentlemen, Nexplay EVOS has yet to secure a kill. It's an 11,000 gold lead. 11 minutes in. Total domination by BREN. My goodness, Nexplay EVOS has no breathing room here. And surprisingly enough, for how tanky it feels like Flap TZ has been, he's only full build 2 items, an Athena shield and a blade armor. He's just picking up pieces of his other items right now. And honestly, that's been a trend this season where we've seen players not actually full building items, especially when they find themselves in the lead, where they just get pieces of specific things, knowing that it's more than enough. And because with how much the defense steel leg plates give at around 40, 45, if I'm not mistaken, it's such a good item to build up.
It's a chop build.
Look about an inch up, man. Look at that item. What's that called? We don't see it very often. It's a sea halberd.
Yeah. A second item
Today.
prioritized actually by Kyle TZ.
It got buffed.
Almost half HP right there. And on the player's gold, Super Marco is leading up the charts. And going back to your point, boys, that's one way. That's one way to deal damage.
Yep. It looks like a jungle assassin with the sea halberd with a new punish mechanic of that item, increasing damage by 8% against enemy heroes with more extra HP. What kind of jungler is Kyle TZ up against? Well, a tanky Akai.
Oh. Yup, speaking of the tankiest members of NXPE, only 2 members could hold the line. And if one pickup fails, it all falls down for NXPE to have a counter punish. So they need to make sure their angles are in the right position. Oh, look! Oh, Peel.
Oh, it's hard to be Brusco now. Boyet, heavy spin, isolating Super Marco, but Super Marco obliges with a flicker on out. Ying uses the electro final blow.
Oh my!
But Marco still finds his mark, taking down Boyet on the way back to his base. Still nothing for Nexplay.
Oh,
yikes.
no.
Here comes Ogwin.
Oh.
Massive.
Folks,
Bang.
that's a Newman on blast just to really put it in. Doming falls. The Inhibitor down bottom falls. Yelly Hayes couldn't pop him with the feathered airstrike. Here comes Few with his own. Brusco falls as well. It's just Ding and Yelly Hayes left to defend. Can Ding find one? Super Marco pops the win chant. Super Marco is godlike. And just like that, BREN Esports take us to Game 3.
What a day! You were talking about earlier about performances. Well, take it to game number 3 for a tiebreaker. For the second match of the day, BREN Esports bouncing back.
Nexplay EVOS said, we've made it to the pro scene and we're living the dream. But they just experienced one of the worst nightmares a pro team can feel in the scene, in the MPL. Get stomped in a game with 0 kills. BREN Esports, one of the most, if not the most dominating performance by a team this season.
It's not the fastest game, but it's the most dominant game.
No kills.
We're looking at maybe 10:43, 10:44 for the fastest. That happened between Echo and Blacklist. But here, I'm not sure what the record is, but yeah, no. That's double digits on 0.
Yikes.
And the gold is almost 15K.
Yeah.
I stopped counting after 11.
Yeah. And at this point, man, everything that happened in that game was like, it was clear cut in terms of the big picture of it all. Wow, I'm speechless, gentlemen.
I'd like to find out how important that Hellcurt was.
Yeah,
because it's ban-worthy at this point. If it is indeed as impactful as I believe.
Well, speaking of being impactful, we've seen Hellcourt being aggressive in some of our games, in some of also the players that we see, but now he's more of a utility to blind everyone, and that gives them a surprise. And that way, Nexplay just could totally be blind in most of the corners, and they're all over the place.
What do you even do, right? Like, it's so hard to make decisions when you don't know where things are.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just a few seconds, but it's... I don't know. I want to see the highlights. Like, I think that's what'll explain.
Renmar Santa Cruz, go ahead and break down, and I'll give you a flashlight on what happened in game number 2. BREN Esports takes it to game number 3.
Where's the flashlight?
Okay, let's revisit Hellcourt and how teams handled this in the previous matches in MPL history. So when up against a Hellcourt, usually teams want to get an early advantage in major objective fights because they know that if they don't initiate it and if they don't start it off, that Hellcourt will come in and punish them. If a team with a Hellcourt loses 1 or 2 members early on in an objective team fight, a Hellcourt will think twice about going in. So Nexplay EVOS, that's what Brusco was trying to do, always trying to set up the way of the dragon onto a member of BREN Esports, which was surprisingly almost always Flapteasy because of how good a target Flapteasy made himself look. But Nexplay EVOS bit the bait. And yeah, because Nexplay EVOS couldn't get those early kills or 2 kills in objective team fights, BREN Esports always made it look easy. BREN Esports was started, or Nexplay EVOS was started. If Nexplay EVOS couldn't start a kill, Kaltizi will come in as a Hellcourt. Dark Knight falls. Nexplay EVOS has to back off because you're double blinded right now. It's going to be so hard for you to fight. And this feels like we just saw a game of a team who has not faced a Hellcourt in a while. And since Hellcourt has, well, we haven't heard rumblings of him showing up in terms of the scrimmages in the pro scene. It really felt like Nexplay EVOS were just surprised, and it's like, how do we face up against a Hellcourt again? Well, it seems like they've forgotten. Well, even here, it seems like we've forgotten, and BREN Esports played this game well. Play around the Hellcourt, play around your ultimates, play around the utility of the Valentina, knocking everyone off with a heavy spin, set things up with Super Marco. And Super Marco, it cannot be denied his presence in this fight. Again, it's the old idea of BREN Esports set everything up in the objective team fights well. It's just now down to Super Marco to convert that into a mid-game power spike, late-game kills. And that's exactly what Super Marco did. But again, I really want to revisit here the presence of Flapteasy in this game. Of course, the Hellcourt, we already knew what it brought to the table in this game, undeniable. But Flapteasy's presence as the glue, always making himself look like a very... very good target for Nexplay EVOS to kick back, to burst down immediately. Flapteasy, although always found a way to get away and always landed the abilities to just disrupt Nexplay EVOS. Completely one-sided, completely dominant. And now Nexplay EVOS are going to be looking into this. Yeah, what do we do about the Hellcourt? That now is the biggest question for Nexplay EVOS. Are we going to let it go? Are we going to ban it out? Do we remember how to go up against it? Because BREN Esports didn't give them even the room to get the right ways to give it to Nexplay EVOS.
Hellcourt got you.
Hellcourt got me. I think if the Hellcourt can silence Nexplay EVOS, Hellcourt has silenced me. Let's revisit the keys to victory checklist here. Roam Trio will make space for carry side laners. For Nexplay EVOS, for BREN Esports, don't let Super Marco breathe 1 second in lane. Try to pressure Super Marco, but they didn't get it. Make the pace of the game, not adjust to the pace. BREN Esports set the pace here. Nexplay EVOS could not adjust at all.
That's one way to set the pace. Blind your opponents.
Yeah, again, double blind. Classic. Go up against a Farsa, we double blind her.
It's basic interaction, like it's a basic human response when everything turns into blackout. You find a candle.
Freak out.
You freak out. You look for a candle. You look for a match or even get your phone. That's one big probability to address. But right now, they're putting Nexplay EVOS to be hesitant.
Yeah, and again, I feel like this is also because of the changes to Sea Halberd. Why things look so good for a Hellcurt right
so
now.
good.
Yeah,
Amazing.
of course, going up against tanky junglers. Yes, you usually think of as an Akai as someone who can make the Hellcurt struggle. But then because of how BREN Esports drafted that and just had a lot of tools to make it difficult for that Akai and how they approach a team fight, BREN Esports were ready for it. They set this up for this Hellcurt, it really feels like it. And they set it up perfectly.
Yeah, if it wasn't the Akai, like, worst case, it would have been Fred. Fred was snubbed this whole game, by the way.
Yeah, and it was not even banned.
Yeah, one of the rare times this season where Fredrin wasn't picked or banned.
What does that put him now? 70, 97, 96%?
It goes out from 99% to 97.
Yeah.
It's a standing, just really breaking down on how BREN Esports and Nexplay was changing the stats.
Okay, as a Fredrin main, I don't fear the nerf. The nerf to the damage is fine. I might fear the Hellcurt.
Yeah. Hellcurt now going into this next draft. It honestly, even though Nexplay EVOS had the Farsa there, and it felt like the Hellcurt was just a lot of response to the Farsa, come to think of it, the Hellcurt solves a lot of potential problems. I mean, in terms of like what kind of hero pick you want to have in the jungle these days. You want a jungler who can farm and take objectives safely, either have a great tool of escape. Hellcurt has a great tool in the sense that it's the ultimate utility ability. You blind everyone. At the same time, you don't make yourself a very obvious target for your opponents. So you can easily use your ultimate, crawl in there, retribution away, and then continue to fight or get out.
And that's even thinking if you want to get the objective to begin with.
Yeah.
Or you can do what Brent did and just turn on heroes.
Yeah. Imagine having the access to the main power switch of the Land of Dawn.
Yes. Or to Doming DR in this case.
Yeah.
I'll just come around.
Right? And most of the team fights that they were trying to, well, you've talked about objectives, right? Most of the time they were trying to do it, they were falling short, and they were all backing out in a safe distance.
Yeah.
And that gives so much coverage, so much vision that they can do up against NXPE.
Hellcurt, such a brilliant pick for BREN Esports. Where it was slotted, the pieces that it was paired with. I mean, with a Glue, with a Valentina that has a lot of utility, and it was paired up alongside the Lolita. Kyle TZ had everything going well for him in that game. It just meant that BREN Esports had to make sure they had the right timings, and they always did. It was a perfect game. Perfect timings, every major objective team fight for BREN Esports.
Now, I might be overthinking this, but the Hilda and Kufra ban might be helping to set up the Hellcurt. Like, if it was a Hilda in the roam for Nexplay EVOS, would have been hard because Brusco would have a bead on where Kyle TZ was all the time.
And it would be leashed. Hellcurt could be leashed by that point.
Yes, held down. And then if it was a Kufra, even if you do Dark Knight Falls, he can just bouncing ball right where he is. It's like, all right, guys, I'm okay. Just wait. All right, it's done. We can fight back. See? So maybe, just maybe, what if they open up both heroes and then maybe try to, I don't know. It's so hard to solve a Hellcurt now. It's such a new problem.
Yeah, and that's always the case with games where you see a new pick introduced, especially if the new pick does so well for your opposing team. You have so many things to think about now. And it is very obvious, and you can really say BREN Esports set that game up for the Hellcurt so well.
Amazing. Let's see how Nexplay was managed to fix things up a bit. Because if you guys think that if the Hellcurt still being opened up in game number 3, the only way to counter it is either you outlast, either you outplay the situation, because probably right now they could go the other way respecting it. So this pushes out or squeezes out NXPE to open up different choices in the book. Show something now, show something different. The debut's in.
I mean, they can leverage the whole Yelly Haze thing, but that's what Game 1 was all about. I wonder if they can, here's, and I mean this in the sweetest way, what else can they do to play their game? Like, whatever that next strategy is. Because if you're introducing elements like Hellcurt, you have to respect that. Like, the whole possibility of, dude, it might still be the Hellcurt Game 3 rather. Where does that put Nexplay EVOS?
Hellcurt, man. Who would have thought? Out of all the picks, be a Hellcurt. And taking a look away from the picks and the heroes and the drafting here, we have to revisit the idea for Nexplay EVOS. Again, before the season started, the former Minana squad disappeared from the scene because they used that time to really improve their holistic development, especially their mentality. They're gonna have to channel that again in going to this game number 3. Because in the pro scene now, look, you just got off of a hot game number 1. Your momentum was immediately destroyed in a game where you couldn't even get any kills, you couldn't get anything for yourself. Nexplay EVOS needs to keep their confidence alive somehow. They need to not be rattled by this, and all the more makes the presence of Yelly Hayes so important here. I feel like Yelly Hayes behind the scenes was just a voice telling everyone, guys, it's okay. We have game plans. Yes, it's a Hellkirk. If we got surprised, we gotta be careful. We gotta keep our chill, pretty much.
Yo, so the Neon Tigers need to snap out of it and keep everything together. Because right now, they did the first step. They've denied BREN Esports entering the first spot in the playoffs. Well, there's one challenge you need to overcome. Now it's game number 3. They've taken out Dave and Yuzong, both in XP from the mid laners. Let's see how Nexplay will respond. Will they respect the Hellkirk, or will they let it out, as you guys were talking about earlier?
Well, the Hellkirk was picked last in the previous draft. So if Nexplay EVOS ban it straight away, I feel like it'll be an overreaction. Because they'll have to still ban out the Joy. They'll still have to ban out the 1-1. If they're going to open one of the two, I'd rather open the Joy. Ban the 1-1 though, for sure.
Yeah.
Just cover your bases.
Yeah, cover your bases.
They could not react as early as now if they want to settle how they want to fight BREN Esports. Because in this game, BREN Esports really knows how to hide their cards right. So seeing staple bans could still be a 1-1 choice, a last ban. Do it next play, and there's no other way that they would go a different route. It would just mess things up.
Yeah, if ever Nexplay EVOS are going to open up the 1-1 here, they have to remember that if Super Marco, the first player this season to be allowed to first pick the 1-1, and he got a massive win out of that.
Twice in a row, too.
Twice in a row, too. So NXPE, if they're giving up the 1-1, which I don't think they'll do, yes, so they don't. Don't need to expand on the thought anymore. BREN Esports, previous pick, Glue, and then Melissa were their prioritized picks so far. They prioritized the Glue yet again.
So, deja vu. This is very similar to the draft in Game 2.
Yeah. Same thing, and Flapteasy is amazing with the Glue, and now being present in the meta, great way to have a -1 onto your marksman.
Now I wonder, will it still be the Benedetta and the Farsa for Nexplay EVOS?
I change
good
it
call.
up. I'd make that either, well, Lapu Lapu for me would still be good, but then prioritize something else.
Same. I think the Lapu Lapu is a good answer.
Yeah.
The Glue, yeah.
Yeah, they can go Lapu Lapu Valentina. Take away that utility from BREN Esports. And again, the utility of the Valentina was one of the big reasons why they got to set up things well for the Hellkirk. Not the only reason, but one of the big ones.
I concur.
Let's see.
Wait!
Oh, it's a Beatrix.
Okay, marksman on to Doming, and okay, Valentina. So another great setup for Nexplay EVOS from their first 2 picks.
Yeah, and understandable why they go for the Valentina. I still would rather prefer they went for the Lapu Lapu, but getting the Valentina, the Beatrix for themselves means that Super Marco doesn't have his hands on it. And again, for the players, very important that idea of momentum. Wouldn't have been surprised if BREN Esports said, hey, the Beatrix is open for us in our second set of picks, let's just pick it up right away. So it's more of like a block pick. But now, are they going to be ready for the Melissa, which is open right now for Super Marco?
And he's amazing on how he pulls up a good Melissa game, and with BREN Esports, with the Glue on their side, I guess it's a free roam, throwing needles in team fights.
Would they?
Oh, I think, okay.
Farsa Mel seems good.
Classic idea.
It's a good deal.
Farmel, yeah. Okay. So
classic pairing also.
Amazing. AoE burst, you have.
Yeah.
You
It
have
does
defense.
2 things.
Yep.
It does 2 things. It saves the Melissa from the Farsa, and then it cleans up all your damage needs.
Yeah.
So,
it's textbook right now for BREN. And
good duo pick. We have Melissa and Afar. So now let's see how Nexplay EVOS respond. So we have the mid lane, we have the gold lane. So will they pick up the XP lane?
get the laps.
yeah, just get the Lapu Lapu.
Get the laps, bro.
Looks good right now.
Yep, I want to make some laps right now.
Ding's mom's watching.
Do it.
When the body suffers,
Oh, it's a Benedetta though.
An EXP Benedetta up against a Glue.
No,
I guess they really like that matchup.
Yeah, they like the idea of Ding being able to really go around, have a splitter option.
Yeah, the push.
Play the map.
Mobility, play the map, and yeah, I mean, if it works out well for them, and I mean, Benedetta isn't a bad pick at all.
Yeah.
I mean, Ding was the first one to be able to break a tower, and why Nexplay EVOS had like even a little bit, tiny bit of space, so it's okay.
So do they ban the Hayabusa? We're in the bans now. Game 2 was a Haya ban here, in this spot right here. We don't know what Kaltiz is playing.
The Hayabusa makes sense because there's a lot of backline security right now. If you have a Beatrice, you have Valentina. Great way to penetrate how Nexplay EVOS plays. And the Diggy as well. They're really forcing to ban out the Diggy.
That was ban number 2 in the second phase for Game 2.
Franco, okay, it's trimming down the tanks. Will it be the jungler choices options of Nexplay EVOS to take down or take out against Kyle TZ? Lance is still open. And probably they could, I don't know. They're letting out the Hellcurt again. I am still a possibility.
This
I am
could be
just
the Haya
boggled.
still.
Yeah, my mind is going all over the place.
I still would take out the Hayabusa, yeah. Out of all the picks that we've seen, but they go for the Hilda.
Wait.
Maybe
do you have?
Nexplay EVOS will go for the Haya
Yeah, do you
themselves?
smell it? Do you smell it?
Yeah.
Boyet might pick up an assassin.
Yeah. Might be the first of the season for Boyet, if I'm not mistaken.
So,
yeah, if ever it's going to be a Hayabusa pickup, it's going to be the first for Boyet this season.
Okay, they're squeezing out something new for Boyet with the Hilda out. There's no speed breaks on how a Hayabusa can progress early game. So let's see. Will they open a new page of the book here as Boyet DR? We're looking at possible picks, something new that could work against BREN Esports. Until now, Hellgurt is still open. They're letting it loose, so maybe it's not a big of a problem if they take the Haya.
I have a feeling that Boyet's going to get his... Oh, sorry, rather. Brusco's going to get his hero first.
Yeah.
Something tells me.
Okay.
Save the jungler pick for last.
Still a safe route. I agree.
Cho is available. Doesn't have a lot of ones to worry about, but nope.
Oh.
There it is.
Never mind.
There it is.
Oh, the first one for Boyet. We have a Hayabusa.
Yep.
For Nexplay EVOS, they have unlocked a new page. Now, will they go for the Hellcurt? Is this still a good option for BREN Esports?
Finally, we're going to be seeing Boyd play an assassin that isn't the Karina this season.
Ooh.
Karina technically doesn't play like an assassin, though.
Yeah. Because of... I mean, I'm just talking about like how they're defined in
classification.
Game. Classification,
quick.
yeah. Karina definitely isn't an assassin.
Okay, so here's one reason why I'm skittish with the Hayabusa, at least this early on. Because you're not sure what the last 2 he picks are.
Yeah.
Is the glue alone. Like, the glue alone can almost stop the shadow kill.
I mean, Kufra is available. Ruby is available. See, their Kufra's already being hovered.
They're hovering it right in.
Yeah, and it's
And I see a blade.
Oh, we're going to get assassin on assassin violence. Let's go.
In game number 3.
That's the Kufi. And Kyle TT's Ling. He debuted this last week.
And he wants to do it again. And he is up against Boyet now as they open up a new hero for the team of Nexplay EVOS. Now they would need to have a good tank or roam option. Something to hold, something to catch.
Atlas? Atlas might be the case here. Because Cho into Kufra is always a huge gamble.
It's a bad idea.
But no, okay, it's still a Grog. Playing it safe.
Okay. You have Grok. Oh, maybe this tells something new for Nexplay EVOS to work on, because right here, we're about to see an assassin battle, and it is a Ling versus a Hayabusa. And they're going to be all over the place, and that's how you want to have this game in a tiebreaker match, because this settles everything.
All right. Low-key, I'm kind of happy now that Nexplay EVOS has the Benedetta, because if this was the Lapu-Lapu, then they would have no answers to the Ling at all.
Yeah.
So they at least can play the map here. Very important, I think, because... Again, if you foresee yourself having an tough early to mid, then at least for late you can play for something.
Okay, a bit of an assurance that they can do, or insurance rather. So let's see if they have their visions in line with everything, because this is a game number, a tight match that we're seeing, because in the last game of the day we saw triple games. 6 games in total, and now it's just one way of showing who's going to rise and who's going to fall.
What I'm looking at right now for BREN Esports is it seems like it's a much easier time for their gold laner and their junglers. Like, Nexplay EVOS doesn't have that sure hold onto the Ling. At least BREN Esports has a Kufra for them that has that can disrupt the Hayabusa. And then at the same time, does NXPE have enough reach to even reach the Melissa?
Early skirmish here in mid. About 30 seconds in. Brusco, Yelly Hayes, Few and Ogwin just going at each other. But it is a wet noodle fight. Not much damage yet. Little Wanderer goes on over to Nexplay.
Yeah, I was thinking about what you said earlier, Remnar, because how can NXPE push through the defense of NXP? I could say Brusco would be the one to make the combo up.
Yeah, for sure.
Hello, Ogwin coming in, bouncing ball, making it difficult for Boyet to get his purple buff. Will Caltese steal it? Brusco already flickers away. Oh no, a Grand Theft Purple this early on. Will Ogwin fall?
Ooh.
The answer is no. Tempest of Blades. Yelly Hayes eventually gets his man. And just like that, karma comes quick. Yelly Hayes taken out by Kyle.
Oh, this is what we're talking about right now. Just how fast BREN Esports can apply the pressure there. Nexplay EVOS, I think they thought that BREN Esports would play it slowly, but after that little mid-skirmish, BREN Esports just decided to continue the fight. They were caught off guard by that.
Oh, Ding here. Does he know this is a 2v1? He understands. Up top though. Ah, Super Marco squishes Boyet.
Yeah, taking down first point. If you're a Melissa, that's still a growing news if you want to scale up quickly.
Yeah, and that's great understanding by Ogwin, the pattern of the jungler rotations. He knew most likely Boyet was going to end up topside, so Ogwin immediately made a beeline for that, and then was one of the big reasons as to why Boyet got caught out. Horrible start right now for the jungler of Nexplay EVOS, but that is because BREN Esports did everything right to pressure him.
Well, speaking of pressure, no contest at the first turtle of the game, keeping everybody busy right now and explain what to do.
We got a orange buff secure here by Boyet, and now he's going double time. Like he feels that steal from earlier on, and now about 5 seconds away from his purple. Will Ogwin make a play for it? No.
Well, right now they're putting on pressure on Nexplay, and one thing that they're really targeting, because recently we were trying to see patterns on how the jungler rotation works. So maybe this is one of BREN Esports pressuring. Now they're holding. Oh, look.
Wild charge on the Flap Deezy. Forces out a split. Few with his feathered airstrike there. Oh, Yelly Hayes doesn't have a steal here. Already used it up.
You know, I feel like after the previous game and then now with that initial attempt onto Flap TZ, I think that's a sign for Nexplay EVOS to go, hey, maybe we shouldn't always just be so quick with trying to take down Flap TZ because he always gets away from us. Better to possibly conserve their abilities for better target.
Old habits die hard.
Yeah, that's a good point, because if they keep on chasing one, they forgot their progress, that they need to look at their way of growing. But oh, there's a jump!
Ogwin with the jump combo!
Oh!
And despite that, Brusco might even fall too. That's 3 in mid, pressuring this tier 1. Doming up top is losing his lane too!
Ooh, Ogwin. Will he make it in time to stop the recall? No.
Pressure all across the map right now. The rotation of the roamer for Nexplay EVOS, he can't help doming as much as he'd want. And of course, Melissa, just a monster right now, going up against anyone in lane. Of course, makes sense why Super Marco's winning that. And at the same time, Ogwin just setting the tempo really well right now as the Kufra.
Thought about pressure. And NXPE, if they keep on answering, they need to trade. They need to have a good trade in most of the things, because their mind is being scattered all over the place. Objectives, kills, ganks. Who do you take? Because right now there's a lot of playmakers that we see from BREN Esports.
Yeah. The 3K lead that BREN has here, under 5 minutes, is explained by analysis paralysis. Like, Nexplay EVOS doesn't know where to answer back, especially since they're winning everywhere. Now, Kyle Teasy puts the turtle here, about an 1/8 of its health. He's gonna take it, and this is gonna be a good engage. Flap Teasy can force the issue here. Trying to put up beads on Brusco, and Brusco gets away.
Yeah, and look how active Flap DZ has been since game number 2, since he's had his hands on his glue. It seems like he's always there in every objective fight. He's always getting out of lane. We think of Benedetta as a hero who can clear lane fast and be able to rotate quickly. But right now, Flap's making that glue look like a Benedetta.
Yeah, he's slippery. And he's a slime. And to talk about how BREN Esports is slipping.
Oh, look! Brusco! So close! And he will survive.
Yeah, hugging that wall to get a little bit more movement speed there. And good itemization, by the way, from Kyle Teasy. Swift crossbow, get that attack speed, but at the same time already has a Berserker's Fury.
Uh-oh. Caught through the back. Flap Teasy almost caught out Yelly Hayes, but they know Ogwin's here. Oh, look
Ogwin.
He switched it. Oh, and no one home. But just the same, Super Marco smells blood. They push in mid, and Brusco almost once again on the brink of death.
A response on point with BREN Esports. Missed that ultimate. There's a team right behind my back.
It's as simple as BREN Esports won all the lanes, won the jungle in the early game. That's why they're dominating. As much as Nexplay EVOS are finding or trying to find opportunities, well, at this point with a massive lead building up and up against a Hayabusa, this is not the game you'd want to see if you're in a Hayabusa. It's so hard for teams that have a Hayabusa to climb from an early game deficit such as this.
Yep, and with high and dry, it's hard to isolate them. It's just not going to happen. BREN knows what's up.
And they're together, and most of the time, NXPE, we have 2 tanks. They have 2 tanks to worry about. You have Ogun, you have Flaptizi. How do you manage to penetrate? Because early on, we were talking about how do you get to the defense of BREN Esports with the damage in mind and defense. You can't.
Yelia stole Tempest Ablaze. I wonder how it's going to help out. Brusco doesn't get away here, gets blasted by Kyle and Flap. And just like that, they're going to move on to the last turtle of the game. They're still 5K ahead.
Yeah, with a massive lead such as this, it's safe to talk about what Nexplay EVOS needs to do to win the game. They gotta hold on, they just gotta defend and try to find resources for doming as much as possible. They can counter-engage and counter-punish BREN Esports, but they have to be proactive in letting Domeng find farm if they can safely in the map. If not that, they can split the map, but even Domeng right now is getting pressured in their own jungle.
It's so hard to be Domeng and just fire away when there's so many things on the map that's threatening you. And there's Ogwin with a jump and a ult on the 2. Ding's gonna go down here. Kyle TZ gonna find his man. Few gets a push up top. And now a shadow kill by Kyle TZ. Gonna try to take a Super Marco. Not so lucky. Not like this. They're gonna force the issue here. Mid lane bombs away. Domeng clears the waves. But still, Kyle steals the orange. Purple's up next.
No big of a chunk for Boyet DR's progress to move. Now NXPE are forced to even defend. Forced to take defensive items on how BREN's lead right now is becoming more of like a crashing pandemonium to a delirium.
Yeah, it's just all BREN. All BREN. And it's even hard to think about right now who's going to get the MVP performance because it seems like everyone did their jobs perfectly. Flap is proactive with rotating, clearing XP lane fast. Kyle TZ is there for the objectives and going in for the right kill. I'm going to have to pick a specific one though. All of this began because of Ogwen. All of this began because of his early game pickoffs, his early game calls to invade that purple buff. And let's see if Ogwen will get another one eventually, a setup to turn it around for BREN Esports, or, well, even stamp the lead even further, because Nexplay EVOS right now, they just have to hold on somehow.
Well, speaking of holding on, how do they penetrate? Is the defense enough? Well, look at the items of, right now, of Brusco DR, man. It's not even on a full first item build. Yes, he has the PYT, but oh no. Stop it, it's the only the Athena shield.
Yeah, at this point, just to keep him alive from the Farsa. Scrambling for resources and items right now is Nexplay EVOS. Yelihes has the second one, gets a genius one. So little by little, they are getting a bit of damage, but right now, it's still massive. A massive lead for BREN. Already a win talker for Kyle TZ. And it felt like it was just a minute ago he was able to build the endless battle. So that's how swiftly BREN Esports are getting their items right now.
Yep, not even 10 minutes in, and BREN Esports have basically quarantined Nexplay EVOS. They cornered them off from the rest of the map. Nexplay EVOS hasn't left their base, not in the past 2 minutes.
And I think Kyle TZ... Oh, okay. All right. I was about to mention something about his retribution, but I believe it is still ice retribution there on him. So with the Lord marching down mid and Super Marco even getting a Winded Nature for himself, already a Corrosion Scythe as well for Kyle TZ. This can be the end here. For BREN Esports, they don't need to do a lot to end it here right now.
Yep, especially with about 11K ahead. There's a jump in from Owen. Brusco with a flicker wild charge. And the answer back, Domeng! He's back in heat! That's a lot of damage, but Brusco bites it already. Domeng's still alive. Boyet pops Flap. Look at Kyle TZ, he's getting out of here. And the inhibitor still stands. What was that?
Damage, Kyle TZ, my goodness.
Yeah, that lane hurts. But of course, we have to talk about how Brusco said, Guys, we gotta find a way to turn it around, and they did. Flicker, wild charge, catching Flap TC and Few off guard. That's how Nexplay EVOS are gonna come back at this. Again, it's from a defensive position. It looks difficult, but now BREN Esports just got a signal like, oh, okay, now we gotta watch out for that. So we gotta watch out for Brusco coming out of nowhere.
Now it's real.
Now it's real. Nexplay EVOS, I feel like that's a good morale boost for them. They now know they can make a play to at least get kills to stop and delay BREN Esports from ending this. They can still turn it around. BREN Esports just needs to be very careful.
But mind you, that was inside their base.
Yep.
Yeah.
They used a good chunk of the turrets. Hits there, but wait, look at Kyle TZ coming in. Feathered airstrike spent, and just like that, permanent damage in mid.
Base is open, but they need to respect the fact that NXPE could still go for a clap back in this match. And with 2 tier tiers left, they need to buy more time. But the lead right here, almost 11K from BREN Esports. And the damage could deal better. Oh, the damage that they can rely on is either from Doming or even from Boyet. But right now, if they're grouped in an attack, it's so hard for the passive to even activate or even penetrate.
Yeah. Crazy to think that we ended up here because I feel like the domino really was just Boyet lost his purple buff early on. And then eventually Boyet would get picked off top lane because of a good rotation by Ogwen.
Butterfly effect.
Butterfly effect from a very... Actually, no, it even began with a surprising skirmish in mid where you'd think as Nexplay EVOS, hey, BREN Esports wouldn't invade our jungle. But then BREN Esports invaded their jungle.
You know where it started?
Where?
Boyet pick Hayabusa.
Yeah.
Right? Like
they were forced.
As on record here in Season 11, he doesn't play Assassins much, but here they decided to do that.
Oh, no. Not looking good for Nexplay EVOS right now. And there is one Lord going to be pushing into the mid.
We're still feeling the lead here. The 12K ahead that BREN is sitting at. Not even a single contest, not even a thought.
Yeah, look at how far behind. It's almost double the lead is the link over the Hayabusa. Doming still on the way to building a Hunter Strike. Only has a Malefic Roar and the Blade of Despair for himself. Well, alongside the Wind of Nature, but in terms of like major damage items, you see there Yelly Haze was forced to build the Divine Glaive so they get a bit of magic penetration. But right now, Ding is actually just forced to build scraps of items. Bloodlust Axe, yes, but still not able to fully build a Dominance Ice.
Look at this defense. It's going to be enough. They force out the Feathered Airstrike from Few already at the cost of the top lane inhibitor. So bottom lane, the only standing turret, the last bastion for Nexplay EVOS. They will see another push. They are still in this.
Well, if that's the moment that they could come back from this fight, Brusco's initiation and how he makes the combo work for a Grok, he has the immortality. He could have the confidence to even get a setup. Pin down one.
Oh, but here might be a setup coming from Ogwen.
Easier said than done. Ogwen coming in. No one home. Feather Airstrike from Few once more. Say goodbye to that last turret. Nexplay EVOS are just playing with their base.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
And Few's getting his Feathered Airstrike so fast. That was one siege, and after just like, what, 20 to 23 seconds, he gets it immediately?
You could have held your breath.
Yeah, you could have held your breath for that long, and Few would still have gotten that Feathered Airstrike off again.
How he's quick with a cooldown and just keeps on raining burst damage from BREN Esports. Man, this lead is just, I'm going to stop counting, but this is just BREN Esports onto the advantage in terms of damage and defense. They're all in check.
Yep, it's about 2K across the board. It's like 2K ahead here, 2K, 3K in some cases.
Oh, what can Nexplay EVOS do? Pick off, but then you have a Ling looming around for counter punish. Here comes a conceal play by BREN.
Oh, go ahead. Who's going to spot? Hello, he says to Brusco. And touche. We're about 45 seconds away from this Luminous Lord. Hasn't evolved yet, and that's just how far BREN is ahead this early on.
Yeah, utter dominance. Nexplay EVOS, though. Kudos to them for holding on this long. They have been careful with how they are defending. At this point, it honestly could have been over much quicker, but testament to Nexplay EVOS and their defensive capabilities here right now. Still respecting the fact that they can turn it around. They're holding on for dear life. The magic number was 25 for BREN. They will not secure their playoff slot now, but what they can secure is bragging rights to say that they have now built themselves a 9-series win streak.
Man, just looking at the stats, how the Hive and the Bees work their way up top. One way of showing greater force. This is dominance from BREN Esports. This is truly BREN lang malakas all over the place once again. No way that they were would be contesting this one.
Nope.
Yep, they're at the base, at the mercy of their base.
Nexplay EVOS understands that that was no place for them to contest, and a majority of their best plays here in Game 3 happen inside their base. So yeah, they're definitely going to have to wait for this. And I hate to say it, but it's all on Brusco, man. Brusco needs that godlike setup again.
Can he find it?
Combo. He has the immortality. We have the ways of making it work. Let's see how they pull it through. Who's closing it?
Who's ult on Yelly Hayes? Oh, they cancel it. And they see him. There's one. Catches few. Puts him up. And the base. Watch the base. Ladies and gentlemen, BREN Esports are 8 series in. Make that 9. That's 9.
9 series win streak for the Bees. Deterred in game number 1, but the reverse sweep complete. Back-to-back domination. BREN lang malakas. Still ringing true and still ringing strong for MPL Philippines Season 11.
Oh, look at the hug back there. They did not get the first place right now into the playoffs, but man, they have denied the way that they are backing or they can be taken from a reverse sweep. BREN Esports still going on strong with their streak.
A reverse sweep, but at least we learned a few things, all right? Now, Nexplay EVOS are going to take their bow here, but just the same, this opens up a lot of questions for this formerly known as the Kings of the Amateur Scene. Like, are we going to see more of Yelly Hayes in mid here?
I think, yes. I think it's a working formula for Nexplay EVOS. Why not? And with his debut right now in the season, well, better late than never.
Yeah, they move with a little bit more confidence, with a little bit more gusto. But I honestly, it really did feel like after that game number 2, it just took a lot of the wind out from their sails. Because then there were a lot of things they had to overthink and draft, showing up that Hellcurt, the adjustments that BREN Esports did. And honestly, I really understand why they picked that Hayabusa 4th, although the Hayabusa 5th would have been great. Because if they didn't pick the Hayabusa, it was still open for picking for BREN Esports. And I think they were thinking more about, like, let's not give Kyle TZ a comfort pick that he has shown he is a monster with.
So they made their bed, they laid in it, and this is what they have. Close call, though. Again, the fact that Brusco was still trying to make plays, even in the face of inevitable death, utter loss, showed a lot of spirit there.
Definitely.
Yeah, although that boost from game number 1 was what they needed. What they needed, actually, to make it through. But, man, falling short on this game number 3 really puts up a lot of questions on how they can really bounce back. But it's just Nexplay EVOS. They have the determined mind to do so, so may as well give more breathing room. But, again, we have few matches left for the regular season, and they need to make it quick.
Nexplay EVOS is struggling. That's no secret. They need more points to secure a playoff spot. But BREN Esports, on the other hand, they're here. The streak is alive. Bigger than ever. I mean, 9 series straight. Like that's no easy feat. But as well, they're also giving us a show. Hellcurt, folks. Hellcurt. Does that mean 100? Yeah, it's 100% win rate for Hellcurt.
100% win rate
for now.
For now. But yeah, how they drafted that Hellcurt, that surprise, it was calculated and it was honestly perfect. One of the, again, it feels like I've been saying this a lot about BREN Esports this season. One of the best draft sequences I've seen this season. And I've said that a lot about BREN in Season 11.
Well, see, in this prime form of BREN Esports, they are forced to be reckoned with, and they're 1 point away, if I'm not mistaken, right? 1 point heading into playoffs.
Yeah, 1 more point. And one more thing I'd want to say, and hopefully we hear from him in the interview, I feel like that Hellcurt was a Coach VREN idea. Coach Ducky before has said in the past how Coach VREN influences the draft. A lot of the big ideas come from Coach VREN. He's always had second voice to remind the team, oh, this is what we're missing, this is what we need, this is what they're good at. And hopefully we get confirmation from that. And hopefully we hear more from Coach VREN, who has been an unsung hero for BREN Esports this season.
He's on stage with them, right? Where is he? There he is. Yeah, he's wearing the blue polo. Yeah, he's
there.
there.
Right. He's back there. Yeah, so we can have a word from or hear from Coach VREN right here. Let's call on the Hive together with BREN Esports with Myra Aquino on stage with their winning interview.
This team refuses to lose. Congratulations, BREN Esports. Win streak! Sobrang wow talaga pag kayo ang naglalaban. Napawaw din kami kasi it's been so long, Caltisi, since we saw Hellcurt sa MPL. Sobrang tagal na, di ko nga maalala kailan pa yung last. Kaninong idea na i-pull out yung Hellcurt?
Idea po talaga po ni Coach BREN yun. Parang ano po, gusto po namin i-try sa scrim din. Yun po, parang maganda po siya gamitin. So, kaya po ginamit po namin dito.
Sige nga, gusto kong marinig from Coach BREN. Hi, Coach! What did you see about Hellcurt? Because it's not a normal pick for MPL. What was the bright idea? Bakit Hellcurt of all the heroes na i-introduce sa Season 11?
Kasi nung naglalaro pa po ako ng ML, 5 lang po talaga yung hero ko eh. Yung Hanzo, Mia, Layla, tapos, hindi pa ba isa? Basta isa yun, Julian, saka yung Hellcurt. So, lagi ko silang ini-influence na gamitin yung mga hero ko, kaya, ayun. Kanina, sabi ko, do or die na to, Hellcurt na lang tayo.
O, gaano ka ka-proud sa performance niya sa Hellcurt, sa hero mo?
Sakto lang, siguro may gagaling pa siya eh. Hindi niya kasi sinusunod yung mga tips ko sa kanya eh.
Ano ba yung tips?
Yung ulti lang ng ulti.
Okay.
Nitipid niya pa eh.
Tinitipid. Paano pa kung hindi tinipid? Thank you, Coach. Eto, napansin niyo ba yung kanilang gigil nung game number 2? Parang sabi nga ni Farsa, revenge has blinded me. Parang revenge mode kayo. Si Pandora kaya. Revenge mode kayo nung game number 2 kasi 0 yung kalaban, di nakapatay yung kalaban ha. Tinapos nyo in 13 minutes, 36 seconds, 14K gold lead. Talagang nabaliw kami backstage. What happened sa game number 2? Ibang-iba from game 1.
Kasi after nung game 1, nakita ko yung mga mukha nila eh. Parang parang nalulungkot eh. Kaya sinayawan ko sila sa harapan.
Okay. Sample! Okay, kailangan ng sample. Alright, here we go. Pandora, sinayawan daw ang BREN Esports. In 3, 2, 1, here we go. So, namamotivate ba na kayo?
Namotivate sila. Sabi nila, game to na agad.
Sa aminado kayo, sobrang galit kayo nung game 1, kaya ganun yung kinalabasan ng game 2.
Parang sila eh, namumutla na eh. Si Kyle namumutla na ulit eh.
Namumutla, anong sabi mo? Sige, ano pang sinabi mo?
Kyle, okay lang yan. Pag di mo kaya maglaro ng game 2, pwede mo na pumasok eh.
Okay, so kaya pala sinayawan. Kasi nagpo-point sila kanina eh. Nung sabi ko, sino pwede ko tanungin sa game 2? Siya ang pinoint nila. Kaya pala. Okay, one more time. Isa pa. Last. Isa pa. Sample. Yan ang sekreto ng BREN. Alam mo, ibang klase talaga yung relationship nyo this season. Eto, sabi ko nung last time nakausap kita, na ikaw na lang ang nag-iisa simula season 1 na championship caliber, na Hall of Legends pa, tapos nakatapat mo ngayon si Yali Hayes sa mid. Nahirapan ka nga nung first game eh. Kamusta going up against him?
Ayun, nakakamiss din kalaro si Hayes kasi simula season 1 siya, lagi ko nakakalaban eh. Tapos nung SEA Games ko lang siya naging kakampi. Ayun, nakakamiss din siya kalaban. Sobrang lakas nga niya nung game 1 yung Eve niya.
Sobra!
Kaya nung game 2 pati game 3, binana namin eh.
Magaling talaga si Yali Hayes. Kayong dalawa, Hall of Legends caliber. Ngayon, I don't know if you guys know, pero pwedeng bumoto tayong lahat. We're gonna add one more sa ating Hall of Legends. Isa lang ang mananalo for Season 11. Pwedeng coach, pwedeng player, dahil ikaw ay isang legendary player. Sino sa tingin mo ang deserving na madagdag doon sa Hall of Legends natin?
May tatlong iniisip eh. 2 player, isang coach.
Okay.
Yung 2 player, siguro. Si Haji, tsaka si Edward. Tapos yun sa coach naman, si Coach Daki.
Si Coach Daki. Okay. Tama, si Haji has been so influential. Ang tagal na nandito. Si Edward, 2 na yung kanyang MVP. Bakit si Coach Daki? Bias ka?
Hindi naman.
Bakit?
Parang hindi lang kasi napansin na matagal na rin siya sa ML eh. Since season 5 lang siya napasok sa MPL-PH. Pero matagal na rin siyang nagko-coach sa ML dun sa Indonesia. Tapos sa nga, simula M1, M2, napanalo niya parehas. Tapos parang malaking achievement na rin yun eh.
That's right. Okay, go ahead. Alam mo lahat, ang daming nanonood ngayon. And it's just now that they're learning about Hall of Legends. Imbitahan mo silang bumoto at pwede mo silang i-influence. Vote Coach Ducky. Go ahead.
Yung kayo guys, boto rin kayo sa Hall of Legends. Kasi sobrang saya sa player kapag napili kayo as Hall of Legends. Tulad nung sa akin, sobrang na-motivate ako maglaro.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. I voted for you, Coach Ducky, last Hall of Legends. All right, take a bow. Go ahead and take your walk of victory. BREN Esports, meron palang secret dance. Si Pandora kaya pala gustong ibigay sa kanya yung mic. And that's absolutely right. You can vote for whoever you want for the Hall of Legends. We're gonna add one more. Para kay Few, Coach Ducky deserves to have it. He was part of the coaching staff for the M1 World Championship. He won the M2 World Championship and of course MPL Season 6. And right now, he is the current coach for our SEA Games. Sino nga ba ang gusto niyong piliin? It's all up to you. Go ahead and vote. But for now, we're gonna be talking more about that game. Casters, pasok.
Thank you so much, Mara Aquino. And that's just BREN Esports with their winning interview. And that's how you reset. Doing a reverse sweep, you dance the night away with a big boy.
Pandora has a mean Esmeralda, so it translates.
Yeah, so that's the reason why.
Yeah, the dance move, so good.
Amazing, amazing. This is just BREN Esports trying to deal with how their Game 1 loss is. And they really admitted that Liel Hayes was one in a strong form, but it's been denied. But that's just BREN Esports regaining a 9-game win streak. Renmar, break things down a bit. What happened in game number 3?
That's a tendency. If you are up against a Hayabusa, you do everything you can to pressure its early game farm so that you can delay it. You can't let the Hayabusa have free reign to get pickoffs, to get farm early on, because Hayabusa is one of the best assassins in terms of being able to find Snowball, and incredibly punishing if you can allow it to get level 4 early and you're not showing yourself up in the map. Ogwen always showed himself in the map and always looked for that Hayabusa. Again, it began with picking the Hayabusa at 4th, although they needed to do that because honestly, BREN Esports could have gotten it for themselves. They could have gotten into the hands of the Caltese. So they denied a comfort pick from BREN. And then that early game skirmish, or the start of the game skirmish in mid lane, it made it look like Nexplay EVOS wouldn't have to worry about the jungle invade from BREN because there were members of BREN who were also kind of low, but they were up against a Ling who can just finch poise, fly, and jump on parkour into their jungle. BREN Esports continued that. They denied the purple buff from Boyet, which, after that, okay, that means Boyet's gonna go rotate topside because he can't get resources from the bot lane anymore. That's the last time BREN Esports invaded, so you're gonna go top. What did Ogwen do? What did BREN do? They made for rotations topside, getting that kill onto Boyet with the help of Super Marco. It was just a good read to the start of Nexplay EVOS from BREN Esports that eventually turned into a massive snowball. 1,000 gold per minute here for Kyle TZ. He had free reign here as the Ling. And of course, Ogwen will get the MVP. His 10th for MPL Philippines Season 11. Master Blaster here really has made a name for himself as one of the best roamers this season. Well, I'm willing to say the best roamer so far this season with 10 MVPs in his bag. Such a massive performance. And you can see here at the heat map how well also Ogwen was able to take care of his gold lane. Keep it simple. After you do the initial invades, you go into the gold lane to help up your Melissa even more and make that farm much faster because naturally, of course, the Melissa doesn't have a lot of gold laners that she'll lose to in lane. So add to that Kufra to help out, and because Brusco had other parts of the map he needed to help out, help clear up in mid, show up himself a little bit more into the lower part of the map, try to make sure that Boyet will be able to get farm, so he's providing vision for him. It was like a massive loss situation here for Brusco because he needed to cover so many bases, but BREN Esports were already 2-3 bases ahead. So Nexplay EVOS were always playing from behind, and Ogwen really just set the tempo here, again showing us why he is currently in my opinion, the best roamer so far for MPL Philippines Season 11. 10 MVP performances, the most this season. I mean, that's proof enough in itself. We did see that attempt by Nexplay EVOS, and of course, we have to laud their ability to hold on for as long as they did. But at that point, they were just delaying the inevitable. A 14 to 15,000 gold lead early on. Quick scaling, knowing their conditions. BREN was undeniable, and it is undeniable right now. BREN lang malakas.
Yeah, it's back. They're back in their prime form, and that happened twice. 15K gold lead for 2 games. And that's how they dominated.
I was afraid of
This
what
game.
happened in Game 1, but yeah. BREN Esports snapped back to reality and showed us why they deserve to keep the streak going and why they got here eventually. So yeah, GG well played, Nexplay EVOS. Hopefully we see more developments in their working formula, but hey, BREN is still on top.
Yeah, and now, as View said on the interview, he lost what do you call it in Tagalog? He lost the confidence, right? He lost the confidence to play, and when he was inducted to be one of the Hall of Legends inductee back in Season 10, he got back in his own form. He got back in his own feet, and this is just a way of showing that the roots of BREN Esports, like in the MLBB scene, is so rich, and you guys witness. There's a lot of ways that we can expect more from BREN Esports. Again, ladies and gentlemen, that's all for tonight. My name is OSX. I'm with Leo and Renmar. We'll see you again tomorrow for some action in MPL Philippines. We'll be right back.
I told you, hindi lang ang panahon, pati na rin ang mga bakbakan sa loob ng Land of Dawn ang sobrang init. First off, we witnessed the power of the Chak new buff para sa Smart Omega. Well, Luis and Kelra, they took turns showing what Smart Omega got, and they won over the reigning MSC Kings. At hindi lang yan, pagkatapos nun, BREN Esports extended their win streak to 9 amazing matches. We saw Super Marco, how he reigned over Yellowhaze season debut, and they put a stop to Nexplay EVOS. There's a lots of things happening right on the stage. We even got some dancing going on, so you cannot miss a single match dito sa MPL. Bukas, it'll be a back-to-back-to-back game. 3 bakbakan ang ihahandog namin sa inyo. Kaya, don't you miss it! Muli, ako po si Mara Aquino na laging nagpapaalala sa inyong lahat. Sa harap ng pagsubok o tagumpay, laging tandaan, itaas ang lakas. Thank you once again, Jan Joseph Laida, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Keep it good vibes, everybody!
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.